Hey, I don't know if any lives are going on right now or anything like that. I just decided to go live. Felt like it. Whatever. Cares. I was doing like a little research, and you know me, right? Doing all kinds of research, and you know how I am. Ugh, I don't, I don't even know. Hey, Cheryl, how are you? I know you know what I mean about you know being naked and afraid, right? Like, literally, I researched that stuff. I'm not saying I know more, but like, I'm not saying I know more. I'm just saying, like, ah, I was about to close my eyes and got your notice. Oh, I hope you stay up for just a little while, hang out, because I feel like you know what I mean about the qualified immunity doctrine, right? I am okay. I am. But it's just like, all right, for instance, let's make it like like people they have more sympathy, I guess, for little kids. So let's put it at little kids. Like, let's instead of Tony Timpa, let's talk about like counteract some sound for sound. Anyway, I did a video about those two police officers. Yeah, because my stomach was starting to hurt. Because people like they listened to what secular said, but that was the story about Justine Diamond, and that was Minneapolis, and that was actually a pivotal case, but it was a little overlooked. Not, I feel, the media. That was the media's fault, and um, it wouldn't be so bad if when and even I noticed, Rachel was talking about this kid, David Joseph or David Anthony Joseph or something like that. He was in Texas and he was, naked, but it wasn't a white cop he was shot from; it was a black cop. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. What I'm saying is the qualified immunity doctrine is not based on race. It's based on, many different circumstances. And it would resolve so many issues, though. And what do you think about what you saw with Tony Timpa? I feel like they fail to even want to acknowledge any place, any people, any. This is the thing too, though. Like, I made these videos because all I did was just take a list of a month, like a random month and a random year. Listen to my dad is a dick. Like, here you wake him up. But it was March 2015. Hi, Mr. Rourke. Hi. Let me drop the link just in case anybody wants to come in. Anybody's welcome. Just gonna drop it. Even, I mean, yeah, right? Did you hear him? If you wake him up right now, like my cat is by accident. Like Tucker, like Roscoe usually sleeps under the blanket, but he's sitting. He's not sitting. He's sleeping somewhere that he doesn't normally. But Tucker is sitting somewhere that he normally would, right? So and Tucker's like staring at her. Like when cats try to freak you out. Like sometimes I really think Tucker tries to freak me out. He Roscoe said they're all so effing cute. Who's here? Somebody's knocking at the door. Somebody's ringing the bell. Hey, hi.
Hi, how you doing? Can you
Is
hear
that
me?
really? Yeah. Why did you sound so like kind of like sexy just then? Talk again.
Why did I sound like what?
You sounded like different. Like mm, speak.
So how's your night?
Okay, there you go. Got you. There's that Danny DeVito. That's her.
You can hear me, can you?
I can hear you.
All right.
I can
How's
hear you.
your night?
I was like aggravated. I was aggravated because
I saw
that's
that.
not that story is what Secular said on the screen about somebody from Australia, blah 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 blah, and this guy was from wherever he said he was from. Uh that's Justine Diamond, right? And she was from Minneapolis, yes, and Hurricanes, yes, did set a precedent, right? But he got 12 and a half years, but there's some things that are really bad about that. He shot her through the winch, like the over the passenger side. What kills me though is the words qualified immunity doctrine. It's so hard to make people just. It's Mr. Rourke, Cheryl,
Well,
but it's so
you
hard
under
to make people say those words, qualified immunity doctrine. It's really simply like you could read the first like couple of lines of the first paragraph of it and be immediately annoyed. You know?
it's sad that there's such a dramatic difference in member positions and their position and then our position. They have the right to go ahead and basically kill you.
Who? Who's they? The cops, right?
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it doesn't matter what color you are. And the thing is that it affects things on such a wider spectrum than, like a broader spectrum than people even understand that to repeal the qualified immunity doctrine, to take a look at it. Like, if they started, if everybody started chanting repeal the qualified immunity doctrine, we would literally have them by the balls because the education, the social programs, the senior citizens program, all of it gets affected when somebody has to pay out a wrongful death suit because the police departments don't have to carry insurance. And it's like, so they don't get charged with their crime. But some of them are starting to get charged more so in Minneapolis because I noticed when Justine Diamond, she's Minneapolis, right? That's where he is, right? Minneapolis, George Floyd.
It's it's a debate and the sometimes when you're talking in a big group, you can't express your point and
No, but they believed secular as opposed to me. They asked secular what I meant. They didn't ask me what I meant. They asked secular.
well, there's a guy from Canada who he don't know what's going on in our country.
Yeah, but I
Uh,
thought like he was like a fast reader. Like he could
there's
read the qualified immunity doctrine. Do you have two devices, Mr. Rourke?
no, I don't.
Because okay, it can any. I mean, seriously, somebody has just got to type in on their Google qualified immunity doctrine. Please just read like just even as much as you can read, and say. And it's only 3 pages. I mean, it's not a lot. It just basically says if you could do whatever you want, and some do and some don't. And the cases are at the end of the day, they all want to get home safely. So like Rodney King, for instance, right? When that girl was saying nothing changed after the riots,
Correct. I'm following.
The girl in the chat, in the live stream.
Um, a Blavi.
Yes, and I agree with her. Nothing did change. It's the corruption that didn't change because there's still police corruption, and it didn't have Rodney King. Okay, um, it didn't change because those police officers. At the end of the day, he died. I was reading. He died of, it says, accidental drowning. Okay, they said that he has PCP, cocaine, marijuana, alcohol in his system. But his girlfriend, she says he's banging at the back door, like the sliding glass doors, and saying, help me, babe." She said he's frothing at the mouth or whatever, foaming at the mouth, and that he hit a planter. Then she heard a splash, and he was at the bottom of the pool, so she tried to get him out with a pitchfork. Can you imagine anybody being like surviving a pitchfork, saving them from drowning?
it's
Right?
a it's a wacky world that we live in, and if it's
Isn't
almost
that
like
crazy?
it's like the mental illness has gotten out of control. We're in an insane asylum, and the
Yeah, but he was deemed like, yeah, with a pitchfork. Yeah, pitchfork. Uh, I, I mean, that sounds like murder to me. And I kept thinking to myself, who was she dating in the cops or whatever? Like, what was going on there? Did he just name her in his will? Like, I mean, I can't imagine anybody surviving a pitchfork, bringing them up from the. She said, "I'm not a good swimmer," and he was in the deep end, so she used a pitchfork and a hoe to try to save him.
and a
She
hoe.
admits, yeah, a hoe. They called it a spade or a shovel, and that she said she admits throwing it at him. Now I find it hard to believe that someone could throw a shovel at somebody that is like, say, knocked out, hit his head on the bottom of the deep end, and you could throw a shovel to hit him to jar him awake, or reach him with a pitchfork.
I have a question. Did you
What?
think that was a good topic tonight?
Huh?
Did you think that was a good topic?
What?
The the topic went from paying child support to uh well,
George
actually,
Floyd.
sort of that. It was dominated. The
Yeah, but I felt like I was totally unheard, and they listened to Secular describe Tony Timpa, and that's who they think it is now.
well, he didn't dominate the conversation. Somebody else was
No, he
dominating
didn't.
the
But what I'm
conversation.
saying is, Tony Timpa, it means like a lot to me because every race being, every program, everything it affects, the qualified immunity doctrine is something I'm passionate about. It's
Well,
not really
they
about
said
Tony
that
Timpa.
Tony Temple was killed by a black officer when he was killed
No,
by
a white
white officer.
officer.
Right. The correct information is that he was killed by white officers, not a black officer. What was said is that he was killed by a black officer, and what happened was is you tried correcting what was said, and then they didn't listen to you, and then you kind of you were like, well, here's the link, and then they didn't want to listen to that. That wasn't a
No, no, no.
conversation.
I put the link before Secular said no. And what he did was he combined two stories that I had told. One was about Justine Diamond, and one was about Tony Timpa. Now, Justine is a woman, and that was a black officer. And but they're two different stories. But do you understand? When I was on the screen, I wasn't getting a chance to talk at all. Like it was like I'm not blaming Babas. I understand where she's at because she's the host, and it's hard to say no. It's very hard anyway you look at it. And I'm gonna say, and at the risk, and she'll know I love her, but okay,
Oh,
I
I
will.
totally
I love
understand.
her to pieces. Rachel, she was very, like she even quoted, and I'm glad that they're listening. But if they're gonna listen, get the facts straight. She talked about a 17-year-old. Well, she didn't say he was 17, but he was 17. A naked black kid that was unarmed and was shot. She said it was a white cop who shot him. No, it was a black cop who shot him. And their family got 3.25 million. But in the same sense, a white woman who was naked in her bed, unarmed, found asleep. See,
That conversation tonight, you would never change the way that person thinks.
it's
They're
not
set
about
in
them thinking.
ways.
It's about they didn't even listen. They wouldn't stop talking, any of them, to listen.
Do you think that's kind of rude?
What they were doing, but they listened to secular instead of asking me when I was still there, like I was blind or invisible. Not blind, but invisible.
Yeah, by over talking everybody is almost a sign of, it's almost like being rude. It's like I'm not giving. It's a conversation. I have to hear your opinion. You have to hear my opinion.
I didn't even get to speak, right? Right,
Nobody
Cheryl?
got to speak.
And all I could think of, like she said, all I was thinking about was Tony Timpa videos I watched. And that's how I feel too. And his mother, she saw one of the videos that I did about him. Like when I talked, and she said you got uh almost all of the things right, but somebody was charged. Yeah, but then it was overturned. So it was like it might have just. But yeah, Cheryl said, I seen you the whole time, Survivor Girl. But I felt so invisible, Cheryl. And when they asked secular who Tony Temple was instead of me, and gave him the floor to tell the wrong story about two very important pivotal cases, especially the one that he brought up because it's in the same city as George Floyd. And what they do, the media says, oh, Justine Diamond and George Floyd made a difference in how police officers have to keep their body cam and their audio turned on all the time. No, Justine Diamond did that on her own. Bottom line is, those police officers for George Floyd, I believe all the footage that was shown was like people who were filming it on their camera. It was not body cam, correct? It was like people that were around them.
Everyone only has so much energy, and there's a lot of wasted energy.
I don't feel it's wasted. And Tony Timpa's mother, because you don't understand, it's not about Tony Timpa. It's not about a white. It's not about a black. It is about the qualified immunity doctrine because it affects the education, like it affects the schools. They pull those taxes out of the budget for the social programs. That's where those wrongful death suits hit because the police officers are not required to carry their own insurance like a doctor is. So when somebody in there in that room earlier in the live stream earlier compared it to a doctor screwing up, but no, it's different. See, a doctor carries malpractice insurance, and that usually always wins. Everybody knows pretty much a doctor's malpractice insurance is either going to set it's covered by malpractice insurance. There is no police officer insurance. If there is, tell me the name. Because there isn't. They're not required to take it. They don't have to, and the people pay for it.
You don't
And
have
then,
to with immunity, right? If you
huh?
have basically you have immunity, so why do you need insurance?
Right? Exactly. and and that is where it really gets me because it's next the following year when they're saying, "Oh my God, our kids are not getting textbooks, they're not getting this, the old people aren't getting the mental health programs are cut." That's where they take it from. They hit them in another way. It's like, "Yep, okay, we'll give you 27 million, but yep, take this," and people don't realize it, and that's why it stays the same because they have less money now, even to put into the schools, and it's almost like they secretly, get the last stab in. You know, they feel like they've won and made a difference with that memorial park and that settlement, but they haven't because it comes out of programs that they won't realize it till 2 years down the road. And unless they listen, unless everybody listens, and nobody will say the word, and it will cure so many things in one full swoop. You there, Mr. Rourke?
Yes, I'm here.
They made it like they thought I had a crush on Tony Timpa, but they don't get it. If anybody ever watched any of my videos from the past, like when I was, you know, researching this stuff, but I realized people don't care, which sucks. And that's why I like Bobbles, because she said one person can make a difference. But then tonight I realized now that they don't get a voice, is I tried to make a difference as one person, and I saw I was shut down, muzzled. I was muzzled tonight. That's how I felt,
Um,
muzzled.
Sometimes when people, like I have a question is like for a lot of people is like, why did you decide to make a channel? And a lot of people is I seen it done, everyone else is doing it. I wanted to go ahead and try it. Not everyone that has a channel is really a suitable host. Uh, there's some people out there that don't know how to control a crowd. Uh, when you got six people on the panel, you have to set a time limit for each one of them. You can't just let
That's
somebody
true.
you can't let somebody take over the show, or you just say, hey, you know what, go ahead and take over the show or get your own show. And I kind of felt that way tonight, that was a sort of maybe a lack of experience in the hostess part, for controlling the tempo of the show. Uh, the the
All it took was all it took was maybe a minute or two into Tony Timpa. It says right at the beginning, graphic. Right at the beginning, it tells you graphic because that shit's fucking graphic, and it's body cam, and it's close, and you hear him, and he's already handcuffed, and some fucking security guy handcuffs fucking him, and he
I,
called
I,
them
I,
himself.
I watched the video. From what I gathered, the guy had problems. He called the police. They came. They got on top of him. He said, "I can't breathe." He was laying there, and then they're like, "What's the matter? Is he faking?" They put him up on the stretcher. He was limp. The EMS guy says, "Hey, this guy's dead," and they crack some jokes,
He said
as they
five
were.
minutes. He was still dead for 5 minutes under the guy's knee. Like that's a 14-minute long video. They condensed it into six. It was 14 minutes. It went on. They edited it to six, but it was in full 14 minutes. 5 minutes of which he's dead. They won't let the EMT near him. The EMT says, "Let me help him," and they won't, and they are laughing, saying stuff about his sneakers. Then he says, "Oh, you didn't die on me, did you, Tom?" But that's edited. That 6 minute version. It went on 14, and I just want, without color. If you close your eyes and you were blindfolded and there was no color involved and you were blindfolded, I don't care who listened to that for 14 minutes. It wouldn't matter what color. And maybe that's what they should start doing, blindfolding people, or not, or just playing the audio for things and not mentioning color, because it's disgusting that they think that everybody isn't affected by a lot of things. There's Rodney King, when he was leading these cops on a high speed chase. Imagine that these cops are thinking maybe they just had a baby. Maybe their wife just had a baby, 3 days ago. And now they're on a high speed chase for a guy that was driving so bad they felt that it turned into a high speed chase. And they're thinking, I just want to fucking get home at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like, and then this guy gets out, what fucking giving them. Ain't you gonna be pissed? Like, it's like, why can't you just pull over, dude? You know it's illegal before you do it. Why do you have to? Maybe on the way he fucking almost hit some baby or in a carriage. We don't know the details, but a high speed chase is bad.
That puts everyone's life on the road. Uh, when a police officer hits his lights and he's flying down the road and you got to get off the road to let him go by, half the
Hmm.
time that puts so many people's lives at
Even
risk
them, the officers too, though. And at
for
the end of the
one
day, they just want to go home too.
for one victim, for maybe more than one, but for supposedly like one victim. That's kind of that's a little dangerous. We're doing things that um, it's nothing's perfect. There's a lot of things that could be changed, but what happens is that when you're dealing with all these people, you've got somebody that's putting the uh, opposite energy of what you're trying to do back at you. So basically, you're not going to accomplish nothing.
Yeah,
And
and somebody like that girl's age that was in that room, who's what, maybe 26? I don't know how old she is. But back when the LA riots were, which was what, 91? When was that? The LA riots. That was like a long time ago. 90.
I,
So can someone look it up, please? Anybody, please, please? The LA riots. I can't believe I didn't write it down because I was like studying it right before.
I think
But
it was probably like around 91 because
yeah, I mean,
OJ
so
was
when
at
she says
94.
nothing has changed, okay, so all right, I get it. Nothing has changed, so maybe they should flip it around too. Like maybe nothing has changed. Like the LA riots, he was leading them on a high speed chase, all drunk and fucked up, and nothing has changed. Why not just pull over and say, "Oh, I got caught"?
Hey, if nothing's changed, why did you bring kids into this world?
No, that's not the point. You bring kids in this world to make a difference. But if, and that's my point, that's your point, but we can't change everybody's point of view. But I felt invisible and muzzled tonight. And when I heard Secular give the whole wrong story, I was like, are you kidding me right now? I'm here. I'm right here. I can tell the right story. Yep,
If there was,
1992. Thank you. I appreciate that so much, Cheryl. Thank you. Yep,
I
yep.
I was thinking if there was a female secular who went around and was hitting on all the guys. Hey, can I take you
You
out to
are
dinner?
hysterical. I know who you're talking about right now. Oh my god.
Is that fair?
Disgusting. Absolutely. Oh my god, you're so on target. You slay me. Today I went to a very interesting place, right? To the
Hmm.
deer field where do you have your video on or anything? Like your YouTube or anything like that?
No, you forgot. I don't watch TV, so I'm on my
Whatever.
phone.
What are you
I'm on
sitting
my
there watching
phone.
my show? You're watching my show, Bald and Beautiful
I'm watching Boogie Oogie Oogie.
and Bald.
No, you weren't. Not on Boogie Oogie Oogie. Hey, and you look good in red.
In red?
Yeah, and there's a video of you in a red shirt. I think you had a red tank top
Probably.
on.
I probably did. Probably did. Probably with my
Probably.
ponytail
Yeah.
reveal. My my hair's probably gonna grow back. My like Phyllis Diller.
I
There's
think a lot
something
of
wrong
people.
with your like your audio.
Something's
I
wrong
hear
with
an
my audio.
echo. Yeah, like I hear an echo now, and I didn't a minute ago.
Do you think I got the microphone set too high?
Yeah, I think you might have turned it up. Did you?
No, I didn't touch it actually, but
Yeah, liar. I know you use your telepathic energies. Let me tell you this. I was using like an EVP recorder with an EMF like counter where it was like green light and the scale would go up if it was like higher EMF. Now, and in this like particular cemetery was this chair too, right next to a gravestone. I was so excited to film it. I was like, oh my god, that was like a really old. You could tell the seat was. You could tell it was old. I don't even think the person who ever sat there or that put it there was probably still alive. Okay, and but people had respected it and not moved it. You know, and I was pretty excited to film. So first I was like recording too, and it was at usually it's at 2 bars, right? If you're lucky. It went to 6 bars of EMF. I was so excited. And my friend starts talking, fucking throwing me off and shit. The one that scared away the beaver. Remember the beaver?
I seen your beaver.
It's
You're like,
hairless. It's hairless.
damn it, I lost my beaver now. And where'd it go?
What'd you say? You're so loud. I
You
can't
said,
understand.
you said, damn it, I lost my beaver right now. Where'd it go?
I was fucking pissed. That beaver was like ready to dry itself off with a towel and shit. And like it was the best beaver video you guys were ever gonna see. And he's like, doo, 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 doo. And I'm like, please, please, please don't. No, no, wait. You can hear me. I'm like, don't. And today, like the video recording, it wasn't a video, it was a recording, like an EMF thing, EVP recorder thing. And I just was like, no, don't. I go, come on. I'm at 6. I'm at 6. I was so excited. Uh, uh, anyway, so where I went was Deerfield, Mass, where they had like this. And let me tell you, okay, so let me just, oh, wait. What's going on here? Hold on. I gotta spin it around. Is that a picture of you on your thumbnail with those muscles? Is she talking to you, Rourke? Haha.
Me? Um,
I didn't see your beaver. I didn't see your beaver. Everybody saw. Oh, she saw my cemetery video. I thought that mound was really interesting. It was a mound with like these people who had been killed during this Indian uh attack. But the thing is this is that I think that the Indians that were originally there were killed off by the Englishmen or whatever that came there. And then these particular other Indians, the Mohawks in the French and Indian War. They
Hmm.
really had no. It wasn't about that as much, but also it was. I'll just tell you to just to read because they used to like put on the epitaph of the gravestone. They would actually some of them would put out how they died
Is
and
that the
they're
movie Last of the Mohicans?
I don't think so because at that point those were the Mohicans and the Mohawks they were the same.
Yeah,
I
and
don't
what
think so
happened
because we have
was
Mohegan Sun. It's no, I don't think so. I
it
don't
was
think the
with
Mohicans.
Daniel Day Lewis was in that movie.
I know the movie, yes, but I don't think the Mohawks and the Mohicans were the same.
Oh, okay.
But I do remember the movie, like when it had that lady who was in a series that was recently on. Oh my god, she was also she played blind. She's pretty. She's got long brown hair and big brown eyes. And Last of the Mohegans, remember? I
Yeah,
think it was the one Daniel Day Lewis liked. Like with his love, where they jumped at the end or something, or no, that I don't know what happened. What happened?
they were in the water. They were at the waterfall, and then the one I think his name was Mock Mock, and
Oh,
he was
Mock Mock was in fucking Streets of
oh,
Laredo.
oh, okay. His name was close to Mock. It was something like Mock Mock. It was like he was
Mock Mock.
he was
Every
playing the
Indian,
French.
every Indian now is Mock Mock to you.
Uh, Laredo. When I went to Laredo, I'd never seen no mountains, nothing like that at all there.
You never
But
said
okay,
what?
when I went to Laredo, I never seen the mountains like the movie Streets of Laredo had.
I'm sure, right? Because I don't think Texas is real mountainous.
But back to the movie, I think they were up on the cliff there, and the one guy was gonna fight the other Native American, and he took the club, and he took the one guy ended up winning, and the other guy ended up going over the cliff, the waterfall.
You remember the song "Running Bear" by Johnny Preston? I think on the bank of the river, running bear. You remember that?
No, I don't.
Running Bear and Little White Dove. My friend said,
Um,
"What's a bear doing with a fucking bird anyway?"
where you live, do you ever see Native Americans?
No,
I don't either.
not
You would
anymore. It's a shame. I mean, like, if you think about it, it's a shame. But then again, the whole thing is like even reading about like the Mohawks, they struck the city of not a city, it was just a settlement of Deerfield. They struck it in February, February 28th when it's snowy around here, and made them march back to Canada. But they had marched here, not marched like soldiers. I mean, crept silently through the woods. And that's what pissed me off about that second cemetery where I was getting the 6 bars of the EMF. Madeline Stowe. Oh, you're so good. You are so good, Shara. I love Shara.
Oh, I
Some
thought what? Yeah, Cheryl's good. I thought I was like Madeline Stowe. It took you like 10 minutes to think of Madeline Stowe, but
I didn't think of it. I saw what she wrote.
she
I
was
was
a
just
good
talking
actress.
away.
I liked her, and it was the not like Young Guns, but it was a female version of Young Guns. Was it Bad Girls when they were
She's kind of sexy, though. She's pretty sexy. She played like a good blind person that you believe was blind in that movie. Remember, she was blind. It was like a thriller.
Was she in Legends of the Fall with Brad Pitt?
I don't know. Probably. She's pretty. I think so. And also the lady who was in Red Dragon. Remember that movie?
Yeah, the one with Hannibal.
Yeah, yeah. Had Philip Seymour Hoffman because, and you know what? Until this day, I do not believe he was a heroin addict. I don't care.
Do you want to know something? That Lechner's character was only in Silence of the Lambs for 20 minutes. He ends up winning an Oscar. Most people wouldn't know it, but his character was supposed, I think in the book, he was supposed to be a gay character. And then, you know how he had Jodie Foster? Well, Jodie Foster in the book was supposed to be a guy. And his
Wait,
name was Will.
you totally like I lost your sound there, Sven. I didn't touch anything, but I think it's on your end.
Oh, really? Well,
You
I was
said
saying about
he won an Oscar for however many minutes, and then
Jodie Foster. Her character was a guy, and Lechner's character was supposedly to fall in love with the character of Will. He was the detective, the FBI detective that was using Lechner for information on his cases.
yeah, it was based on John Douglas. He wrote a book like Mind Hunt or something like that. He wrote a book about profiling. He was like the first FBI profiler, and how it drove him to drinking, and like he had a heart attack from it, like when giving a speech somewhere, and he realized he didn't want to do it anymore, basically. And it's a really good book, though. I feel like profiling is kind of, to me, it should be common sense. Like, I think it should be a course taught to every. I don't think there's enough detective work in what they call a detective. And, there's no detecting anymore to them. They're like, is there a camera? No. Oh, well. You know what I'm saying?
I'm listening. Yes.
What do you get snappy with me? Come on, please. Give me some sauciness. Okay.
What kind of sauce do you want back?
Oh, come on. No, I don't know why. Just see you taking it off.
Me?
Whatever. I'm just flipping it up for you.
Um,
Is it flipping or changing it up, right? Is it mixing? It's mixing it up. That's what it is. I said flipping it up. You know what? My friend took an hour and 45 minutes, almost 2 hours, to drive to a place that is 34 minutes away today. And I was so angry. I cried. I cried. That's how angry I was. Mr. Work. Mr. Work. Mr. Work. Hello. Is he there? He's not. He left me alone. Oh my gosh, he walked out on me. Here he is. He's back. Oh my god, thank God. First I was afraid. I was petrified.
I think my microphone didn't pick me up, so it kicked me off.
Thank God, because I was thinking I could never live without you by my side.
Oh,
What song is that from?
I could never live with you by my side.
And I spent so many nights thinking how you did me wrong.
How you do me wrong?
And I'm back. No, wait. And I learned how to get along, and now you're back. And I always thought she
Oh,
said from outer space, but I don't think she says that.
Gloria Gaynor.
Yes. Very good. I will survive. Right? Yeah. which I really don't even really like that song. But it's catchy. If it's on, I will keep it on. Because, kind of like, we are family.
I got all my brothers and sisters with me.
I don't think they say brothers.
They don't say brothers and
I
sisters.
got all my sisters with me.
Oh,
We
I thought.
are family. Get up, everybody. Sing! It is something, and I've just begun to get a share of this world. Delight. Oh, I love a friend. People. I don't even know what they're saying.
What? If somebody were like to turn in, what the hell's going on that channel? La 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 la.
Not that bad. I'm like, the people around us they say,
You
they might be like this.
motherfuckers!
Look, I already lost the viewer.
You motherfuckers! I'm back. I don't care about any of you fuckers on that panel. I made this channel.
Marge, get over here. Whatever. I'm just saying. Nothing like, outing yourself. Did you hear about the gay midget?
No, I didn't.
He came out of the cupboard.
Cupboard.
I make some really good jokes, but my favorite is a visual, and I feel like I can't tell you because it's a visual. And it makes me laugh and laugh even to this day. Like, so if I tell you, even if you can't see me, I would probably laugh. But
Hey,
when
you go to bed, do you ever think to yourself, Mr. Rourke's from Michigan, and then look at your right hand and then say to yourself, nighty night?
Look at my right hand. Say nighty night. You are the fucking weirdest fucker. Because here's the thing. No, it's not that. It's not that. Wait, that's
Wait, are
Sister
you
Sledge,
left-handed?
right? Sister
No.
Sledge.
Wait, are you left-handed?
You know what?
Are
Go
you?
fuck off. I'm ambidextrous. I play with my
Ooh.
asshole and masturbate. I'm joking. I'm horrible and horrific, and lately I just haven't even listened to my own live streams back because I'm scared of what I said. You know what I mean?
You're like
But
us.
I did listen to last night, and right when I hit play, Bowers goes, so anyway, bend over. Right to that guy.
To the guy Ben.
Yeah. Anyway, bend over.
She kept calling him Dan, and he was like, "My name's not Dan." He was angry, and he was like, my mom died, my dog died, my brother died.
Don't
I've
stop.
got
I
I've
don't
got a
even have a
long
leg hair. I don't even have a leg hair.
I've got a long beard. I don't think nobody's pulling on it. When I was 21, I was the man, and I could slam dunk.
I can't wait. Okay. Slam dunk. Oh, did you just say?
You motherfuckers! You better watch the way you talk to me. It was like
corner. That girl in the corner. We're on the corner. Which one?
Did you see his dog?
No. Yeah, he's cute. Dad, don't talk about the dog.
Okay,
Stop it.
come on,
Don't
come on.
disrespect the dog.
That was an ankle biter.
My who's they? Cheryl. Pygmies? She said they don't like the word midget. What about ankle biters?
The plane, the
and
plane.
then and then when they're going out of a bend over, he goes, "You want to do me in the shower in prison?" or something like that. And she's like, "I trust me, I do not want to fuck you up the ass." And I said, one time I almost paged Craven Moorhead by accident. And that's a true story. Did I tell you that?
I heard you say that last night. When I heard you say that, I was like, that would be so funny. I've never heard that before.
Craven Moorhead?
Yeah, I heard of Paige and Mike Kahn.
Right, but I had never heard of Craven Moorhead either, so it sounded like, a legit name. And so, like, I worked at the Jewish nursing home, and the maintenance, like, staff knew for some reason I was covering for Doris when she went to lunch. And she was like the switchboard operator, whatever the fuck it was for this nursing home, a Jewish nursing home. So, somebody calls up and goes, "I'm looking for my uncle, Craven Moorhead. He's there visiting my aunt." And I said, "All right, wait a minute, I'll page him overhead." And so they heard like the intercom system click on, because I was just about to say, "Craven Moorhead, you have a phone call on line one. Craven Moorhead, you have a phone call." And they said, "No, no, don't page it, don't page it." Because it didn't even click to me, Craven Moorhead. It was pretty good. That's a good one, right?
Right.
I used to leave those. Remember when you would answer somebody's phone, at work, and it was like a notepad. It said so and so called. They said this at this time. It was like a telephone pad, and I would leave them for this lady next to me, Lillian, and I would say Seymour Butts called. She would
Did
be
she get it? Did she get what
hated.
you're talking about?
I have not at first, but then she would be really mad because I would like drop. Well, what happened was one time she came out of the bathroom and went to the cafeteria. Like there was a lunchroom, like it was kosher
Mm-hmm.
for you know. So her skirt was tucked to the back of her nylon, and she was pretty casual about it. She just like kind of pulled it right out. It was whatever. But we were all kind of at the table, like looking at her, like, who's gonna tell her? Who's gonna tell her? And then I think Helene went over and told her, and she just pulled it out, yanked it out, no props. Never thinking how much it like scarred the memory in my mind. I still remember. She was kind of, you know, uh, bitchy. So I would go, Lillian cannot call the fire. Remember, like Eddie Murphy, and he's making fun of his father.
What movie?
It was either Raw or what was the other one he did?
48 Hours, Beverly Hills
But
Cop.
not that. It was, stand up comic when he was, he did Raw, it's himself. Like, he was stand up.
Mm-hmm.
There was two of them. Or probably more than that, actually. One of the first ones.
I don't know. Probably didn't see it.
You never saw the Eddie Murphy ones?
Uh,
Do you know who Eddie Murphy is?
yeah, I know who Eddie Murphy is. He's
Yeah.
married. He's married to Nicole Murphy. He's did
Who the
numerous.
fuck is Nicole Murphy?
That
What
was his
planet
wife.
are you from?
His brother's Charlie Murphy.
Yeah, but
They used to
Nicole
hang out.
Murphy.
They used to hang out with Rick James.
Yeah, and he was like, fuck your couch, motherfucker.
Take your boots and rub them in my couch,
Yeah, he
motherfucker.
said, fuck your couch. Darkness is, darkness is.
Fuck your
That's what he
couch, Eddie.
did. That was the funniest shit ever. I can't believe Charlie Murphy died.
We all go. So
Ah, thanks. That's what you'll be saying when you give my eulogy. We all gotta go sometime. Thank God. I was getting sick of that bitch's live stream. She was really, yeah, she was hooked. She couldn't stop. She just couldn't stop. It's a better place for her where she
Charlie
went.
was Charlie was funny. He was a player. He was like, I walked in the Rick James' hotel room, and Rick said, "Charlie Murphy, darkness, brother, darkness." Do you remember that?
Yeah, and he goes, because back then, we were the darkest motherfuckers in Hollywood. Yeah. And then when he said about the kick, and he goes, no, he didn't kick me. He goes, that he's having delusions of grandeur.
He goes,
Remember?
you see that ring? He goes, I left the imprint in Charlie Murphy's forehead for about a week.
Unity.
For about a
Unity.
week.
That was so funny. And that guy's doing the robot in the video.
Cocaine is one hell of a drug.
Yeah, he goes, cocaine is hard. It's a terrible drug. Something like that. He goes, hell no, I didn't do that. Did you do that? He goes, cocaine is a horrible drug.
He goes, cocaine is one hell of a drug.
Yeah, something like that. Some shit like that. He goes,
Charlie
how
Murphy.
cool would I be ruining Eddie Murphy's couch? Yeah, I ruined Eddie Murphy's couch. He could buy another one.
Yeah. He goes, Charlie Murphy was in the Navy. What kind of brother you think was in the Navy that was tough? They wore all white.
They wore all white. It's funny.
Come on, Charlie Murphy.
What did the five fingers say to the face? The milk's gone bad. Oh my god, this is so funny. And the guy comes in and his eyes are crossed. Remember that? The bodyguard?
Bodyguard? Yeah.
And he's the guy, isn't he the guy no, he's not the guy from, remember Fridays? The movies, Fridays?
He goes, I toss Rick out the window. Get back.
I'll toss this motherfucker right out the window.
Hey.
And when he kicks him and they do it in slow motion, and he's wearing those boots.
We stomped on that motherfucker's legs. And he crawled out. He crawled out of there.
No, but when he did slow motion, when he kicked him into the mirror and the hotel, he's that's so funny. And he's got Unity imprinted on his forehead.
All I remember was Rick was crawling on his hands and knees out, and he said, Charlie Murphy, you motherfucker! My legs! My legs! You didn't have to beat my legs like that!
Fuck your couch, motherfuckers!
Fuck your couch, motherfucker!
That was so funny. Like, just those three. I mean, they were funny, though. Dave Chappelle was funny. Coward Strike Bite. So, do you people ever sleep? Cheryl says, no, Survivor Girl keeps me up, LOL. I'm so sorry. I do kind of. I can't help it. I just love you guys. I would feel like an emptiness inside if I didn't come on tonight. You don't want me to be empty inside, do you?
I'm surprised at how many people come from Australia and they're paying attention to what's going on.
Well, they like me. I like Australians. I have an OnlyFans page over there. I'm Crocodile Hunter. Not Hunter. Crocodile. What can I say? Bundy. Bundy. I have
Mick
a bun
Dundee.
on my head, usually cinnamon, but sometimes I switch it up to raisin or blueberry. Buns, just buns. They're buns. Maybe like Leia, Princess Leia, Golden Bikini. I meant bikini
You're in a bikini?
with buns on my head, like Princess Leia.
Oh yeah?
You
Are
know
you
it.
are you laying down in bed?
Absolutely not. I'm dangling from the ceiling. Like just with invisible fish books that like the invisible wire. I want to freak my animals out.
Um, do you, did you did you and Tommy Howie get the same bedroom decorator?
But let me just say, I don't think that they care, my animals. So I'm just basically freaking my own self out. I'm filming it though, so it's not going to waste. Me dangling, you'll like it. It looks like I'm levitating.
Well, you could be levitating.
That's what I'm gonna say. That I am levitating, but it's a secret between me and you. Don't tell anyone.
I
I
heard
go
you
poof.
talking. I heard you talking about those black leather boots and cracking that whip.
I don't wear them. Rachel does, but sometimes she kicks me in the face with them, and I'm all like, "Ow!" I saw
Um,
that coming.
hey, did you know about her her situation?
No, I didn't know she had one. Is it
She's
personal? Are you not supposed to be repeating it? Are you using my venue as a platform and just going to shock me about it? Don't even tell me that you're going to spring something on me. Don't tell me. That's what I'm telling you. Just do it.
oh, which I'll let her tell you. But
Yeah, don't. Just
you want me
don't
to
do it, is what I meant.
you want me to go ahead and tell you now?
Oh my God, you are like the devil. I
Maybe a
was
little.
already resigned to saying, no, I won't be tempted by what Rourke wants to inform me of. But then you just threw it back at me, and now,
Do you ever wonder like what I'm doing behind the camera?
no.
Like
Pay no attention to that man behind the camera.
I could be
Certain.
doing my tongue exercises.
Ugh, God, I just got the fucking most
I got
weirdest picture. Like, if you were, like, just really long tongue, like a, I don't know, frog. Oh,
no.
stop. Like, there could be a horror story about bullfrogs that join together to take down, swimmers and drown them. Because if they wrap their tongues around people's limbs, and there was a couple of those big bullfrogs, they could pull them down to the bottom of a lake and drown
You guys
them.
must have some big bullfrogs out there.
No, I'm just saying there could be big bullfrogs that were vicious. The bullfrogs themselves are vicious.
I seen your river video of the Connecticut River.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. But I
I just
got jumped by 3 bullfrogs.
I just want to jump in that river.
Did
I
you
don't
know?
care. I got my clothes on, but that water's calling me.
Or you bitch, you are fucking quoting me. I was like, what a weirdo he is. And then I was like, I said that. Fucking Wolf has issues. And I was like, wait a minute, those are my own words. Like that night you go, I heard Survivor Girl said she's never seen one not big enough yet. Or too big yet. And
I've
I was like,
always wanted to live off the lake.
what
I've
does
always,
Wolf mean by that? And then I said, oh, I remember. I was only making a joke. I followed it up with LOL, right?
yeah.
What do you want to say? He hurt me.
I've always wanted to live next to the water by a lake. If I can't live next to the water by a lake, at least near one. Maybe
What are
two
you
lakes.
trying to say? Are you still quoting me or are you being for real? Because I can't tell myself from you.
you're gonna be pissed off about this, but I probably got about like 13 lakes around me within like walking distance.
Well, go jump in one of them. Yo, because you told me about people near you killing themselves, trying to.
Oh, that was in the Detroit River. I don't
You
that's
don't live
kind of
near there? Break this down for me. Where in Michigan is there 15 rivers or lakes? I would probably say where.
well, actually, there's a lot of places where there's a lot of because, like I said, every 7 miles you're bound to walk in a body of water of some type.
Body.
Yeah, river, lake.
I thought Minnesota was the land of 10,000 lakes.
Yep.
Would you say Michigan has more?
No.
Based on like which one is bigger, which state is bigger in like not mileage, acreage, whatever you call it.
Probably Minnesota, but we got the Upper Peninsula. They kind of want to go out and become their own state because
who does?
Who does?
Who? Yeah, who?
The UP.
They want to become their own state?
Yeah.
You know why? Because they're fucking crooked. And do you know why? Because the officers, the police, they are not governed by the governor of the state. Each county makes their own laws. So basically, what's going on is whoever can pad their pockets the most is the one that gets the breaks in those small towns like Manistee and shit in the Upper Peninsula.
Up there, there's no population up there. There's no, even though like you got St. Ignace, you got Sault Ste. Marie. Other than that, you got little small towns with maybe a bar. There's nothing to do there.
I know. And they make you sometimes, that bar it's still like where it's owned by something. Oh, they give you a tab. That's what it is. They'll give you a tab, and they're the only bar in the town.
Hey, Tracy, in 94, I rode my bicycle from my pedal bike from my house all the way to the Mackinac Bridge. It took me 4 days to get there.
I walked 20 miles in the Jerry Lewis walkathon.
No shit?
No shit.
That's pretty good.
A long way, too.
That's a long walk. Not too many people walk like that.
It is. I didn't realize it till I got older and I was looking clocking 20 miles, like driving wise. It's just a long way. My legs hurt really bad the next day. Remember the Jerry Lewis telethon though? Hey, College Strikes Back. I'm from Massachusetts myself. Hey Dominic, how are you? Just saying hi to the people in the chat room.
Hi, Dominic.
And there's Coward Strikes Back. The Coward Strikes Back.
Just to let the chat know, I can't read the chat, so that's why I didn't say hi.
That's why I'll read it to people, because sometimes I can't either when I'm in people's rooms. Yep, I can't. I had to come on tonight, because I was like, man. Just because I spent a lot of time. I don't know if anybody, knows like what I'm talking about. Like I'm sure some people do. I'm sure.
So you spent a lot of time researching the subject, and you felt like you had a lot of information, and that they were just ignored you. I understand.
Shut up! I gotta sneeze.
Bless you.
All right, now I really didn't even. I said so. You said so. You feel like you have a lot of information, and you may. What was your last couple of words? You felt like I wanted to argue.
No, I felt like they didn't want to listen to you. You weren't heard.
Yeah, listen to me. Yeah. Not that I wanted them to listen to me. I just wanted them to include me in their conversation.
Well, that was because they were set in their ways. They weren't
Yeah,
open to listening to nobody. They were there to. It's when you listen to somebody, you can tell sometimes that their agenda is not to have a conversation. It's just to go ahead and bitch.
yeah, and I was like, but they were quoting stuff that they had learned, like, speculate when he was telling you a story, saying that was Tony Timpa. No, he was talking about Justine Diamond, which was a different story that I talked about. You know, this woman from Australia, which I told, but so I know he was kind of listening, but not really, because he didn't even watch the Tony Timpa video where you can clearly say it's a guy, and he's not, it's not black. But, and then Rachel, she's like, oh, and then this guy, he was black, he was, young, he was naked, and he got shot by a white cop. No, he got shot by a black cop. Bad situation. That cop shouldn't have shot him, but there was no protest or anything. And then when a white woman got shot, there was his family got 3.25 million. Her family got nothing. And it actually came down to where in that state they said, well, which pretty much, how they kept talking about training? They're trained and they're using this knee to the neck. They're trained, they're using this knee to the neck. You know how they keep saying that?
Yeah, correct. I remember.
And I kept saying, no, that's their defense. No, that's their defense. They don't even realize it themselves, I don't think, that these officers half the time, some of them really do want to get in and make this difference. But that whole fact of not being trained in any other way or any way to be less aggressive is their defense. That's the
Have you
defense that their attorney uses to get them
have you
out of
ever
it.
gotten have you ever gotten jaded?
Right? You mean
Maybe
in love or in life? In like what way?
in some, like, maybe you were trying to do something good, like become a cop, and then when you got out there, you realized, oh my goodness, I hate this job. I've already went and got my education. I've signed up for it. I'm kind of stuck into it now. I'm a little bit older, so I can't go backwards. And then you say you don't like what you're doing, so you become maybe not the nicest guy on the job, and that's, I believe, what happens. I heard Lemon Lime Lukey the other night. He made the comment where he said, if in that case, he goes, you didn't have to put your knee in that guy's back of his neck to choke him to death. He goes, well, what it is that they said, well, where was the paddy wagon at? And so he could have went ahead and held him down, retain they had 3 or 4 cops there. They could have restrained that man without having to put a knee on the guy's back of the
Yeah,
neck.
but all of the other cops kind of just stood there, it looked like to me.
And so did all the people watching too. There was people
Right.
there. What I mean, and what it is
It
that,
looked set up kind of like to me. Not like either one of them knew it was set up, but that it was kind of set up to create all that. You know?
um,
Like they weren't doing anything, his partners.
they're a little too aggressive because they have the law on their side. When you get a ticket, when you go to fight the ticket, the judge is on the side of the officer. They work as a team. You better have a damn good case if you think that you're going to win, because chances are you're not going to win. And that's just the way the system is. It's none of this is fair. And the energy that we use to bitch about what's going on, we should use to fight it and be united while we're fighting till we get something achieved. They can go ahead and be like, yeah, I mean, here's what I feel and blah, blah, blah. After we've achieved something, because right now, like they all said, nothing's changed. And this has been this way for a while, I mean,
Yeah, it's been this way since like the when they had put the qualified immunity doctrine into effect because at a certain time the KKK and things like that were using techniques that were really out of control. So, sometimes it was so aggressive on these police officers, they were like, okay, we're going to have to use it on, then this is all out of control. The whole civil rights thing, all those fights, all the rioting at that time. But they never removed it. So now, there's cases where there's so many different cases. It's incredible. He does need to get found guilty, but they should have handcuffed him, and that's it. Yes, but this is the thing. It also happened with Tony Timpa before. This is the bottom line is it happens whether it's white, black, or if the cop is not if the cop because sometimes is killed. There's a lot of things that need to be. Every state has its own different laws and its own things. So you can cross into one state and you don't even know that it's like, okay, say for instance, like it's Ohio. If you go and try to get a gun and you just got out of prison, but you've got a record and all that ex-felon, they will let you get the gun because they say it takes 3 days to clear the check, to try it, but they'll do it. They say it right away. Then they run their thing, right? Then they find out you're a felon. Then they come and arrest you for breaking your probation. You know what I mean? Like they're trying to want to arrest you.
Well, I'm only responsible for me. I try not to break the law. When I was a young person, I was probably more of a rebel. As I age, I believe now in civilization, not breaking the laws. I try to be nice to everybody. But I see that in life you have to choose to fight what fights to fight. You can't fight everybody, and in life too. When people say, "Hey, I got lots of friends," you don't got lots of friends. You might think you do, but what it is that it's much more easier to pick up a lot of people that are blockers in life, enemies, people that are bad people that you haven't found out yet. Uh, and it's some of us, like myself, I'd rather be all by myself, alone, than to have a bad circle of friends. But that's me.
I'm sorry. Have you ever seen the movie A Bronx Tale?
Bronx Tale, yes.
And he says, at the end, nobody cares.
That's the movie when the guy goes on the date and he locks the door and the girl leans over and opens up the door for him and he borrows Robert De Niro's car, take her on the date. Yeah.
Yeah. And then he said, would you rather be feared or loved? And he said, feared. He said, because at the end, nobody really cares. And, I thought that was a really great movie. I really did. I loved that movie, A Bronx Tale. I like movies where you remember a scene like that, where you just remember the scene about leaning over and it's a pivotal scene. Like it's a classic scene in a movie. And people sometimes will measure, somebody now because of that scene, like on a little tell, like a tell. Yeah, that is really a good. I don't know. There's a lot of things in life that I think it was you or Lemon or a lot of people that I know, like all of us, where we say, okay, well, everything. Like if we were all given the opportunity to put all our problems in the middle of a table and pick what problems we wanted, we would all take our own bath.
Are you saying history repeats itself?
No, I'm saying that we all find something in our problems that make them something that we take back because they make us who we are, and we learn from things. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I'm
That's
following
something I
along.
see in us, our group, right? Chat live streams, they become like a group, kind of. You know what I'm saying?
There's the panels. There's chatters. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, and you become. I don't know. Am I really the first live stream that you've ever the panel that you've ever like gone on and talked?
Yeah, that was my first time ever.
What made you do that? Because I feel
Well,
honored by that.
you should feel honored by that. I mean, um, it was late at night. You know how I get when it's late at night.
You fucking ass, bro. Like I fucking like you kill me. You're so funny. I'll never forget. Like I'm hairless. That's what you said. Naturally.
I've been
Yeah.
called a comedian before, and then I've been called a clown. But
I don't think
I
anybody
enjoy
knew that about you.
I enjoy laughing. I can poke fun of things. I hope that I don't come across as being mean. Because I'm really not being mean. And when I do an imitation, it's a form of flattery.
Exactly, but I gotta say to Dominic, I hope you're not leaving because of Mr. Work. 'Cause he's kind of no, so I'm like kidding. Dominic, I don't know if you're like at work or whatever you're doing, but thank you for stopping in. But I hope I didn't. Is it Brian? Okay, but Dominic, you're so wonderful. I love you to pieces. Work. Thank you so much for answering quickly because I would freak out. I'd be like, oh my God, Dominic left because of you, Mr. Work. I wouldn't blame you. I love you. And last night, Babas was like, oh, you don't sound like you look in your picture. How to
Wait
you?
a
I
second.
go, I know Danny DeVito, right?
Say that again.
Babas goes, oh, you don't sound like
No,
you look in your pictures. And I go, I know, right? Danny DeVito, right?
go back 10 seconds before that.
You know what? There's something you're like tricking me out somehow. What are you
It
trying
was
to tell me?
it was I love you. Mm.
You know what? And I felt like you were gonna like read into it and feel a certain kind of way. So I
Do you like
tried to skip over
massages?
it.
Do you enjoy massages?
I do. I'm not gonna lie.
Mm. You don't have to
Mm,
lie.
No, I'm not gonna lie, but I might lie depending on what you look like. Like, if you really look like Danny DeVito or E.T. or you had like these really freaky like gimp arms, I might be like, no, I don't like massages. I don't like to be touched.
Um, when JC Bear was saying women aren't visual, what is it that say yourself? What are you looking for in a partner?
uh, you know, abandonment. No, sorry, abandonment. Say, I want him to leave. Just kidding. I'm not looking for any partner right now
So
because I don't feel myself. Like I don't feel like I am myself anymore, and I don't
okay,
know what the future holds. And I can't even. I don't know. It's pretty fucked up. Shit.
no, that's an honest answer.
I
Um,
don't look at myself like me anymore. I don't even entertain that thought of looking for why I would look for a partner. I feel like nobody would look at me like a partner anymore. I don't feel pretty anymore. Not that I'm ugly. It's just I don't know. I don't have eyelashes to put mascara on. I don't have eyebrows out of hair.
well, you're
I
going
don't do
through a
my ponytail
situation.
reveal.
This is a situation you have. I mean, I understand that it affects you. It affects the confidence.
No, but
Uh,
I'm just answering your question. Like I don't know,
right.
entertaining that thought. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm listening though. Yeah.
So I'm basically not looking for anything in a partner. I'm not looking. Just looking for signs of hair growth in myself. Okay. I'm
Okay,
hoping it's
so
like feathers.
let me rephrase the question then. If you were looking for somebody, what qualities would you be looking for?
Physically, or like what do I like physically looking in a man,
Yeah.
or yeah,
What's what
I
what's
like a
your
broken
ideal?
nose. I think that's hot. Looks like tough guy, like Jason Statham.
Mm-hmm. You
Cheryl, do
like
you
a
want me to drop the link? Do you want to come on the channel? Because I'll drop the link and then you can decide. But yes, I I feel like this. Have you ever heard the song "Hate Me" by Blue October?
I heard you talk about it before.
I feel like I I would want somebody who like makes my breath catch like it just did when I think about like how I don't know. I feel. You ever seen Bridges of Madison County?
Yeah, it's a great movie with Clint Eastwood and Matt. Um, she's
Meryl
Italian.
Streep. Yeah, Meryl Streep. Which is
Yep.
really, it was very comparable to the book, which is a small book. It's a quick read. But it's good, very good written and everything. And she
She had
says
an affair on her husband.
the, the way that it ended, you know how she didn't leave with the guy? Remember?
Right. Because he was a photographer.
Well, she said she didn't want the fairy tale to end. Like she wanted it to continue to be a fairy tale. She felt if she left and her husband and her children's hearts were broken and it didn't
Almost
work
like a
out
fantasy.
between her and him, it would be ugly. It would turn ugly. She said
She
she
almost
wanted to remember the 3 days they had together as that fairy tale.
there you go. It was almost like a fantasy.
Yeah, like the most yeah, it never ended ugly.
She was drinking beer with him, going around, taking pictures. She was
Like she
enjoying
hadn't done in
herself.
years. Like she was young again and stuff. Remember she put her hand on the handle of the car, of the truck, like she thought about it for a couple of minutes. Remember?
Hmm.
I was like, and he was wearing like something that was hers in the picture of him, even when he was older.
Tonight, Bobo said, "You only live one time," and if you only live one time, I I can understand if people are married, uh, but I mean, if your marriage, what was going on was that she wasn't happy, even though she was married. She was lacking excitement, and when she met Clint, she was interested. Uh, she was just amazed at him, that how different he was, and so she actually almost like fell in love with him, where she just loved her husband.
Yeah, like she was content at home. It's like nice to not know, to be like flying from the seat of your pants and seeing everything from a rosy colored glasses. But she considered her children like they were like 13 and in the 4-H club. And, she would be leaving her children behind too. It was, thank you, Cheryl. I appreciate that. That's nice of you to say. And I believe that too. And yeah. Rourke wants to smash, but he is too far away to smash. You guys are funny as shit. Yeah, but I feel like, I don't know, like I had kind of something like that where I don't want to think of, I feel like if we would have stayed together, that maybe the way it ended, even though the way it ended was really like breaking heart, like my heart broke. But I feel like his did too. And this is going to sound evil, but you know how when people go, "Oh, I wish the best for them, though. I wasn't the
Hmm.
person for them, but I wish the best." Like, fuck that, right? I used to get like nightmares, thinking, oh my god, like, oh, what if he's like, happy to be married and this and that. And the thing is that it didn't turn out that way for him. I feel like he had an allergy to alcohol.
And
Hi, A.
you're talking right now about your daughter's father.
Nope. Mm-mm.
Oh,
I'm
what? Somebody,
talking. Yeah.
different guy, a different guy with a
Yeah,
broken nose.
I wasn't in love with my daughter's father. That was I was 28, and me and her father had been friends since we were 19. And you know when you start feeling like everybody's together, this and that, and this and that, and oh, we're in the same friends, same group of friends, and they have qualities, but you know what? It's settling, and you don't learn to love somebody like that. You have to have a passion, you know?
Love is work.
Mm-mm. Love shouldn't be such hard work. No. Mm-mm. Love is not supposed to be hard work. And it wasn't. I was content when I was with Jeremy, and I'm going to say his name, Jeremy. I was content. That was the last time in my life I was content. I haven't been content since then. And that was, let's see, 19 years ago. And you know something? I still feel like it's okay because you know how you say, what are you looking for? I'm looking to feel content, but not looking for it because it comes natural. I know that because I've had it. I remember coming home and like he'd be doing, he would do dishes. I have a thing about dishes. I caught myself one time doing dishes, so you know, whatever. But he would do dishes and he'd have like candles lit and Dave Matthews playing, and it had like a nice feel to coming home. I was content, you know, and he was um kind of equal height to me. Maybe he's just like equal height to me, which I like. And he would kiss me on the forehead, and I liked that. I don't know. He was fun. Like we got that silly string, you know that silly string in this aerosol can,
Mm-hmm.
and you know went out with my daughter Rachel. You know she was little. She was like little, and we sprayed it at each other and everything. And then this is he would bake with her, and then he had an allergy to alcohol, and people can do have that. I don't know if you know anybody who has that. They can have one beer and you can see that their eyes can't focus on something. Like there is a difference in their eyes. It's not a drunk look. It's a you could tell. And they just kept putting it off to AA or whatever they thought it was, but it wasn't. Have you ever listened to that song though?
The Blue October song.
Yeah. Okay, Cheryl. I miss you already. Yeah, the Blue October song. And then the beginning, his mother is like, hi, Justin, it's me, it's mom, blah, 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 blah. And that's how his mother was, because I was 11 years older than him. But I didn't look at, like, I was 30, when we met, I was 33 and he was 22. And I was like, oh, he's 22. So I walked away from him, but then he was like, I don't know, whatever. Tell me about your fucking love life, all right?
Um, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah,
A 6 year difference there, age difference. Uh,
6. It was 11.
oh, 11? You were 30 and he was 22?
I was 33 and he
Oh,
was 22.
33. Okay. Um, the the last experience I had, I was with her for like 24 hours a day for a week. Uh, Before that, we had kicked it on the phone. I knew her from probably the age of 13. We met each. I seen her at a store. She was buying something. I don't know what she was buying, but I was going in there to buy some wraps.
Did you
Kicked
love
it.
her?
It was only 7 days. Listen, it was I was played. So those feelings that I had were fake feelings.
Yeah, but I'm
Um,
asking about a comparison to like Bridges of Madison County, like something that is your fairy tale and didn't end badly. You know, something that you hold on to that now maybe you look for those feelings when you meet somebody because you know they can be achieved and that they exist.
thought that for a second, but the answer is no. I won't let. I love myself more.
Well, I know that you love yourself more, but I'm saying that it does exist that somebody can make your heart go somebody some.
Oh,
And
okay.
that's, yeah.
This person told me that they wanted to be with me, but at the same time that they were saying that, there was the phone was going off the hook, and I was like, so, if somebody want someone to come pick you up, have them come pick you up. Do you want me to drop you off somewhere? Let me drop you off. You know, I was like, I'm going to bed, and you know,
Right.
this
And that
ain't.
was a bad thing. Like yours was a bad thing, where mine was, if you ever listen to those words of that hate me, it's about, somebody having, I guess, the drugs or drinking issue or, because they go, I'm sober now for 3 whole months. One accomplishment that you helped me with. The one thing that always tore us apart is the one thing that I won't touch again. In a sick way, I want to thank you for holding my head up late at night. While I was busy waging wars on myself, you were trying to stop the fight. You never doubted my warped opinions of things like suicidal hate. You made me compliment myself when it was way too hard to take. So I drive so fucking far away. And that's what he did. He fucking, I don't want to talk about it.
Huh.
You talk.
Well, that's part of like what brings me into the community. Uh, Being single, not giving up on love, but also is it's a difficult. It becomes more difficult, I think, as you age to fall in love. I think sometimes it's called settling and not becoming comfortable with somebody else. Uh, where, like I said, for me, I can go through the rest of my life being alone. I have no
I think
problem with that.
I think at 28 I was like almost settling with my who eventually became my daughter's father because I was thinking, oh, because that was the age everybody was, and he was we were friends for a long time. And people would say, oh yeah, but you learn to love somebody for some reason. That was the thing. But, we split up and because he cheated, right? Which was fine by me because kind of not fine by me. It did hurt me because I wasn't expecting it. I was prepared to stay together. Uh, even if I thought we were friends enough that he wouldn't do that. That he would say he was unhappy. But it was, as it worked out, whatever it worked out. With the thing with Jeremy is when he left, right? He turned the clock. We had tried to split up because his mother would say he should go home. He was from Millinocket, Maine, right where Mount Katahdin is. I don't know if you ever heard of it.
No,
But
I've
anyway,
never been to Maine.
but he was,
I've heard of Augusta, Maine.
Maine is fucking long, big state. You know, I'm not big on it. Oh yeah, but I used to think, the way that he did it and the way that he left was so people would go, oh, well, he couldn't have loved you if he did that, if he did that, if he did that. And then I was talking to the UPS guy that used to deliver to the office like that. I was the only person in the office, so he would come in, sit down, have a Coke, because he had a little refrigerator, and shoot the shit. And I was telling him about it, and he said, "Wow, he must have really loved you." And I said, he was like the first person who'd ever said like that. Most people would say, "Oh, he must have loved you." And I said, "Oh, why did he say that?" He said, "Because he sure couldn't tell you goodbye." And I felt like, something that's more apt to be true because I feel like his mother made him go back there because he was young, blah blah blah, whatever. But that he didn't get better because they kept thinking it was, he was an alcoholic and it was like, no, he can't have one beer because he's allergic. So one beer will make him appear like he's drunk. He can't have one beer. I've only known him and one other person who was like that. But it exists, being allergic to alcohol. And he was in jail. And he ended up in jail, prison, like in prison. Not for killing anybody or anything, just in and out of jail. Like, I don't know. But I would never contact him because if I'm still thinking about him now, then I don't want to relive it. I'd rather just keep it a little fairy tale in my head. You know what I'm saying? There, I'm at the end. And what I said, I'm done. I'm done whining and being a little baby, crybaby. Right?
What would you do if he showed up on your doorstep?
He doesn't know where I live.
That's not the question.
He did one time, and he said, "That's here." This was, I don't know, back. He wrote to me one time back at the old place, and I told him I was getting married, but I lied. I wasn't getting married. I just said that because I knew how much it would break my heart.
Because love is a game, and you're playing a game, and you wanted to make him.
No, 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 because I
No.
wanted him to think this is over. And he never wrote back, you know? I'm saying, but even when he came, like he was in my driveway one night, this little car pulls up behind me, the little truck, and he said, "Oh, I'm not here to stay. I just needed to see how you were." And it broke my heart, I said, "You need to leave because that's fucking, just." And then when I said I was getting married, that seemed to work. Like he didn't try to come back, but it was never like that. It was like sporadic shit. But I looked him up, like now if you type in his name, you see his mother ruined him. Bye, coward, strike back. Oh, so sorry. See, people hate us because we're like talking like a fucking private phone call and shit. You see that? We should just be on the phone private because fucking more revealing all my shit.
Oh my goodness. Are they giving you shit because we're talking?
No, but I'm thinking I'm giving myself shit because I'm all
Oh,
like, wow, wow, wow. Like we're on a
am, I,
phone call, you know?
am I like wah wah wah?
No, I am.
No, you're not.
I am. I was fucking pissed today when it fucking takes uh 2 hours to drive somewhere that was 34 minutes away.
How'd your procedure go?
I didn't have it.
You didn't get the magnet put in?
So I said, I don't, I said, I'm concerned. Remember you, I think it was you or somebody said it is not out of, uh, it's understandable that I should have questions for my surgeon, right? Remember? And so I had questions. He was supposed to cough. Someone, he didn't cough. And I said, okay, well, I'm concerned that 7 days before my surgery, you guys want to put a magnet in, and I feel like that's going to be like poking the bear. Like they're what shooting this magnet pellet into the cancer, so he knows where it is. And what are they doing? Are they like, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I mean, right?
Not like a doctor, but I'm following along.
But
Yes.
no, not like a doctor. I don't want you to understand like a doctor. I want you to understand like just a person who has cancer. Like,
Right.
when you think like when cancer gets cut into, it seems like it gets air and it's like back again.
Right.
Here they want to shoot this fucking little BB into it, right? And then, so I said, I go, so will that be like poking the bear and maybe awaken the cancer cells and shit? And 7 days is going by, and I know they like, what is it, duplicate faster than normal cells or something. And she said, well, it shouldn't. I said, shouldn't? That's not good enough. And that's not the doctor, because he never called me back.
Mm. So I was raised by my grandmother, and back in like the '90s, she ended up catching breast cancer. Uh,
Yeah.
she caught the breast cancer. I think she had a mastectomy, where she had one of her breasts removed. But maybe like 2 years after that, the cancer came back. It spread from her breast down to her liver, and I think it went into her bone marrow. What ended up happening is she was going through chemotherapy, and she went through some of the treatments, and then the doctor was out of town, and she ended up passing away. She
Give it up for Mr. Rourke for the most inspiring story.
oh that
No,
oh,
listen, that is so fucked up. I'm saying, why the fuck? And I love that you're sharing it with me. I get it.
mhm.
But, and in my
Behind
mind, I'm like telling myself, okay, but that was 30 years ago. So I bet you they're more advanced in technology. I bet you they're more advanced in technology. But that is when I say I feel so angry that I have to be scared every day. That's what I mean, being scared of it coming back. And she had
uh,
the whole thing cut off, a mastectomy. My surgeon is like, oh, lumpectomy, and then and everybody's like, well, mastectomy. So maybe if you have a mastectomy, that gives you better odds. But you're saying she had a mastectomy, and that's what happened. And they said, oh, and they remove a lymph node or a few just to make sure it didn't spread to your lymph nodes. And I said, wait a minute, what the fuck does that mean? That it could have spread when I was on chemo, right? I
mhm.
mean, are you fucking kidding me right now? And then, so today, when I said, I don't want to sit 7 days and think, oh my God, cancer cells are rushing out of this thing because they poked a hole in it. And they said, totally understandable. And they scheduled me right before the surgery. So I didn't have to like stress. And I feel like Dorothy is mean to me. His surgical booking lady. Because the lady goes, just, don't call Dorothy. Like, don't let her know that I'm helping you out because probably Dorothy was all like, "Don't give her that appointment. Let her sweat it, little bitch."
Wow. I never really wanted to share that story with you, and it was because it's
Scary to me.
well, it's the reality of what life is. It's kind of that's why I rode my
Yeah, but it's
bike up to
30 years ago. So in
the.
my mind, I'm convincing myself I am hoping technology is better than that. But I'm thinking, like my friend the other day, I go, the fear, like it might come. And she goes, "Oh, it always comes back." And yeah, okay, maybe it does always come back. I get that. But I say that to myself all the time. And I'm so scared. And I know that just to hear inspiring stories is kind of okay, just tell her good things. But it kind of is logical, right? Like if you were, oh, well, I gotta get like a hip replacement, and I said, oh, my dad got a hip replacement, and it's like it didn't work, and he died a week later, right? You would go, I don't know, like that's so fucked up. You, it's reality, yes, but logically, is it the right thing to say?
Here. You're totally a different person. You have a different immune system. You're. Uh,
Yeah,
I
but
believe.
my fear is the same. Fear is the same.
Well, okay, I understand what you're saying. Um,
That's what angers me the most is the fear that I will have for the rest of my life. Like every time I'll be so scared.
how about looking for the positive and saying, well, I'm going to enjoy every minute, every second of life I have, and I'm going to
I
enjoy it
do that.
I'm not going to let things stress me out.
We all do that. We all do that. We all do that. But I'm so mad that I hit this like like bump in the road that like totally threw me for a loop. Like what? Like I wasn't sick. I was not a person who was sickly ever in my life. You know, I was energetic. I was out. I like things. Finally got like the car I wanted, the convertible. You know,
Hey, you want to
I
hear
fucking
something?
yeah.
Either
Go ahead.
either was my grandmother. She never did drugs. She
That's
probably
not
drank
what I'm saying. I didn't say I lived a
five
healthy
times a day.
life. I said I was energetic and just I got a convertible. Like I didn't think now I wouldn't want to use my top down because I don't even have any hair. I don't want my hat to roll off and shit. You know, I'm pathetic. No eyebrows, no eyelashes. This little fucking beanie on my fucking head, and I don't feel sick.
You need a hug.
No, I
You don't.
need to fucking be like I don't even get it. Like, what the, you know when? Okay, so when they were like giving out more for unemployment, right?
Right. Like they're getting out
I
600.
was like, this is too much. I said, I can't take this. So I'm gonna donate it. And I've never had money to donate. But if I had, I would put $5, or I would buy like hats or mittens for the fucking mitten tree at the library, or a book or something, Like that. But I said, I'm gonna donate. I'm gonna allocate this much to donate $50 each to each one of these four place donate, groups.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them was breast cancer, and then Eagle Vein, and then a Purple Martin, and then Orphan Wildlife Center. And if I can, like, within like in a month, like I have breast cancer. Like, and I saved it. I bought the car I wanted, like a convertible, and I haven't been able to enjoy that car since I bought it. You know, I'm. I was like, I remember I was standing on it, and I was like, oh my god, I can't even think. Like, I feel so happy. It was like a month before I feel so happy and blessed. I'm blessed.
Is your car a GTO or a G6?
It's a G6. Yeah, and I wouldn't take that. No. Hi, Cheryl. And I'm not feeling sorry for myself. Don't get me wrong. But sometimes I do feel, you've heard me when I get on here and I feel kind of depressed and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Can't deny that. I get pissed. Like, and nobody to pissed at. There's no one to be pissed at. But, whatever. It is what it is.
You need to hit a punching bag.
No. No, nothing. I need to just, have what's going to happen and do what's going to do. And just things are going to fall where they may. Whatever the fuck it is. But today, I was so mad at my friend because I said, "Oh well, here, I'm up, awake. It's out 10:30 in the morning. I said, let's go explore Deerfield. It's 34 minutes from my house, right? It's He went an hour and 45 minutes out of the way, like took 2 hours to get there for a ride that was 34 minutes. I was like, yeah, I don't know. I didn't bitch, but what killed me was why? Wait, I don't know. It was like, I didn't know. Like, he was driving that way. I thought he knew a shortcut. And the longer it went on and on and on. And then I saw this town entering Pelham. And I'm like, wait a minute. What the fuck? You know? That's 40 minutes from my house, Pelham. And from Pelham, it's another 40 minutes to Deerfield. That's 2 hours from somewhere which took 34 minutes to get there. Hi, Ace. If she's here, I don't know if she is. What is that? Is that a naked chest?
Where on my picture?
Yeah. Is that a
Yeah.
guy in front of him? Is that a gay scene?
What?
I can't see good. You have to remember that. What is it? I can't see shit.
It's 2 hunks of meat.
I don't know what that means.
Did you hear, Bubbles? It looks like it's 2 hunks of meat. Or is he on his? Is he showing his butt?
What is it? What is it?
It's an ab shot.
An ab shot. I don't see abs there.
You see the abs and the obliques. You see
No.
upper chest. It's from the right hand side.
But what's in the bottom? A guy kneeling in front of you?
No, I have Adidas track pants on. I think you can see my phone. There's no guy in front of me.
That's not what I see. I do not see that at all. I don't know if it's just me. I see. Is your head in the picture?
No, you can't see my head.
I don't fucking get it. Are you sitting cross-legged?
No, I'm not even sitting. I'm standing up.
See,
But
I don't see that.
but you can only see the picture is from the waist up. It's from the right hand side. On the left hand side is my back. On the right hand side is my stomach.
I don't get it.
with my left hand. I have my phone in my left hand. I'm in a mirror, and
Oh, that is not you. First of all, just simmer down on that.
huh?
That is not you.
I swear to you, that is me. And the pictures, oh, I swear to you. I mean,
You are the funniest Mr. Rourke I've ever seen.
damn it, I don't want to touch your damn leg. I give a shit if you got hair on your leg or not.
I don't have hairs on my leg.
You do?
No,
Oh, you don't? Oh, that's well. Then why were you mad? Why were you angry when I said I didn't have hair on my leg?
I wasn't angry. I was
You,
laughing.
you said it made you angry because Rochelle said something about
No, it
somebody
didn't make me
texting me.
angry. It made me laugh because I said I didn't want
Oh,
to make Rochelle angry because she said my sister had her head cut off. I don't know. Um, my brother got my sister-in-law had her head cut off. My brother got cancer and I had to take care of him. And then, like she had like a tragedy, And then you said, not even not even
oh,
a leg hair.
yeah, I remember that.
And I laughed, but I shouldn't have laughed because, that's pretty mean.
I don't think she probably would have thought you were laughing at her,
Then
so she
why'd you
probably
bring it up, fucker?
well,
Okay. I'm only kidding. And then, like, the other day, Ace and Prudently were talking, and Prudently said, "Oh, I've lost people too, Ace. I'm really sorry to hear about your sister. I give you my condolences." She said, nice thing. But prior to that, Secular had said, and I like to cuddle and spoon. And then, Prudently said that to Ace. And then Secular said, and sometimes dry hump ya.
um,
Dry hump ya. He
you
sure
said
said it's Secular half
prudently.
naked.
I don't
Apparently,
remember prudently Mason in that conversation
what conversation?
with secular saying he dry humps.
He didn't say he was going to dry hump her.
Oh,
I don't know who he was talking to. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a picture of your avatar, okay? Are
yeah,
you there?
yeah. You're taking a picture of the avatar.
Okay, hold on. Take a picture of your avatar, then I have to blow it up.
Okay.
I've been talking about it all night. His avatar?
Did you see my headshot?
God, what's in it? What's
Did you
in
see?
it? I'm sorry, what's in it? What's
Did you
in
see
it?
what the headshot when I was in Paris?
Here, come on now. Stop it. Who do you think you are? Shocked?
I'm the biggest liar on YouTube. I'm the biggest
I didn't say
catfish known.
liar. I did not say liar. I never said liar. You just called yourself that. I didn't.
Well, I'm not, and
I think you were.
I was in Paris. I have pictures.
Yeah, a different one in the chat. Turn your YouTube down, Mr. Wonderful.
What I'll do is I'll back up from the microphone. Do I sound better now?
How about how I sound?
You sound fine.
No, I don't. I have an echo. What was that sound?
That was my battery.
Sound like a vibrator.
How do you know what vibrators sound like?
Because I heard you. I took like a screenshot. Now I have to look at you. Let me see. Let me see what that is. Okay. So what you have here is some weird shit going on.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, because it's you and you're leaning against something, right? And you can see your ribs, kind of.
Obliques.
And
Do you realize that J.C. Bear was actually 100% accurate? I think he said I had a 19 and a half inch neck, which is really close. Are you there? Did I lose you?
no, you shouldn't have. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can hear you now.
Oh, is
Okay,
that
so I feel like, oh, wait, no. Okay,
is that the,
he
is
has
that the
one on
sexy
the
voice?
panel and another one in the chat.
Who's in the chat?
Cheryl, and she said that you have a different avatar in the chat.
In the chat, I have a headshot.
Yeah, I heard you were giving head, right?
Uh,
Ah!
that's funny.
I don't see it. I can't scroll up that high.
I got brown hair,
I know
brown
you
eye.
have brown hair. Of course you do. And you're giving thumbs up because you mean Tracy is A-OK.
A-OK.
Yeah, she's a I by me.
All right,
I,
pardon me.
I like that. That's
I
yeah,
trade
that's street dog.
trade dog.
Street dog. T-Rex.
Trade dog.
A T-Rex.
Respect her crippin'.
Respect my little arm.
Respect your crippin'.
Don't say that shit, because, last time, Bobbles, I don't know Bobbles, what's his name, the freak, you know who I mean, said, oh, the Crips and the Bloods are going to come here and get me, and I'm like, yeah, remember?
I'm not no, because I didn't pay attention to it. It was jibber jab, man. He never made a point. He would get off and he would try to make himself sound intelligent, which I'm not saying that he wasn't intelligent, but he would get off, he
He
start
wasn't
lying,
intelligent.
and he just get carried away. Maybe he was trying to impress somebody. I don't know.
I don't know either. Maybe the aliens came and took him.
No, it was the Russians.
Oh, either or, it's fine. Signed by me. So, is Bobbles live stream still going?
I doubt that.
Did it end before you got here?
No, it was still going when I got here. Secular had got off. Trace or Rochelle was still on there. JC Bear, I think it may have been still on there, but if he was on there, he wasn't really talking.
No, he wasn't tonight. Mm-mm. No, he wasn't. It's, sometimes you gotta say, hey, simmer down to people.
He
And
didn't.
JC is a nice talker, I think both JC and Bobbles will probably have their own radio show or something. They're good together.
They complement the. They
Each
have they have a
other, but they don't
they have
need
a,
other people on the panel, really.
they do a little bit. They need a guest because then it would become. They need to mix in. They need to rotate the guests. They need to.
Well, okay, let's put it this way. I was in the chat for a 16th of a second And I was like, okay, hello, because I want to. Because usually, like, if people come in my room, I'll try to go, even though if somebody's talking, then I'll try to go. I hate to interrupt you, but hello, Mr. Rourke. Just to
Mm-hmm.
let people know.
Or you're
And
like go back to the chat and you're talking to the chatters as well. I know.
I try to, even if it might seem like maybe I might have to cut somebody off that's talking a lot, I still do it because at the risk of sounding rude, I don't want to be rude as well. You know, and I felt like as soon as like I started to talk, I was like told, not by the person whose channel it was, Tracy, can I talk? Can I talk? And I was like, well, I mean, I just got here, kind of thing. Like, hey, hello, welcome. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And if you're gonna like use a story that you heard from me, like about the black naked guy, have your details correct. Don't quote me, talk over me to where I'm like, ah, you know, and then both of you, not you, but not like kind of absorb, but not absorb. And I didn't like, I felt muzzled.
When that happens to me, I always say, "What was I talking about?" And then the person says, "I don't know." And then when they say that, I realize they weren't paying attention to me. And if someone's not going to pay attention to me, why should I? It's not really worth letting it out. Don't waste my time. I mean, I can suck it
I
up
get what
and
you're saying, right? And you ever hear the story about the starfish?
yeah. Go ahead.
No, you heard that story already?
No, I haven't.
Well, there's all these starfish all along the beach because it's low tide. And as soon as like they're exposed to the air for like a couple of seconds, it's kind of too late for them. But it's they're a little girl and she's running along this beach and throwing the starfish in as much as she can into the water. And this guy says, "Why are you even doing that? There's thousands here." He goes, "It only takes a few seconds for them to die. You'll be lucky if you can save just one." And she said, "Yeah, but if I can save just one, you know?" So if everybody thinks the way you do, like, well, then you realize nobody cares, so you just stop talking. Then everybody stops talking, and when we become silent is when we die, because then you're just, whatever, you're old mat, you're like a carpet, whatever. You mean nothing,
Uh,
you see nothing.
I seen tonight Terry had made the comment.
Right
Thanks for
there. Yep.
thanks for debating it out. Somebody had stood around. I think it was a Blavi, and she kept on talking to him about her feelings of what was said. And he goes, you could have went ahead and not even got in the conversation and you said this isn't for you, and clicked off. Um, it's hard though when you're talking with so many people. They can't get a word in edgewise. You want to respect everyone's opinions. People are really
Right. No,
opinionated.
let me ask you a question. The qualified immunity doctrine. Do you know what it is?
It's where they don't have to worry about whatever they do to you. They don't have to worry about being sued. They don't have to worry about going to jail on trial.
But did you read it?
Not yet. I haven't.
Right. So, in that same sense, right, it's the same thing as them. And all I'm saying is, like, like only 3 pages, if that, right? But it doesn't take longer than going past the first paragraph to where you're like, what? And you want to read more, but you're kind of like, what the fuck? Um, and that's what I'm saying. So, if you put it off and they put it off and you all put it off for your own separate reasons, then everybody puts it off. And in all these protests and all these things, nobody has, they're all saying racial. It's like they don't want to see, not you guys, but I'm saying people don't want to see the qualified immunity doctrine. And it's quite unfortunate because I can't tell you how, if anybody, if people were to chant, repeal the qualified immunity doctrine, it would
Uh,
literally take them by surprise and they would then know they were being heard.
if the tables were turned and somebody was driving around town like a NASCAR driver in their car and they were squealing their tires, they got stopped by the cops. The cops gave them a hard time. Maybe the driver gets out of the car and starts, saying, "Hey, blah 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 blah." The cop could get mad. You don't know what could happen. Something could happen. They get the taser out, tase the driver. Would that person feel the same way as that they felt as that they were voicing themselves tonight? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know.
It's the thing of, where they, I can't, I get it that, okay, oh, 27 million, wow, that's like a lot of money, right? And, but if, see, they're at that point where, okay, they might get the justice that they want, like this guy could get charged criminally, which is a different, that doesn't happen all the time. But there's other cases where, $10 million, or like that kid that was unarmed, the black kid, naked, his family got 3.25 million. I mean, but the guy didn't get charged, right? I'm just saying, how much does a life cost?
How much is your life worth?
Yeah, like if it was me and something, okay, for instance, Michael Jackson, those families that settled out of court, as long, I don't think Michael Jackson did that shit. But what I'm saying is, so basically, it should be a crime that as long as he settles out of court for a monetary amount, he doesn't have to face criminal charges. That means that would mean a pedophile with enough money could be out on the street as long as that family says, yeah, all right, it was worth 10 million for you to diddle my kid.
Uh, there's rumors that was kind of the rumor that would have happened. Is that young boy was his mom knew what was going on, and that's when he got sued. Michael was kind of like, nothing happened, but you're suing me anyways. But okay, so same thing. Michael Jackson is responsible for Michael Jackson. George Floyd was responsible for George Floyd. Mr. Rourke's responsible for Mr. Rourke. I don't go counterfeiting, and I don't hang out with children. I know better when it comes to kids that you don't bring them on YouTube. You don't mess around with. Matter of fact, the subjects that some people bring their children involved to on some of these this community and some of these channels.
What you're saying, right? So everything that you're saying, but remember that if he doesn't get charged, they will riot. Correct?
So if who doesn't get charged?
Yeah,
The police
right.
officer.
Yeah. If he
Okay,
doesn't
I
get
wasn't.
charged, they will riot.
Wait, I wasn't talking about that case. I was talking about kids. I was talking
You
about
said
how
George Floyd, right? You said
I said George Floyd was responsible for George Floyd's actions.
right,
I
but what I'm saying is, if those, you know how I'm saying? Like, okay, OJ, people lying in the street. If he'd have
right?
gotten found guilty, they'd have been lying in the streets and tipping people's cars over and this and that. They were already taking an intimidating stance, right?
Uh,
Look how many of us there are. If you say he's guilty, you know, we're poised and at the ready, right? So they didn't come in
I'm,
aggressive. They don't look
I never,
aggressive, but they're
Mr.
in a
Rourke Mr. Rourke has never taken part in anything like that.
no, not
So,
you. I'm not you. I don't mean you when I say you. I mean like, like
well,
general.
I know who you're saying, and you're saying that it's wrong for yes, it's wrong to go out and demolish property.
No, but I'm saying if you're not coming in looking like you're there to demolish property, like you're just there to hear the verdict, but you're already in now. So now you're in a stance where either way it goes, if it's good, then the property doesn't get demolished. But if it's bad and doesn't go that way, we're right here in the parking lot outside waiting. We can start smashing windows. We can start doing this. You know what I'm saying?
What's going to happen there is the same thing that happened is a repeat. People are going to get shot. They're going to. That's not
Right,
something that
right.
if people are really smart that they should really get involved in. But I mean, everyone makes this. That's the thing with freedom is that everyone can do what they want. Somebody's told, hey, there's freedom out there, and they fill that
Right, but it's a
messy
repeat,
word.
right? So what they should do is automatically put a defense in effect so that, okay, so if you people get out of hand, if it doesn't go your way, expect to be, restrained, reprimanded, arrested, and that is that. If you're not here to peacefully protest or not protest, peacefully say good, because I don't know when and I'm not trying to be funny here, but I don't know if there's ever, I mean, I get it, okay, there's been every color who's done things that are, whatever, but like a case where we said, and maybe there has been cases where we should have been that brave to stand the ground, but just to use the term black and white, I don't know if we don't care about stuff as much, if we're not as united, if we don't feel that, I don't know what it is, but why are we standing idly by when we know that we're not the ones who held them in slavery, when we know damn well that we might have to pay reparations if they yell and scream and smash things loud enough.
It's it's beyond that conversation is beyond me. Uh, like when somebody says that's beyond my pay level, um, I don't have the answers to that. Uh, all I can say is I wish that people would get along and be united. The thing, what I see is it's a dream. People are warlike. People are confrontational. This is what they are. Try to get along with them the best. Do your best. Enjoy your life as much as you can.
What killed me is like I tried to like even when I do agree with that girl Ablavi or whatever when she was saying there's been no change, there's no change, right? And I said I agree, but there was no floor for or interest. I was like, well, why? Okay, yeah, give it. And I'm sorry, it wasn't Bobbles, it wasn't Ablavi, it was nobody but somebody saying, but Tracy, let me talk, and that pissed me off, and I like that person.
Um, okay, and maybe in her defense, something's going on, and she's this is the way she's expressing. This is the way she's working through whatever's going. I don't know. Um,
I'm just
The way,
saying. I like, when you like somebody
yeah,
and
you like her. You've got along with her. You've known her for a while. I heard. Um, and what happened tonight? See, that's the
even
thing.
on this channel, I had to say one time, can you not like laugh and act like I don't know anything? I just kind of just hang back sometimes and just let people talk unless they say something like, well, those experiments in the concentration camps, if you look at it on the flip side, it really was to the good of mankind. Some of them were for nothing. They were just maybe
No,
tying a woman's legs together when she was giving birth.
that was wrong. It should never happen. People let that happen. They should never allow stuff like that to happen again. And it's happening again. It's
Yes, it
happening
is.
to the Uyghurs right now.
Maybe the Ukraine. Oh, the Ukraine.
No, the Uyghurs over in China. They're
What's the
Chinese.
Uyghurs?
They're Chinese Muslims.
And they're like bothering them because of their religious beliefs.
Correct. The Communist Party is going ahead and uh, they're castrating them. They're
It's
doing
happening
all.
in the fucking what is it? The Democratic Republic of Congo. Everywhere, people are
Uh,
being killed, and nobody cares.
you mentioned fear. Would you rather be loved or feared? Ask a tyrant. He would rather be feared. Look at all the
Yeah,
tyrants that are running the
exactly.
world.
Unless he wants votes, then he'd rather be loved and just be a tyrant and like a wolf in sheep's clothing.
I, they don't need votes no more. Like they've got the leader like Xi. He's the president of China for life. I think Putin became the president of Russia for life the same way, or he's working out a deal. Uh, what happens is that have you ever seen Putin's mansion that he has off the? I think it's the Black Sea. It's a city. It's
Yeah.
so
It's just the
huge.
point of the matter is they're yelling about Democrat and Republican. And it's like they don't understand that, well, I would consider myself a Democrat, but I have the same opinions sometimes in some, certain situations as they do. So
Uh,
it's not about
how about,
Democrat and Republican. And in
no,
united we stand, divided we fall.
in this country we have a problem. It's called uh,
Division.
no. It's well, there's lots of problems. But what I was getting to was the politicians that are career politicians. I believe that a lot of these people that are 80 years old, maybe it's time to retire and go become a grandma or a grandpa.
You know what? You're quoting something that was said tonight. Listen to me. Let me ask you a question. If you had a surgeon, would you want one who, was a career surgeon and that was what they chose for their career? And, they actually were satisfied by, being a surgeon? Or would you want somebody who their career was a fireman and then they're going to be a surgeon to you? Like, you want somebody who chose that for their career. It shows a love of it. And so nobody's 80 years old. Like, who could you name me a politician that's 80 years old? Like, if you're going to bring that up and you're going to say it, can you give me an example of the 80-year-old politician that you think should hang his hat up?
Is Mitch McConnell 80 years old?
Who?
Mitch McConnell?
All right, so tell me about him. I don't. Isn't he like some kind of a pervert or something? I don't even know. Can you tell me about him? Because I don't know.
Well, he's the senator of Kentucky. He's uh, basically when Trump was the president, Mitch McConnell was basically, since he was the leader of the Senate, he was pretty much the one calling all the shots, even though that Trump is the main man. Um, then you got okay. What I'm saying is it's a swamp. So then you got Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer is a little. It's time for him to retire. You got Nancy
Let
Pelosi.
me
It's
just
time
ask
for.
you the question. When have you ever, and that it may be that way, written, whatever, acceptable, but when have you ever heard of the commander in chief taking orders from a senator? They might have to
Well,
take a vote, the Senate, take a vote, but who really has the power of like line item veto?
to do the veto, the president has the power to veto.
Right. They're the commander in chief. They're actually like they could be even in for 3 terms if, there's war going on and shit like that because they're the
Under
commander in chief. They're the ones who can call the military. They're the ones who are the person that the country depends on. And to make the right decisions, they don't get to sit back and say, eh, eh, that senator runs that particular, or that guy runs Portland, and yeah, you cops can leave. You don't gotta do your job. You're being stormed. I mean, simmer down with that. There's 4% black people in Oregon. Why the fuck would they race to Oregon to protest? Why the hell? Like, where were they staying? Yeah. Okay, after, they started to do their little, what they showed us during the day, but I mean, I find it really fucking hard to believe that Portland, Oregon couldn't say, get the fuck out of here, motherfuckers. Who the fuck do you think you are spray painting our street, smashing windows? Oh, but it was real easy because the cops left. And they blame it on no, she's only as good as the person who is really the one who caused the shots. That's so fucked up to be like, oh, but she doesn't want to do it, so I'm not gonna do it. She's the one who caused the shot. Well, so that means we have no protection. There's nobody who makes the bottom line decision. That's ridiculous. Who believes that? That
just
was the
looking at.
reason why they put a president in place because each state was making its own rules and doing its own thing. And they said, look, we can't have that. We got to have a president of, you know, the whole place as a whole. You can't have the president each state having your own president, yeah, making your own rules. And George Washington didn't even want to be, but they were like, come on.
He
And
served four
so,
terms.
yeah,
He served 4 terms.
right. But he didn't want to be president. But the reason why they had to put him in is because each state was making its own rules.
Well, they needed a leader in
Right,
order
exactly.
to find an identity after they've defeated England.
Right. But what I'm saying is then after that, and when everybody went home, there was like they thought they were gonna go with each state to do its own thing, but it didn't
There's
work
only
out that. Yeah.
there's only 13 states in the beginning.
Right, exactly. It didn't matter how many states. I'm just saying from that time, even with just 13, it was an issue. So it's certainly not that way now with 50. So uh, it ended back then. So when Trump says, well, that state says that I can't do it, so they have more power than me, I want you to look back through your life and ask yourself, when have you ever heard a president ever say that?
That the states has more power than the president.
And just sit back and let fucking like hooligans destroy a fucking city and call it Chaz Chop. That was unprecedented. That was showed us that we are not safe. As far as I'm
Um,
concerned, they should have just said, fuck you, get home, go to your work. How are you able to spend this much time here if you've got a job and are a protective citizen?
I tell you, at the Capitol, it sure worked because they had what, 500,000 people at the Capitol, and in 2 hours they were gone. They
Yeah,
could have took over. They could have took over the country. All they had to do was kidnap the senators. Uh, they could have. They could have probably changed the country. And
500,000.
wasn't there like 500,000 people there and on the 6th?
I mean, I don't. There could have been because I know there was. I'm sorry. I did hear him saying, "You people will be at the Capitol building to do this," and people would go, "He didn't incite that." I mean, I feel like he did, but I also feel like, what the fuck, man? Why would they even do that? Be like standing on desks and this and that? Like that's just such a disregard of respect. Like even the whole tearing down statues or not realizing that okay, Confederate flag, they might seem, racist and all that stuff, but sometimes they actually represent, the Union Army, right? Capturing the flag. Am I boring you?
No, I'm listening.
Yeah, but they don't even like think about it. There was people who gave their life, like just carrying the flag, and then it got captured, and that was, indicative that that battle was won, And they're like, destroy them all, but what they represent in whatever case it is. I mean, yeah, if some guy's flying the Confederate flag with a noose that's going, hang them all, and swastikas, quite evident. But that's not how it goes. They want to rip down statues. They want to fucking burn, rip down this, rip down that. But when a guy flying a swastika flag shoots a woman in the back because she was removing it off his lawn, because, what the fuck, and he shoots her in the back, everybody rallies behind him because she was trespassing, and it's his, you know, right. It's his right to fly whatever flag he wants.
I think people know right from wrong. And
Exactly.
if do you know what your soul is?
My soul, yeah, it's electrical energy.
I believe your soul is all the bad shit that you do to survive on this planet while you're here, and that's why they put the scale out. And, some people don't do bad shit. Some people do bad shit. They treat other people. They uh, take advantage of people. Um, Now, with that being said, everyone's accountable for their own actions. So some people, the experiment, like it's different characters, new people. But what do they have in common? Some of them are at their best. Some of them are at their worst. I'm seeing a lot of people at their worst. I don't want to see people at their worst.
Absolutely. Absolutely. People are at their worst. They are. And I feel like, okay, say chosen one, okay? He
Uh,
may think in his head, he's doing good things, whatever.
People
But
at their worst,
but
right there.
no, he may think he's doing good things, and maybe he is, right? But then they say to him, "But hey, do you remember like this girl that was in your live stream, and you guys were all telling her, we'll be your support group. We know that you don't have family to go through this with. And you knew she was going to get her results of, like, if it was stage one, stage two cancer, and you guys dropped her like a hot iron. We don't want to have no prayer group here. That's what he said. I didn't want a prayer group. But you know how people give praying hands, wishes for you, positive wishes, and they put the praying hand emojis.
Right.
Yeah. And they started talking about all the people they knew that died of cancer. And I think so maybe people don't know, like maybe their smallest action might account for like a really huge thing when they're talking to you about your judgment day. Something that they think is nothing is really a lot. And he might be like, yeah, but look at the, prostitutes I helped. And they might be like, yeah, but really, how did you really help them? Like, what did you really do?
Would you still want to be involved in that community after everything you've seen?
No, I wouldn't. But I'm talking about how people are judged and they might think the smallest thing is nothing, but it might be huge. So you should just think about people's feelings and how you would feel if it was done to you. And not you. When I say you, I don't mean you. You know what I mean?
Right. I know what you're saying, and that could happen to anybody. And it's the way you treat people.
Right.
It's it's almost like if you are running a taco business, and we sell tacos. What happens is that people are going to come. We're not going to we're going to sell our tacos. We're not going to get involved in what's going on. Blah blah blah. And then what happens is that maybe later on there's a taco war, and there's another taco place that's selling tacos. Well, instead of worrying about they're selling their tacos, keep worrying about the quality of our tacos and what we're doing, and make sure that works. Because if we start worrying about what somebody else does, that's taking a lot of energy away from what we're doing.
Yeah, but if
And
you turn your people shouldn't be excused for bad behavior. I don't think.
well, you didn't want to be around those people anyways because you found
Yeah,
out
but I'm
what
not
they're
talking
like.
about them per se. I mean, something like that doesn't really
Birds
bother.
of birds of a feather flock together. If they got the
Yeah, I
same
get
energy,
that.
you know,
I get that.
why are all those women interested in um, the Detroit prostitutes? Well, what I'm going to tell you is I don't think I've ever heard Terry say this, but it's not in my area. We don't take our money and go down to Detroit and start donating money. If I were to do that, you know what they would say? What the fuck is the matter with you? Matter of fact, if you're going to start giving away, give me some. Give me all of it. No, we nobody does that. So whoever he's got given with the deep pockets, given the money, uh, it must be nice. But I, I don't want to be involved. I don't want you to buy me for $10. I don't want you to buy me for my winter wardrobe. I don't want you to buy me for some food products.
Yeah, but
And
me,
guess what?
it's about Tom. I'm not talking about Tom really. I'm
Mm-hmm.
more pissed off about fucking that Munchausen syndrome shit.
Um, I see. I haven't been around to know about Munchausen. For
And
all
I
I know
meant to
about
tell you about it because I saw like that. And you know me, I try to not say names for this or that. But the thing was one time I saw like you were in a live stream and you said, "What about Survivor Girls channel? She's nice." Like you said something nice. And nobody like responded to you about it, but they did start saying this they were like Jules with Kiss Kiss Kiss, remember?
Jules?
People were like, you were in a live stream. It wasn't you. It was like you had mentioned me, and then suddenly, you know who I'm talking about, right? Because I try not to say a name, but I just want to say it like that. Each for you to know who I'm talking about, right? People were like
Um,
swarming her with love. And remember, you said, "Oh, I heard she's sweet." Like you had said that, and I said, "Well, nobody said really, but
oh, I said I was in a chat and I had met somebody from her chat and that they said that she was a sweetie. And I said, I don't know. I've never gone to her channel. And they
right,
said,
you
come
didn't
on
know."
by her
Yeah,
channel. Yeah.
she's the one who said I had Munchausen's, right?
Oh, okay. I don't know nothing about her. I've never gone there.
No, no,
I've
I'm not saying that you did, but I think you don't know. I think you don't know that.
I no, I don't know that. What I'll say is they do go. I like the way the guy kicks it. I like
Nitty, right? Yeah, I like
I
Nitty
think it's
too,
funny.
and I feel like she. I don't know. They were like, you mentioned me, nobody responded to you, and then next thing she was there, and everybody was like, "Oh, Jules, Jules, Jules." You remember?
I think so.
And you were none the wiser. I'm not blaming you. You didn't do anything. Nothing wrong happened. Nothing bad happened, even. You know what I'm saying? You just, you just were, but not, you guys were just fine. But I'm saying, I watched, like, nobody respond to you when you mentioned Survivor Girl, right? As a friend, you were saying it, like, something
Mhm.
nice. And, like, then it was, and I think to myself, oh, man, it pisses me off because they were, it doesn't piss me off. It kind of hurt me.
Oh, they were part of they were part of the chosen one crew
Mm, mm,
because
not so much that, but
oh they're not part of the chosen one.
not anymore. Like, I don't think like Lisa Pina can go there anymore, and she's the one who goes by FDS now.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, and Diana Santos, Diana Ostertag. I've known those people for over a year, probably. I've talked on the phone with
Hey
Diana.
Tracy, um, it's for me. It's so dramatic, and I mean, there's a difference for me is where like
Well, you
with
think
the
it's drama. For me, it's curiosity. What did somebody who was only on YouTube for a month do?
why did they do that to you? I have no idea why they
No,
did
not
that.
why did they do that to me. I'm not asking you. I'm saying like something that makes me sometimes go back and revisit it. Like I move away from it, but it's curiosity of what could make people who have known somebody for over a year be swayed so easily. What is possibly somebody could say? I'm not asking you, but it's almost a psychological curiosity of it.
If it bothered you, ask yourself how thick is your skin, and if you can say to
It's not
yourself,
that thing that bothers me. I'm the type of person who's inquisitive, like to where it's odd. Odd behavior. It's odd behavior.
hey, why are all these women interested? Are they thinking, hey, what would it be like if I was out there working the street? What would my life be like? I mean, what brings all these women interested into this? I don't understand that part.
Well, I think that sometimes it's men are some men are abusive, and if they have a drug problem, what if a woman won't? She would turn tricks, right? Wouldn't put it past her. She would turn tricks. What about the guy? oh, he would make his girl turn tricks or turn out a woman to support his drug habit, wouldn't put it past him. Why don't guys think that? I mean, people think that. Like, so what you just said, if there's what would make a woman do that? Well, if there's a guy there that, you know how you brought up that woman that you said was picking her face, and then there's been times when women with bruised faces in there. I feel like they're somebody's saying, give me your money, and beating them.
Okay, when I seen that woman picking her face, I said to myself, "This is somebody that's down and out, and I don't want to see that. That's not
I don't think
something I
she
want
picked
to."
her face like that. I think
Oh,
somebody's cigarette burned her.
oh no, nobody could hold you down and put that many. No.
Look at them. Look at them. They
Hey,
don't look like picking face things.
I've seen a condition, and there was a guy. His name's Kelvin Murray, I believe, and he used to work for the Metro Times. And he said that this condition is caused from the charbroil, and it gives the addict effect of a bob. Oh, it's like leaning forward, moving backward. It's a bobble, and I seen somebody doing it today on their. What was happening was is that this person was being interviewed by somebody on their last day, and the person that was being interviewed was going back and forth, and I, I
On the
believe
last
that
day of what?
on the last day before they go to a rehab.
Oh, so Sharon's going to rehab?
I heard she did go to rehab, but before she went to rehab, she interviewed Marguerite, and she interviewed a girl named Sunshine. The girl named Sunshine introduced me to something new. I've heard of streetwalkers, but I've never heard of an alley walker. Now I seen an alley walker. Sunshine had no shoes. She said her dad killed her mom and her brother. She had been out there. She had like two teeth, and they were the first front teeth on the bottom, and that was it. Uh, she was leaning up against a fence, did the interview. Some guy walked by, and she goes, "Hey, for $10, do you want a blah blah blah?" Um, it was. I said to myself, "Who wants to bring this to reality?" And I was like, "So when after she gets through what she's got to go through, and what
Yeah.
I'll say about her is that she's in a different position. I would say she's trying to improve herself.
I
Yeah,
like
she's
Sharon. I'm not gonna lie. I like Sharon. And I watched
she,
her video with the interview with Maddie and Jera, and I thought that her questions that she asked were pretty good.
she's trying to become a better Sharon. Now, what remember I said, but where's the show going? I think I know. When she gets out, I think she's going to be like, Rich, I'll go with you to Minnesota. I don't want to stick around this here because everyone here I know here is in drugs. Take me with you to Minnesota. I
Food
think
in
when they,
Minnesota.
her boyfriend, well, I don't know if he's a boyfriend, but he's her companion, Rich, the guy with the beard.
Yeah.
He
Isn't
he,
he
he
on shit though? Is he partier too or no?
is he what?
Is he a partier?
He said that he had a little bit of a crack addiction. He looks pretty skinny. He looks skinnier than Gerald.
I mean, I feel like Sharon is a strong enough lady that if she got out of there and, you know, I think she has the potential to be, she's already in there. She's been in that, so they trust her. You know what I'm saying?
The only thing to my idea of her going to Minnesota is her mother. Her mother's in the home.
Well, she could go to Minnesota and do it too. I feel like, though, the questions that she asked were very good questions, and they were that person based kind of, So, and she's you know, she can relate to them, and I've seen her clean,
Oh, okay,
not
but
in real life, but she was clean before, and I think she could be clean again.
it's the older you get, Tracy, the harder it is to get clean. The the other thing you got to think about, the higher your tolerance got. When all these people are given the money for these people to go ahead and to live their lifestyle, cop and dope, what happens is it enables that addiction, the tolerance to go higher, which then when you're going to quit, you have to go 5 days. I think it's called a Vivitrol shot, and you get it like once a month, and you have to go 5 days before you can get that shot. Then what happens is that shot makes it so you can't get high, and then they give you Suboxone or
What are you
uh,
saying? Is her boyfriend going to Minnesota, or is he from there?
he's from he listen to this. He came from Minnesota to pick up the cat and all her shit, go back to Minnesota, take care of the cat for a month. He's gonna do her lives. He's gonna do like a live or two a week to keep the channel, looking like it's going. And but what I was saying about him is that uh, he's okay. He's a nice guy, and we all know what happens to nice guys. But
Okay,
what I'll
yeah.
say, but what I'll
I'm
say
just
about him
asking, is her mother from Minnesota? Is she from Minnesota too?
no, her mother. I think her mother's from Detroit, and her mother's here in Detroit.
I thought you said that's why she would go to Minnesota to see her mother.
No, that's the only reason she wouldn't go is because her mother is here, and I don't think her mother is very. I think her mom's kind of ill. I think something
So did
happened to
her
her mom.
mom is her mom, does she have, addiction issues too? And is
I
Detroit
thought
a place you wouldn't want your kid to have to go to school?
I thought she said her mom fell and hit her head, and she's in some
Oh
home
yes.
where.
Yes, exactly. And that's why she gets straight, so she can be there for her mom.
Follow along the story, Tracy.
Huh?
Follow the story.
No, what
No,
I'm asking is some of the, okay, is Detroit a place you would? I'm not talking about Sharon's mom now. I'm just asking in general.
it's
Is
go ahead. What?
Detroit a place where you would want your kids to have to go to school?
Hell
Now,
no. No, hell no. Detroit. Do you know? Let me just go ahead and I won't mention names, but it's a place. Bed bugs,
no,
roaches,
no, I didn't ask you
rats.
that. I said the school system. If you were going to be raising a child in the school system now, or 10 years ago,
Most
or 20
most of
years
the schools, most of the schools down there are shutting down, and you have to bus your kids out of the city to a different school.
ago, right? So that means the neighborhood's not safe either. So they can't just go out for a walk, right? Your kid, because it's not a safe neighborhood, correct?
If you want to, it depends on if you want your kid to come back or not, and that's the
Right. So
problem.
that's where my I'm not a bleeding heart liberal, so I might vote Democrat, right? But some people think, oh, that means you're a bleeding heart liberal. I'm not, because I feel like if you are going to have a child, expect to work and pay child support and take them to court for child support, right? You know, it could be done. I know each state has its own different rules, and that's why sometimes I'll ask, well, what are the laws in there? Because I know there are different laws all around. Um, but I know it can be done because I raised a kid, and I certainly didn't go out and have more because I was raising one and I was single. So hey, that's tough enough. I'm not going to go have more.
I think I commend you on only bringing one. I heard you say you wanted to have more than one child, but I think just bringing in one child is all you really need. I think
Yeah,
this
but
is a
logically, you can't afford. Hey, Miss Fashion, how you doing?
Miss Passion. Hang on, let me look at this. Where is she?
In the chat room. I'm gonna
Oh,
drop the link in case she wants
I
to
can't
come in.
I can't see the chat room.
She just said hello, and then now I'm gonna drop the link and see if she wants to come up and talk with us. Just saying, it can be done. Like people can control how many kids they can afford. Oh my god, he's barking like a chicken. You're so funny. He's challenging you, Miss Passion.
Respect my crippin'.
Or you be tripping.
We're gonna do the damn thing.
We're gonna be flipping.
Are you Gucci?
She said I can't. I'll wake up Byron.
Oh.
Fuck.
Hey, ask her if she showed up to Detroit on Sunday to the Coney, or
She can hear you. You ask her.
I already know she didn't.
To the Coney? What's the Coney?
We had a fight planned out. You didn't see that? She made a video of a fight.
I didn't see it. I am addicted to live stream.
Hey, of all the people that she wanted to fight on her channel, look at my picture. Why does she want to fight me?
Because, I don't know, you're so damn,
Yeah.
punchable.
Oh, yeah.
I don't really know why. She said she was scared. She didn't show up because she was scared. That's what she said. See? Oh, you can't see your live stream, huh?
Oh, I see. I was scared.
Yeah.
I hope that's she's been cloned a few times, so I hope that's really her.
She's wrenched. Does she have a wrench?
I
can't
don't.
see. I can't tell. I made her wrenched, but I can't tell if she has it.
I don't see a wrench on this one, but that's probably her.
I hope so.
Hey, if it is her clone, he's probably, or whoever the clone is probably a chicken like her too, though.
Poor chickens. They taste so good. I can't help it. See, she said she's wrenched.
Oh, okay.
And you're wrenched too. You guys can hit each other with your wrenches. Or that she's dancing.
She's dancing.
Yeah, like that little senorita skirt.
Ooh.
You love it when you call me senorita. I wish I could pretend I didn't need you. But every touch is ooh la la la.
She was making videos all day on TikTok.
I got a TikTok.
I don't know what TikTok is. I'm too busy with YouTube to like.
That's how I feel. I sleep in YouTube. Sleep in YouTube. It's horrifying, and I'm addicted, and I think I need help.
Ooh.
Miss Passion said, y'all need sleep. I do sleep during the day. I'm a vampire. Not during the day, though. I went out during the day today.
It was a nice day.
To the graveyard.
I think it rained just a little while ago, but earlier it was a pretty nice day today. It was pretty warm.
It was nice out, and I want to go and enjoy the day. And instead, this doesn't work out that way because people are just, they don't listen. Then you gotta give them a beat down because snitches get stitches. Not that anybody was a snitch, I just like that phrase. I always wanted to say it.
Snitches get stitches.
Yeah, but it wasn't even like, applicable right now. I just wanted to say it. I was like, snitches, stitches, beat down. We're gonna go like, all crit on you.
Hey Tracy, which color is the Crips?
Blue.
Yep.
And those other ones are red. Because those are the bloods. And then when the chinks are yellow. And you don't see them though going around like, yo, my chink, what's up?
What up?
What up, chink? Why you be so yellow on me?
Hey, do you know that Bobbles lives in, I believe it's Tennessee, and Miss Passion lives right there too. So, but they're on the opposite ends. She lives on the one side, and I think Miss Passion lives on the other side or something.
What's the camel clutch?
That's the
She just throw you down into the camel clutch?
she don't even know what the camel clutch is. So
She has coconut crushing camel toe.
have you ever wrestled and they get on your back and they?
Wow. I don't even know. Miss Passion, don't listen to me. I'm high. I'm high for everything now. I'm just going to always say I'm high.
I'm so high.
I'm so high. I don't even know what camel toe is.
Do you like smoking sativa or indica?
I don't smoke anything. I'm so innocent.
You said you didn't have none, so.
I smoke nothing.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, the both of you. Guess who I spoke with tonight?
Spoke with or smoked with?
Spoke with. Well, wrote with. I mean, so spoke with.
Tiffany.
No, Lulu.
Ollie. Just doing.
No, Lulu.
Papagilo. Bird. Yourself. Chosen one.
Those were the voices in my head.
You hear my stomach? At least I didn't fart.
Did you just fart?
Sorry, that was my stomach, I said.
Oh, I thought I heard you fart. That must have been Miss Passion.
Miss Passion said, I wish I was drunk. What makes you think I'm drunk? I said I was high.
Yeah, who was drinking?
Not me.
Miss Passion likes that moonshine.
Does she really? I don't believe you. I don't even think Miss Passion drinks.
No. I don't think she drinks either.
No, I don't think so. I think probably you're the most wasted one out of all of us.
I could be. I don't drink.
I think you're not.
I don't drink. I smoke. I smoke weed.
I think Secular gets high on himself.
He's a different individual. Unique.
You're hairless.
That I am.
I will never forget that. I'm hairless. Naturally. And that other person said it. Why? Are you Asian? And you're like, no. And then so-called somebody's got, decapitated. and you were like, not even a leg hair. That cracked me up. You do drink Miss Passion?
Hey, you wanna hear something else? That's
Tell me.
when I was in elementary school, I used to have McDonald's delivered to me
Why?
for lunch.
Why would they deliver it?
Um, well, did I tell you? I told you I'm an only child. I don't know if you caught that.
What are you, fucking Richie Rich?
No.
Is Dog Dollar?
You're funny. But my mother, she would work a different shift, and I went to see her, so she would come see me and bring me McDonald's at school.
So you were lucky.
To be honest with you, I didn't even like McDonald's. I always liked drinking Coca-Cola, liked the fries a little bit,
The
but
fries were awesome then.
yeah,
Then
it
they
wasn't
changed
till
it to like fucking vegetable oil instead of, like whatever, fat
it,
oil.
yeah, the modified oil.
Yeah, and they didn't taste the same. I mean, we're used to them now, but not really. Like Coca Cola, like they tried to, like they made it a little different, and Cocoa Puffs.
I I thought about something and I said if I ever went to school with Miss Passion, her and I would get into trouble because I'd probably be throwing spit wads at her, cracking jokes to her. She'd probably ride my bus or something, and then
I
I
like,
probably
I
know
like, I'm just nope. I'm not gonna talk. I'm not saying.
I'm not gonna what?
Not saying it because, like, but now that I know you're Papa Kilo, you were always kind of like sniffing around Passion. I'm like, I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
Um,
But like, I think you did have a crush. Don't say that. Just have
I never talked. I, I never put no. It was always friendly. I never said, "Hey,
no
girl."
friendly, but she was the first one that you were friendly.
Oh, because I loved kicking it with her when she was. You remember that first live when she sat there and sang Jolie?
Oh yeah, she did say Jolene.
Yeah,
Isn't she so cute? Miss Passion's cute. Like, cute. Like she reminds me of my sister.
her voice is. I've heard a lot of women from the South talk, but none of them have Miss Passion's voice.
Yeah, see, she said he's been following me a hot minute. Exactly. I'm trying to say. You were an original fan of her. That's the way it is. You don't get a poster of
I made a
her.
post.
A poster. Imagine though, he's like screenshotting it and getting it blown up, and you got like the grilling and shit, right? But then you got the other one that like you're very cute where you have different styles, and like you right now, I mean, you got your blonde hair going on. You're like, you know, she's like, working it. She looks good. She looks really well. Very pretty lady. Thank you. I appreciate that. Gosh. A very pretty lady and beautiful on the inside too. I've always liked Miss Passion very much.
She's a strong woman. She's been through a lot in life, and
We all
I'm
have.
glad. Yes, and I'm glad to see her with somebody, and I'm hoping the best for her and Byron, and that they remain happy.
She says, and I knew he was Papa Kilo before he said it because he gave a lot of clues. You are as
And,
well. Yeah, I didn't
and
know he
she
was Papa Kilo before.
and she said and I'm not using my channel to meet somebody.
Oh, you notice that shit. Look at you hanging on to every word
Then
of
then she goes
everyone.
on. Then she goes on Cardi B and gets smooth talked.
What's Cardi B?
Remember the girl from WAP that sings the raps WAP?
Well, I know who Cardi B is, but what do you mean she goes on Cardi B?
Oh, that's where her and Byron met at, was on the comment section or something in a chat, and Cardi B, and then he started talking to her, and that's how they met.
Really?
Really?
How do you know that?
Well, I just told you.
How do you know that?
I'm Mr. Work. I know things.
So you followed her to a Cardi B comment section. You were all like, "Damn that pirate."
I was like, what's going on? What's going on here? I want to know everything you're doing on YouTube.
you, Melinda. I don't even know if that's a real. I know it's an M name, but I don't know your real name. I say Miss Passion. He said Melinda, not me. That was Mr. World. That's what you right on the. She said I was with someone back then, but it was not a healthy relationship. She says, "Yep, we met off Cardi B and off that video thing. LMAO, work knows me well." Yeah, right, Miss Passion. I'm just saying, like, a comment section of like a random Cardi B video. Like, did you tell people that story, or was Mr. Work following you around? Because that's fucking random. You have to really be following around. He's like going around to every fucking Cardi B video site he can go to. I know it's got to be somewhere.
There's probably like 2,000 comments. I had to go through every comment. What are they talking about?
Damn it, she blocked Papa Q. I gotta come back to something else. Perkins.
I'm gonna tell everyone. Everyone will know what you're doing on YouTube.
She said, laughed my ass off. Work knows me well. She said, "Yep, the tattoo of Scruffy on me. That's who I was seeing, is a guy called Scruffy." You got a tattoo of it? Stalker. He. Stalker. That's what I'm saying. Alright, let me check all the WAP videos.
Hey, do you remember when she made that video and she went knocking on her walls? She's like, I got solid walls. You didn't see that video? Oh my goodness!
I did. I think it was like in response to being told by somebody, what do you got? What do you got? She was saying, she's got her own apartment and everything. I got walls, right?
Well, she got her own house.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and that's what she was saying. Well, what's it about? Solid walls or just having walls? I don't know.
She was saying solid walls, walking around knocking on all the walls to prove that she had some solid walls.
She is so fucked up.
That was one of the best. I was like, who the hell? I was like, is Miss Passion gonna go into real estate or something? Solid walls.
She's going to these houses to sell them. She's banging on all the walls.
Hey, Miss Passion, let me know if you find me a house down there with some solid walls, and don't forget about my mattress. I still want that mattress.
And he wants to know that his gas bill is hooked up and he's getting it on time. Nothing
gas
like
bill.
the big. Well, remember they like pulled that fucking fast one on her.
Oh, oh yeah, because what happened was is her weed whipping man went out there and smashed up some shit in her yard and messed up her. Basically, what it is, it's called your air. It's your oh gee, I used to work in
Bro,
that field
what's a
one
weed
time.
whipping, man?
That's the guy with the line trimmer, the weed whacker, cuts all the like the weeds close to the house around the trees.
Yeah, all right.
And
So what? Is that like a landscaper?
yeah, he went out and he hit her air condenser unit out there that brings in her cold air. She's got air conditioning, and I think she got it confused because that's electric. But she said she got charged for her gas, but I don't know what happened, but
After she's right here.
I can't hear her.
Hey,
Hey, what's up?
okay, I was knocking on the walls of the house because I was being fucking harassed by Debbie and Stephanie D and people like that, trying to act like I'm living in a shack and stuff.
Right,
You
and
got
she was
you got
saying
some
she had
solid walls?
walls. She had a house. She had solid walls. That's what she was saying.
Yeah, because they were acting like I was living in a fucking rundown. They
Yeah,
were
I
literally
saw
saying
that.
that
I think Mr.
I lived in
Rourke,
a
he was all
rundown
like,
shack.
she's going into real estate.
Yeah. Hey, do you remember when when in the Rocky movie when he was buying the house with him and Adrian, and the guy goes, "This house has oak floors," and I thought to myself, "Shit, Miss Passion's house has oak walls." And then they stomp on the floor, and he's like, "Oak floors." You hear that? Solid.
No, but I'll have to watch that to refresh my memory. It's been a hot minute since I watched that, but my floors are wooden, hardwood, so probably is.
There probably are oak wood floors.
Is it like
Because
a
you can definitely
historical
jump up
house?
and down on this floor.
Like, do you know what year it was built?
Yeah, it's 1921, I think,
I like knowing
something
like
like
the
that.
history of houses and shit. Like, I feel, I don't know, I like history.
Wait a minute, this is 2021. No, wait a minute. Here in a couple more years, it'll be 100 years old. But it was something like 29 or something like that. I think it's 1929, something like that, because it's not quite 100 years old, but it won't be long. It will be.
I
That was
remember
when
we moved into a
the
house one
depression
time
hit.
when I was younger, when I was a kid. Like, we just stay there, but the wallpaper, you could tell, like, you ever seen, remember the soap operas and the lighting was like dim and kind of weird? That's how
Yeah,
the
I
lighting
used to
felt in
watch
that
Days of Our
house.
Lives.
Huh?
I used to watch all my children once in a while
Oh yeah.
That's
with
what I
Erica
watched
Kane.
too. All my children.
She Erica Kane in Pine Valley, and she was screwing everybody.
Yeah, but look at Luke and Laura. He raped her and they got married.
Did he really? I didn't know that. Luke and Laura.
Yeah, from General Hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah, rapes her and they get married.
Is Days of Our Lives and all them fucking soaps still on?
No, I don't think so at all. Isn't that weird?
I went to school with a girl, I guess, that was on one of those soap operas.
Mm.
Cool.
Mm.
I didn't know her, but
But
I
did you
heard, I
ever
heard
see the time when soap operas didn't exist? You know?
that's
Say
what
what now?
drama is.
I didn't hear what you say. What'd you say?
I said that's what drama is a soap opera.
No, but I'm
That's
saying, Days
YouTube.
of Our Lives, General Hospital. I mean, they were on like before we were born.
Hmm.
Yeah, like, do you ever think there would become a time where people weren't interested in watching TV and shit?
And you can literally go without watching an episode for like a week or two and not miss nothing.
Yeah, but it's like so weird. People don't watch TV. It's so strange, you
In
know?
a way, are people coming more antisocial with the technology?
I don't think
I think
I think
so.
they were kind of, but now with this quarantine and shit, they are more so.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
because a lot of people drop their cable.
was expensive too, right?
Yep.
Cable is crazy expensive. Like $200
You don't
a
need
month.
cable if you got internet. I got a Roku, and then Byron brought one with him as well. So got two of them now, and it's got
I
all
don't know what
kinds
a
of free
Roku
stuff to
is.
watch.
What's Roku?
It's just this little thing that you hook up to a smart TV, and it's got all kinds of channels on it with movies and stuff, and of course YouTube is on it. And we keep it on YouTube most of the time. Go figure on that one.
Oh my God. I watch my phone like YouTube. That's all I do.
See, we transfer it to the TV.
Yeah, I would, but I didn't even put my TV up it. I just have this little 13-inch like old TV. The regular, big TVs, like not a flat screen. But I
Let me
don't
hear
use
that
it.
laugh again.
What laugh?
Your laugh.
He loves you.
Say something funny and I'll laugh. You want me to just laugh just right out of the blue without nothing being said? I'll do it.
I got one. Why did two crackheads do it doggy style?
Looked out the window.
Well, you
Look out the window.
to make Miss Passion laugh so you could hear her laugh.
I would end up waking up Byron.
Huh?
I would end up waking up Byron with my loud ass mouth.
Don't make her wake.
Okay, I got one. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Coronavirus.
What the fuck?
Coronavirus who?
You're going to catch coronavirus if you don't put that mask on.
That is the most corniest, stupidest joke I've ever heard.
That was a good one.
I thought it sucked.
Hey, you want to hear my
code say?
ribbit?
No, rub it.
Rub it. Hey,
I say scrub it,
hey.
scrub it, scrub it.
Tracy,
Yeah,
I was watching. Oh, Miss Passion, Sec wants you to introduce him to one of your single friends. And Tracy, I seen that when you were doing a live, he was watching and he put the comment in there, rubbing.
I don't care. I thought it was funny tonight that we were all saying, "Who's the old guy on the screen?"
Oh, that was
Passion's live stream.
Oh, that was funny. She busted a funny out there, man. I couldn't believe she busted that one out. She kind of is clever, Miss Passion. You got to give her that. She's what's her name? Sparkle Farts.
Oh shit!
What?
Yeah, Stacy.
See, I heard about it because I really was sent screenshots of Secular's face when she said, "Who's the old guy on the screen?"
Yeah, that pissed me off.
And he put like his hand over his face. But we busted him with it tonight. We were all like, "Who's the old guy on the screen?"
I don't think he knows that.
He's not really that old. He's just got that premature gray hair. He's one of them
he looks
people.
young, actually. I think.
Yeah, he doesn't
like,
really look. If his hair, if he was to dye his hair dark, he would look way, way, way younger.
We just busted his ass because I think we all kind of bust each other's ass. Like Mr. Rourke, he's an ass buster big time.
It's called I'm cracking on you.
Correct.
Yeah, he changes his avatar to show his chest.
Hey, Miss Passion, I give them what they want, and then you know what they say? That's not you. I was like, what?
And then
I'd say about 99.9%. It ain't you.
I don't think so either.
Hey, do I have to have my mom get on here and be like?
I'm afraid so, buddy.
Hey, so I kind of told my mom what was going on, and she told me, she goes, those people are jealous of you. She goes, shit, you came out of me, and when I look at you, and I can get on the scale, and I can maintain like 140, and she goes, and you don't even work out. And she goes, I'm the one that's jealous.
Of who?
Me.
Why? If you're 140?
That's all. I swear to you guys, the pictures, the headshots, the body shots, that's all me.
I don't think I've seen your face yet.
I think he's lying anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna have
140?
to come to
That's
Detroit
pencil,
and
like,
beat him
unless he's
down.
like 4'11". He
Hey,
has to be.
you
To
said
be
that was
like,
the perfect height anyways.
I feel like you are 4'11".
Well, I'm not. I'm taller.
5 feet,
No, taller.
It's so funny.
5'1".
I'm 5'1".
I believe you.
I'm,
You
I'm a
sound.
very tall, confident 5'1".
I think you're stocky and cute. I think you're probably stocky and cute. Not
Um,
stocky fat. Short and stocky, but not fat. Like buff for your height.
I have a more of a lean style. It's from
Thinly.
calisthenics.
Yoga?
Stretching, flexing, a whole lot of flexing in the mirror and holding your flex for like a minute long. Weightlifting, not like really heavy weightlifting, but when
Are
I
you
was a
like
kid,
like captain of the wrestling team?
what?
Captain of the wrestling team?
Was I the captain of the rest? No, I barely went to school.
I could picture you in those tight little outfits.
Hey, I used to be a partier. I used to have parties at my house. I had parties with like limousines in my driveway, all kinds of chicks at my house. I had like keg parties.
Were you Danny Bonaducci? the little short guy with the red hair. Not
I
Danny
know
Bonaducci. He was in like the Wendy's commercials.
that's Danny Bonaducci's got red hair.
Yeah, but a shorter version.
A shorter version?
Is that how you are?
No, I don't think I look like Danny Bonaducci at all. I don't have red hair.
What color hair?
Brown.
Is that no? All right. So brown hair is like the avatar.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even see his head in the avatar, just the chest and the shoulders.
Oh, and he had a different avatar where he was like James Bondy looking with two girls. He's, claims that was him.
In my suit, my tux.
Yeah, well, who are the two chicks? Hi, Mrs. Bobby Smith. Who were the two chicks? Oh, like me and
I'm not looking at the chat now that I'm live on here with you guys.
me and Miss Passion are, like James Bond girls.
I could tell y'all a funny story about a limo that I had for a full day before when I was with my ex. You guys wouldn't even believe it. It's fucking crazy.
Go ahead, tell us.
You got stuck in the sunroof.
What?
You got stuck in the sunroof?
No. No, what happened was my baby daddy, he hung around some drunks, okay? Back then I didn't drink when I was with him and shit. We lived in Illinois, and his drinking buddy, got this limo for the day because he rented from this guy, and the guy was a lawyer. And he pulls up at our house and was like, "Let's go, guys! I got it for the day." The lawyer had got drunk, and he let this guy go ahead and take it. Well, he comes over and shit like that, and it's me, my baby daddy, him, and all of our kids. And at the time, I only had two. I got three now, but I only had like two at the time, and they had two. So the wifeys and the kids, we all rode in the back, and then my ex and the dude, they were in the front, of course. Well, here we are. We're riding around everywhere in this limo, and every fucking probably 3 or 4 miles, uh, it would break down. The limo would break down, and this dude driving would have to pop the hood, and I don't know what he would do to it, but he'd get it to start again. And here we are, we're riding around, and we're like waving at people and living it up. And we stop at a convenience store, and we use our food stamp card out of a limo.
That's pretty funny. Choose your food. Yeah, I wasn't expecting you
Yeah,
to
it was
go
the
there.
craziest thing ever because people were seeing us get out of the limo, but yet we're in there using food stamp cards and shit.
That is funny.
It
I've got
happens
some
here all
pictures
the time.
of it and everything of the inside of it that day. But being as I'm the one taking the pictures, I'm not in any of them. But I was taking pictures and stuff.
We had a
But yeah,
limo
it's
when
the craziest thing ever.
to go see Rat and Poison. You know, like the groups Rat and Poison.
Oh,
And
I
Hmm.
like Rat and Poison.
yeah, me too.
I
And
love them.
we were like after the show, like I used to like really love Bobby Blotzer. He was the drummer from Rat. And so he was on the bus and I was waving to him. Like I was gonna get on the bus or anything, but I was waving to him. And you know, and Robin, was it Crosby or no? Who's the? You know, they call him the congenial giant. You know, he played. He's dead now. He died of AIDS. He played in Rat as well. He was standing next to me, but I didn't know it was him because I was too, interested in Bobby Blotzer. And so, my friends say, "Oh, what did he say to you? What did he say to you?" Because he had gotten on the bus. And I said, "Who?" She goes, "Oh, Robin Crosby or whatever. I think that's his name." I said, "I don't know." I was interested in Bobby Blotzer. So the limo left without us because, we
Oh,
were hanging around. And we were like getting ready to walk back home. We were ready to walk over the Memorial Bridge. Mrs. Bobby Smith knows what I'm talking about because she's from the town I live in. And freaking the limo came back and got us after it dropped everybody off. It gave us a ride. I thought that was pretty cool because we were hoofing it home from the
Good
city.
morning.
that's cool.
We had great concerts back then.
Do you guys remember when we were talking about the chick I went to high school with and she banged Kid Rock?
Yeah, you did say that. Yep. I saw Kid Rock in concert a
He
couple of
packed
times.
that.
He's wicked talented.
He sells out
Kid
this one
Rock
place.
and Hank Williams Jr. have a place like probably not even 40 miles from me in Paris, Tennessee.
Is it
And
Hank Williams the third? Hank Williams the
uh,
fourth? Hank three?
I thought it was Hank Williams the second. I was thinking.
Is
Oh,
he
so he would be.
Yoko? You know, like how Mason Ramsey says he's like inspired by, who Mason Ramsey is, right?
Nope.
Name sounds familiar.
He goes, "She loves me for my twang." You don't know She Loves Me for My Twang?
Nope.
I know who Shania Twain is. Yeah.
No, he sings "She Loves Me for My Twang." He's
Oh,
a little
yeah. I'm
kid.
not sure who that is, but speaking of Hank Williams Jr., his daughter, she went like 25. She died in a wreck around here probably 5, 6 months ago. It was sad.
It is sad. Very
She went
sad.
like
But he's
25 years old.
untouchable from shit.
Hank
All
three
right,
is pretty
sing.
popular.
Now he's saying like "Eee," like that kind of like yodely.
My dad lives in Texas and he likes to yodel.
Yeah, and Mason Ramsey yodeled in Walmart. He was on like Oprah and shit like that.
You know what? I think is it a little boy?
Yeah,
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I remember him. I
Yeah, and
saw a
they
lot
said
of
he said
YouTube
Hank
stuff.
Williams inspired him. I thought,
Right, yeah, I know who you're talking about now. That little
yeah,
boy that he's really talented and everything.
he sang out that song, "Gonna take my horse to the old town road, gonna ride
Yeah.
to the liquor store."
Hey, there was a girl in the chat the other night that said she had did time with one of uh, one of the white girls
White
Oh
from
yeah,
girl.
West Virginia.
the girl that goes by two of a kind.
Yep, that was her.
Now me and Byron did watch that movie that night. You recommended it. We did sit and watch that like the next night.
What did you think?
Oh my God.
They're
I,
hellions, aren't they?
I was just nodding my head the whole time, just shaking my head.
I like to fight.
White Girls
It
the
broke my
movie.
heart about that one young dude that's spending all them years in prison for
Oh,
shooting at his uncle. He
yeah,
didn't kill him, but
he was like, so I took the gun and I went and loaded it up, and the uncle goes, "What are you gonna do? Shoot me?" And then the dude ends up shooting him, and he goes, "It was a mistake." He goes, "Now I'm locked up," and he goes, "Threw my life away." That's
What movie is this?
it's called the Wild Whites of West Virginia. They're from Boone County, West Virginia. What happened was is they had their dad. His name was Donnie Ray White. He had probably like 11 kids of his own, but they took in a bunch of other kids. And his wife, her name is Bernie Mae White, and she ended up raising 25 kids. Then what happened was a lot of his natural children went ahead and got Social Security coverage. And so they would get Medicaid, and they would go get pills. They would have money. They would sell their pills. They would get in fights. They would end up causing all kinds of riffraff.
It was
And
called White Girls.
it's called the White Family. Their last name is White.
You said White Girls.
And no, the White Family. And what it is there's another guy named Jesco White, and he's a dancer. They call him the Dancing Outlaw, and he's got like addiction problems, gets drunk and stuff. But
And
when
I thought you were talking about the Wayans brothers movie.
the Wayans brothers,
White
no,
Girls, like they pretend to be white to go to like some school. It was really funny.
oh,
Remember they were like, "If I could walk 1,000 miles," but they really didn't know the words.
Marlon Wayans and his
Yeah,
other brother.
and they also did that movie, Little
Weren't
Man.
they, did they dress as blonde twins in
Yeah,
that movie?
and yeah, in that movie. But they did Little Man. Did you see that one, Miss Tasha? Little Man.
I don't think so. I'm thinking I haven't.
And like somehow they made him look like a midget, like one of the Marlon Brothers, but he's not a midget. So I thought that was pretty
I
pretty
am
good.
really not what you call a movie watcher, but since Byron's here and everything, I've been, you know, going ahead. But like, I'm like ADHD or something. Even when I had those live streams and stuff, I'd be like feeling like I can't sit there that long. Like 2 hours would be like all I could do. I start looking around just like a kid in school, like looking for something else to do, or mind start
Mhm.
wandering or some shit. I swear I've got to have adult ADHD.
I don't think so. I think that's just being more energetic than others. Me, I don't mind just sitting and blather
Well,
my
I'm in
mouth.
chronic pain too, and it's like if I don't keep moving around, if I sit real still very long, I start hurting bad.
Do you have fibromyalgia, or did you get in an accident or something?
I was in a head-on car crash.
A head-on car crash, huh?
Yeah, it was in 2001, and it about broke my neck,
That's scary, huh?
and I've been hurting ever since, and it's like 19 years
You go
now.
through like the windshield, or did you hit the dashboard or something like that?
Yeah, my head busted the windshield when it happened.
Oh, how scary. Did you have a seatbelt on?
I take the Fifth Amendment on that.
Well, no, but 2001, come to think of it, people weren't really pushing the seatbelt. And I don't care for the seatbelt either. I just was curious, you know?
Nah, I hate to admit it, but I didn't have it on. I'd like to be able to say I did, but I didn't have it
I
on
feel like
because
people could get hurt with the seatbelt on,
I was
even.
close to home. See, that's the thing about it. A lot of accidents happen when you think, oh, I'm close to home, blah blah blah. I just dropped my son off to this church program thing, and I had my oldest daughter. She wasn't nothing but like 2 at the time, and I left her at home with her dad. So I was just taking my son, drop him off, and coming right back. So I didn't have my seatbelt on and stuff. But I was really paying attention though. It just had rained heavy. But see, I was getting ready to come around the sharp curve, and I knew the curve. But this bitch come flying around in a Mustang GT convertible, and she didn't know the curve was coming up, so she just hit her brakes and slid. And I got over as far as I could, and we still crashed. And the reason I call her a bitch is because right after the wreck, when I was at the hospital, she didn't know we were going to be at the same hospital, and all she talked about was that car was my baby. I'm so worried about my car, blah 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 blah. And I was getting so fucking mad, thinking, "Bitch, you about took me away from my kids," and blah blah blah. And all your work, she didn't say nothing about, "Hey, I wonder how the girl is I hit. I wonder, blah blah." No, she's talking about her car. Well, finally, I just opened the curtain up and walked in her little room there because we only had curtains separating us, and I'm like, "Hey, you know who I am?"
So
I
catch
heard you
up
say that
the next are
story
bring,
once.
like bringing
But
your
see, I
kids like to
just
church,
heard him
like you're
2 days
a
later.
religious person, and you know,
I didn't hurt till 2 days later. Like right after the wreck, I was walking around like I'm the shiznit. I'm thinking, hey, I made it out of this. But 2 days later, I went to lift my head out of the bed when I woke up, and I couldn't lift my own neck, my own head. I'm like, oh, something is actually wrong with me.
yeah, that's like a soft tissue injury, right, or something.
Yeah, I had a disc bulge between C5 and 6, and went through injections and all kinds of crap for a long time. And some of my MRIs don't pick it up, and some of my MRIs do, like to this day. And then now that I'm older and it's been a while, I've got bone spurs now, like in a whole different location. But there's still yet not nothing majorly wrong. It's just mainly my muscles that spasm all the time, and they
Like
can't do
a
anything about it.
fibromyalgia.
Well, it's called myofascial pain syndrome, what they
Oh,
diagnosed
so
me
you have to
with.
get facial release, deep tissue massage,
Yeah,
where
but
they like find the knots and then they put pressure on it, and it kind of gets the right,
yeah, I stay knotted up all the damn time. Mostly on my left side where it happened.
right. Yeah, it's like somebody's got to catch the knot right under their thumb and
Yeah,
then like pressure. That's what myofascial release
yeah.
is.
When I was going to physical therapy just here a couple months back, they were pushing on them and stuff like that and getting them out of there. But once I skip 4 or 5 days, the knots come right back.
You can learn how to do that though, to yourself, like with your thumb. You just try
Put
to
your
catch
thumb in
that.
there, or you use your elbow. Use your elbow sometimes, like and you take your shoulder blade where the shoulder blade's like kind of like where it's inverted, where you can put your elbow in there and just go down with your
Put my
elbow.
elbow in my shoulder blade.
No, and you can't do it yourself, but like
Yeah, I
somebody,
can't get it over there.
but Byron would be able to rub his elbow down her shoulder blade. I'm well. I'm sorry.
Hey,
I was just giving you some of my massage
Mr.
techniques that
Right
I've
lives
learned over the years.
vicariously through Byron. He's like, Byron, give her a massage. Give her a massage.
He hasn't
Hey,
yet. That's the thing about it. When we were talking on the phone before he came here on the bus, he was supposed to be doing my feet, painting my toenails, giving me a massage where my neck hurts. He ain't done none of that shit.
uh,
Really? That's
It's
something.
all good though.
It is like, like I noticed earlier when you said, you didn't want to wake up, Byron. Do you feel like hard adjusting to the fact that you have to worry about waking somebody up. Coming from living by yourself
It's
to
definitely different, but like I said, even though I was single and everything before him, I was in a bad relationship too. Though I was being controlled by somebody that wasn't even claiming me as their girlfriend, but yet wasn't allowed to have no men over. There was like a lot of rules, and this motherfucker wasn't even paying no bills here or nothing. We had a title of we were supposed to be best friends, but I feel like basically he was just using me. But
right.
so I mean, I had more time to myself before, and it's definitely different now. But this other motherfucker, he would pop up on me at any given time. I didn't like that shit,
Yeah.
and I kept giving him warnings that he was about to lose me. Because I mean, he was abusive. He wasn't hitting me, but he was doing shit like getting up in my face and telling
Yeah.
me he's gonna break my face
I
and all
don't like
kinds of
that
stuff.
shit.
And just
People showing
he was
up,
just getting evil
somebody
on
you're
me.
dating.
Even though that's not a physically abusive, but he's verbally abusive and he's intimidating. That's not a
Intimidate.
good.
Yeah.
Well, he was taking it out on me because he got shot about 18 times. He got sprayed with bullets, is what happened. And I was there for him after it happened. We weren't speaking at the time because, his lifestyle, he's a hustler on the streets and stuff. He lives a bad lifestyle, dangerous lifestyle. And these people came and shot him up and everything. And he didn't have nobody. So I felt sorry for him and I got back in his life and took care of him after he got shot. But he was going through so much emotionally. He was blaming the people closest to him, which was me and his dad. And just any little thing, having a bad day, he would start saying, "Well, did you have something to do with it? You're starting to make me think." And I'm like, "Come on now," because
Don't
he
you
knows
find
he has
that
something.
most men, like people, they have the impression, they seem to have the impression that men are like they have it all together. But I seem to find that the majority of men have, it seems a lot of men are not as independent as women because the women have raised children on their own a lot. So they've been responsible and independent and know how to run a household, pay bills and stuff. Where a lot of men, it seems, um, it's hard. Like, okay, Mr. Royce, you have your own apartment, correct?
No, I live in a house.
Or your own house, or whatever it is. It's but a lot of times, like Byron had his own place, so he was responsible. But sometimes, like the one you were talking about, Miss Passion, and things like that, people I've dated too, that they seem to think your place is theirs just to come in
Yeah,
and
and this
go.
guy here had his own house. And to be honest with you, I don't go down that direction, but his house ain't but like two or three houses down. But thank God I can't see it because there's railroad tracks and shit like that, and it's down a little ways, but it's still yet just a few houses down and shit like that. And then his mom died, and there's kind of like a house that ain't being taken care of good. That's not really livable, but they mow the yards and all that. So he's got like two or three places and then his dad's got a place. So it's like he had plenty of places, but yet he always wanted to come and land on my lap. And I'm talking about he wanted his laundry done. He wanted me to always fix him something to eat. He was treating me like I was his damn slave or something like that. But then
Was
he would
he an
be like,
only child? Did he have any siblings?
"No, he's not an only child. He grew up in a
What
household with just
what does that
mom,
what
dad,
does
and
that
two
got to
brothers."
do with it?
Well, because it sounds like maybe his mom did that stuff for him, and he's used to having those things done. So he thinks
No.
that
Well,
like
okay.
that's a woman's role. You know what I'm saying?
Or the possibility of that if you let somebody hustle, if you let somebody take advantage of you, they're going to go ahead and test you. And if they can get away with it, they're going to do it. I believe that the man was basically, he knew he could take advantage of her. He knew that she liked him. Maybe he
No,
was.
I think Miss Passion would do a guy's laundry if he didn't ask or any woman would,
Oh,
because
here's the thing. He said I was his bitch, and he spent the past 20-something years on and off in prison, and he lives on the streets like it's prison mentality. And he told me straight up that I was his bitch.
yeah,
That's what he
see
told
that.
me, that I'm his bitch. And I
I
kept
feel
warning
like
him
that's
that one
not.
day he was going to lose
Sometimes I
me.
feel like
He didn't
people.
think he was going to lose me. He didn't think I would get with somebody, and I got with Byron. I
I
kept
feel like
warning him.
sometimes people say things that are not what people want to
Miss
be
Passion.
called.
Is Byron safe?
Yes.
Okay, because he's the nicest guy on YouTube.
Yeah, he's safe because
He,
if
she, you mean like from that guy? Like he's not like that
right,
other guy.
yeah, he is because I'm gonna tell you something. Uh, I got cameras here at the house, protection, and a crazy ass son that lives across town that don't take me a few minutes to pick up. But I mean, if Scruffy was to ever try some bullshit, you know, he's just gonna have to get dealt with. That's all I gotta say. And I didn't shoot him the first time, but if he comes through the house, I mean, I would hate to shoot somebody or something like that, but you
Have you ever
know,
thought of selling that house and picking up and buying something else?
yeah, we were talking about it like yesterday. One of these days, I'm gonna go ahead and put the house up for sale and move to a bigger city because there's really not a whole lot here where we are. We have to go like out of town if we want to do anything fun or whatever. I mean, there's really not much here.
Is it like a lot of woods? Do you ever hear any creepy stuff in the woods? Like, have you
No,
ever?
I mean I'm right on the state line. We're right in the middle of town and everything like that. As far as we got Walmart, McDonald's, we got all that shit that like a bigger city has. But if
But I
you
mean,
want
you
to
know
do
how I am
something
about the
fun,
cryptids and the scary stuff. I was just wondering if you ever saw Bigfoot.
no. It ain't really like the country where I'm at and stuff like that. I mean, it's we're wide open as far
uh,
as that.
I mean,
I've
I
lived
just
in the
find
country
myself lately
before.
like looking in the woods, like seeing, oh, maybe Bigfoot's there. I know he's
We're not
not.
even around no woods. I don't want to say it because we're live and everything, but if you just seen where we work, Ollie knows where I'm
I was
at.
just wondering if there's like any creepy shit, like creepy stuff, like parent, you know what I mean, like stories, legends, myths, around your.
I mean, as far as the Bigfoot stuff, the county that my son was conceived in years ago, it's a
Yeah.
county called Ballard County. They used to talk about a Bigfoot being out there, and there's an old Indian refuge and stuff, reservation and stuff like that where people camp but I couldn't recite any of the stories that I heard because I just really wasn't. I was I wasn't but like 16 when I got pregnant with my son and was out there and stuff like that. So, and then
Now, was your
they
dad
had
around
sightings of
when
big
you were growing
panthers.
up?
Huh?
Was your dad around when you were growing up?
No, not really. My mom left my dad when I wasn't but 6 years old. But I mean, I would go out to Texas every summer on the Greyhound bus and go see him and everything. But mostly
Did you
my
like
mom raised
Texas?
me herself.
Did you like Texas?
Yeah,
I didn't like Texas. I thought it was so
it
hot.
was alright.
It's
It
so
is
hot
hot.
there.
It gets up into the 100 degrees easily.
Oh, the
Yeah, it's fucking
water
hot
was
as hell
hot,
there.
like coming out of the faucet.
Yeah, it was
The ice
hot. I
cubes would
remember that.
melt. Ugh, I didn't like it
What
at all.
what area in Texas were you in?
Fort Worth,
I
Oh,
went to
and I've
that's
San
been to
Antonio.
Houston,
that's kind of on the west side,
like North Texas.
North Texas. I had family in San Antonio and Laredo down there. I
Oh
used to go
wow.
down there.
I
I
had
used to go.
family
Did
in San Antonio.
you ever go to the Riverwalk?
Yes, where the Alamo is.
Yeah,
Cool. I've
Yes,
been to
I did.
Houston to Galveston Island at the ocean. Oh my God, it was so pretty. I've
I've
been there
been
a couple
to.
times.
What's the
Now, isn't
one?
that near like? Is that near like Corpus Christi? Is that what it's called? Is that in Texas?
That's where I've been, Corpus Christi.
I'm
And when
thinking
you
it is.
when you go there, they got I think it's the Santa Maria there.
Mrs. Bobby Smith asked, "How long were you with him, MT?"
With who? Because I can't see the chat.
The guy that was she's like same thing I said, like Mama's boy. Like he was,
Oh, see, he was a like I said, we never, excuse me, we never had the title of being girlfriend and boyfriend, even though he controlled me. So 8 years on and off. It was on and off though, because he was in prison like probably 3 times out of the 8 years. So it was an on and off thing, you know. But every time he was locked up, I wrote to him the whole time, and I put money on his books when I could, you know. And I'm always the first person that he came to when he would get out. Like immediately when he would get out, the first thing he would do is go
like
get
that
some fried chicken,
security,
and
like
then
that
he'd come
safety
straight to
net.
me.
You know what I mean? Safety net.
Yeah,
You know
because I
when
did everything for him. I mean, I babied on him. Anything he wanted, I gave it. I gave it to him, whether it be sex, food, do his laundry, give him a ride somewhere, like when times when he didn't have a car or what. I literally freaking. He said I was his bitch, so I guess I was.
But ironically, when somebody is in jail that you can't like get to commit, you kind of like it when they're in jail because you know where they are. And that's when they say the nicest things in their letters. And I
Yeah.
know that sounds funny, but I also felt like that. Like it was like
Hey,
having your own little Tweety bird locked away in its little cage. Like you knew where they were, as
that's
opposed
what
to
social media is like, is a relationship in jail.
not really.
I think so. When my way of socializing is calling somebody up on the phone and saying, "Hello, how are you doing?" Seeing your tone of your voice, the energy that you have. Social media, you're just typing something, and what happens is a lot of thoughts get confused, and you don't know what the person meant by the what they typed, the comment.
Yeah, but when you love somebody and you're writing letters with them and like they're, locked away or they're away somewhere, it's like more romantic because you're anticipating seeing each other
And
and
see, you got to understand, during the 8 years that I was messing with him, I was in other relationships, and so was he. You got to understand, I met this old man and inherited a house all in the time he was locked up. One of the times, all that went down when he was locked up. You know what I mean? And before he got locked up, he had been with another girl for 18 months, but, and stuff like that. So me and him, we had other people, but yet me and him always, you know, it's weird. It's just hard to explain. It's like we
but if
always
he ever
going
said
back
to
to each
you,
other.
I want to be with you and only you, right? Would you have said, yep, that's like kind of like what was you wanted that? Really? Not saying, I'm asking you.
Oh, if he would have asked me to be with him like that, would
Yeah,
I? Is that what you're saying?
yeah.
Um, hmm. I really don't know if I would have or not, because every time we were around each other, there was always something going on that was like something that would hold us back though. To where it would probably be like one day type of thing, one day. Because
In his
there's a country
lifestyle,
song
you
called
mean?
Someday by Alan Jackson, country song, and he reminded me of that song because he was always saying one day this, one day that, because I'd be like, what, let's watch a movie or something together. One day, someday, blah 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 blah. You know, and he was a
So
black dude as
I
well.
get,
He's
yeah,
a
like
black dude.
he,
But it's just I don't know. And then every time we get into it, he would say that I'm racist, and I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe you're calling me that. And he say, you white people, this and that. And I'm like, no, you're racist. And even his baby mama would even say that he's racist. And he was always saying that, every time we had a disagreement, he'd say that we got evil in our ancestors. It's the white in me and blah, blah, blah. And he'd always throw that race card up at me when we'd get into it.
I noticed
And that
Byron
used to aggravate
saying
me.
about, you guys support Miss Passion because she's white. Like, he kind of felt like that too, a little bit. And that's not true. Like, I don't see color like that. I like people who are likable and respectable and respectful, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and
And
that's how I'll date. Yeah, like when I'm single, I'll date a white man, black man, Mexican. I don't even care. I don't even look at the color.
do you feel like sometimes it's more racism on that side than this side?
What'd you say?
Like, I mean, how you said that it's, that that person would pull the race card, right? Do you
Right.
think
Yep.
think that is, how like white people are accused of being racist? Do you think that you know it might be actually opposite to what
A
I
lot of
think?
people think that that some of the black people are more racist than white or whatever because of what our ancestors did to them. And I mean, I feel bad even though I didn't actually do it myself, but you know, it's still they're still scarred from it, and that's sad.
There's but actually right now in the world there's slavery going on in Africa. It was like in 1907 that England and America passed an anti-slavery act, and then it wasn't until like 1933, I think, that England went ahead and outlawed it. Oh no, not 1933, 1833, and then it was when the Civil War, 1865, when America outlawed slavery. But slavery goes on. Slavery is big in the Middle Eastern
Any
area,
color,
and the Chinese were really big into slavery.
because I
Well,
typed in white slavery, like into Google just to see like what came up. And like I said, I came across that newspaper clipping from 1917, and it seemed that white slavery was referred to as prostitution. And they were, trafficking white girls that were high school girls, like kidnapping them. It was a big, huge problem. And so I just think that it was everywhere, slavery and sex trafficking, and it still goes on. The sex trafficking, there's problems with people and humanity as a whole. It's not a color thing. I think it's just like you know, a problem, you know?
well, apparently, apparently it hasn't been too long ago for some of them because there's a lot of black people are still hurt. And Martin Luther King, what didn't that happen to him like in the 60s or something? So if you look at the 60s till now, I mean, it hasn't been no century or anything like that. So a lot of them are still affected by what used to happen and the way things used to be. And like I said, when me and Scruffy would argue, we could argue over the least little thing, and he would bring it up and say, "It's because you're white. It's because you're white." I'm like, "Oh my god!" I would just try to just laugh it off, roll my eyes and stuff when he would start bringing that up to me. You know,
But it's not like you had like an easy life, you know?
right? I've been through hell.
Right. You know?
I've been stabbed before. But then when I would say something about that, he's like, "Well, you ain't never been shot. You don't know how it feels to be shot." It's like he would just blame me when he knows who did that to him and the whole deal. But the
Hey,
people
and
haven't
then
been caught or anything because he won't cooperate with the police about it.
the
He won't.
difference is that you're a girl and he's a guy, and he's made the choice to become a banger, and you're just a girl. You didn't make a choice to go out and get slit up by some guy with a box cutter, and
Right.
and and you were not his victim. You took a bed rail and hit him in the head with a bed rail, and the dude ran.
I was cut with a butcher knife when I was stabbed. It was a butcher knife.
Oh, I thought it was a box cutter.
It was a butcher knife with a wooden handle.
Ooh.
Because he beat
I
me on
think
top of
like
the head with
sometimes.
it too.
Go ahead.
No, it's all right.
No, I feel like sometimes when they say, well, and what you're referring to, too, but the Holocaust also, and they were white. So when people go, oh, like it's just I
Yeah,
feel
they
like,
stole
yeah,
people too and everything. But yeah, the night that he got shot, he had a young girl in the bed with him that set it all up. And people know about it. They got his Facebook messages after it happened. The police has his phone, everything. But when somebody does something to you and you don't cooperate with the police, what are they supposed to do? You know, their
yeah,
hands are tied.
right, right.
So
But on the flip side, then you think, okay, well, that's good because he's not a snitch.
that's the thing about it. He looks at it like he'd be snitching, and when you've done all that time in prison like him, you feel like you want to handle things on the street. They want to
Yeah,
handle it
you
on the
definitely
streets
don't want
on
to be
their own.
a snitch because that's the worst. Like, yeah, on the street, you don't want to be known as a snitch ever.
Right.
Yeah, because then you're destined to be harassed at some point. You
And plus,
know?
a part of him is in fear too. Even though he was bullying me, he's in fear too on the streets. And he thinks they might come back and finish the job, which I felt the same way when I got stabbed. I felt like since I didn't die, that the person was going to come back and finish the job. Well, he was feeling paranoid like that too, like they're going to come back and finish him off and stuff like that.
If he told who it was, right?
Not necessarily. He lives in fear, just like it could happen again or whatever. But like
Yeah.
I said, he lives the street life though.
And even if he said who it was, they may not arrest the people and they would even be more pissed and come back.
Well, one guy got arrested the night it happened, but I think it's because he violated his parole and they caught him like up the road a little ways. But if you look on the website for Tennessee prisons, it didn't say that it was for a shooting and stuff like that. It just said something about violating his parole or whatever.
Right. So he didn't get charged for what he did then either. Like he just
And
violated his
that guy's
parole
out
stuff.
right now too. That guy is out of prison because I've done seen him active on Facebook.
And that's a good point. Like to not say that it was for the shooting, like a new crime. It was just for him violating parole from an old crime when he should
Yeah,
have been charged with the new crime.
yeah,
Yeah, that's fucked up. That means that, he
yep.
got less time fucking and he's out, like you said.
Hey, Miss Passion, did Debbie contact your child's father, or did your father, or the father, contact Debbie?
Well, I think before Debbie got her little hands in that, I think Stephanie D contacted him first. I'm pretty sure. I saw some evidence the other day that it said 3 weeks back. If there's a video on Stephanie's videos that calls me a swinger and shit like that. It says swinger, Miss Passion or whatever. If you look on that video, there's 91 comments, and if you scroll all the way down, my baby daddy was commenting on there, and I didn't even see it until just the other day, and I'm like, wow, that was from like 3 weeks back. And I
And when was the
think
last time
Debbie
you
kind of
talked
came
to
along
him?
after that and was talking to him a little bit.
Like, did they know him? Like, was he in this community, or did they reached out to him?
No, they tracked him. See, what they did from the get go was do a reverse search on my email that's on my About Me. And because Stephanie made videos about it, how it's not hard to find out stuff about me. So what she did was she found my old Twitter account, and then she started looking at my Facebook and stuff. And they just figured out who my ex was and everything by playing detective and contacted him and stuff. But here's the thing, this YouTube shit ain't going to affect my situation because I've already had court. Like, uh, let's just say this right here. I seen that comment from 3 weeks back. I've had court more recent than 3 weeks, and he didn't say shit in court to the judge. Because see, I've been fighting him I fought him for custody, but now we got an ongoing thing for my visitation and shit. But the thing about it is the judge is about ready to put his ass in jail the end of this month because I filed contempt of court on him anyways, and it's pending. So there's a lot of court shit going on between me and my ex, but I ain't even tripping on this YouTube shit. Because for
Well, that is
one, my
so
daughter is
fucked
almost damn near
up.
grown anyways.
I mean, but that's just so fucked up
Yeah,
that
they contacted him though.
That's not YouTube friendly.
I
No,
can't even believe that fucking that should look like somebody who's looking up somebody's address and trying to track down their personal information and reaching out to family members.
but see,
That
they
should be
did that to
illegal.
Byron too to keep him from being able to be in contact with his little girl. They used to contact his baby mama and stuff like that. I mean, you gotta understand these motherfuckers here on YouTube. They will use anything they can as a weapon against you. That's all they can do because they can't physically. Well, they can, come track you down and beat your ass, but most of them ain't gonna do that shit. They're just gonna dig up everything they can on you
Yeah, but it
and
affects people's lives, their real lives.
yeah. And hey, Izzy Wizzy, I see the pinned comment, but I don't see the chat. But
Just coming into people's real lives is fucked up.
yeah, it is. It is. And I took him to court myself in 2019, and I filed custody. But being that him and his wife have been keeping me away from my girls all these years, even though I gave the girls to him, it's a long story. I gave the girls to him years ago, and then once I gave them to him, he went ahead and got custody. And the only reason why he won is because I could kick myself in the ass for this. I didn't know I was supposed to file what's called an answer when he first wanted custody. I thought I could just show up to court. I showed up to court and he had done won by default because I didn't file an answer. So all them years went by, I couldn't really see the kids and stuff because I didn't have transportation. I was living in the damn projects. I was struggling bad. But once I decided, once I got on my feet and inherited this house and all that, I took him back to court. I mean, I shocked the hell out of him in 2019. But the judge didn't just hand my dog. I only have one now because the other one is grown. So I'm only fighting for one now. But they didn't want to just hand her to me because I missed out on like 7 years of her life, basically. And they didn't want, they want me and my daughter to break the ice with one another and get to know each other all over again and all that shit. But the COVID has stopped all these visits. It's been supposed to be in the past year. But I still filed contempt of court on him because he's supposed to be giving me one phone call a week from my daughter and he ain't giving me shit. He's not letting her call me or anything. So he got smart with the judge here lately, and the judge, it's even on the internet on the website. I mean, if you'll email me something, I can show you where to look it up at. But it says on there that he got belligerent and shit like that in court, and that we're gonna have a hearing the end of this month for contempt of court on him. So all these people contacted him. They're not gonna get too damn far.
I
Sorry if
can't
I woke
even
you up, babe.
comprehend that the court would keep you away from your daughter for 7 years. Where do they get
Sorry,
off?
I'm on Survivor Girls panel right now talking to her. Byron said he saw me on there.
Hi, Byron.
Oh, I'm in trouble now. I done woke up my baby.
Yeah, I can't even imagine that they would keep a child away from their mother for 7 years.
They
That,
told my youngest that I was her cousin.
Wow.
They, this is what I was told. Uh, First of all, they had thrown away all the pictures of me. I gave my baby daddy a bunch of pictures one time and stuff after we broke up. And what happened was my little girl was looking through pictures with how old are they? One is almost 22 and the one I'm fighting for is 14. But what happened was they forgot and didn't throw away this one picture of me and my little girl when she was little. And my little girl asked who I was or whatever, and they told her that's your cousin. And my oldest daughter told me about it and everything. She let me know about it and shit. I'm like, wow. And even his wife admitted it to me that, like we told her you're her cousin and stuff like that. And that's fucked up. But
I
even
can't
though there
believe
were
they would
seven
keep you
years,
away from her for 7 years and then
right? And
say,
and even though there were 7 years that I was kept from them, I still made it to my oldest daughter's graduation. I still was able to make it there. And my littlest one was across the auditorium and stuff, and I thought this is gonna be my chance to finally tell her I'm not her cousin and I'm her mom. And
yep,
it was so weird because I had no way of knowing how they were gonna dress my daughter or nothing. And my daughter had on a baby blue dress with like a black sleeve thing around it. And guess how I came there dressed? And keep in mind, I had no way of knowing because I lived 2 hours away and I hadn't been nowhere near them in all them years. I had on a baby blue shirt and a black thing over it as well. And my hair. I had my hair the exact same way they fixed my daughter's hair. We looked like twins.
did you
And
get to say
I
to
got close
her?
enough to her and I screamed across the auditorium. I said, Alina, because her name's Alina. I said, I'm your real mommy. I love you. And his baby mama took and ran out the door with her. Well, I followed. When we got outside, we about got in a fight and everything. She sent my little girl away with, I guess, some friends of hers and stuff. And I said the exact same thing all over again. I said, I'm your real mommy. I love you, and stuff like that. And I mean, that's not all that went down at the graduation. I had a dude with me that I had been dating, and my baby daddy and his brother come straight up to us in there, and they said when the graduation was over that they was going to kill the dude that was with me. So I had to get security there and everything. I've got a video to this day after it was over and everything of we got escorted out of there to the car because we didn't know if my ex was going to kill me and the dude that was with me or what. Like he's like really psycho. So I've been dealing with a lot of shit out of him over the years.
It's just so crazy to me, and like they're hypocrites by saying, they kept her away from you for 7 years, the court. And then when, you want to, get your visitation going again, they're
The
saying,
courts
well,
didn't keep
you
me
got to
away.
work
My
it
ex
in
and his wife
small
did.
and slow, because she's not used to you. We don't want to, like, shock her and bring her, too quickly into it. It's like, you know, where did they get off robbing you of, years and then saying we're going to, make it slow and gradual that you can see her. We don't want to shock her. Hey, no. It's like, no, they've robbed you enough of years.
Right.
And him partaking in conversations with, certain people on YouTube and shit like that should be like, I would screenshot all that if I was you.
The day that I filed for custody in 2019 and surprised them, when I drove up there that day, they keep in mind they didn't. I surprised them. They didn't know I was up there. My ex had called me, and him and his wife had been arguing. And here I am. I'm sitting at the courthouse right there in their county, and they don't know it. And my ex calls me up, and he said that his wife called my little girl a bastard child because she didn't have me all the time. I said, I've been trying to be there for her. See, I'd sent letters and everything and have proof of it. I showed the judge, but his wife kept putting return to sender on everything. I sent money orders,
What is he saying to these
everything.
people
Everything
on
came back
YouTube?
to me. And,
Like, are you certain it's your husband that's, not your husband, I'm sorry, your baby's, your baby's father?
and
Are you
so
certain that's him
when
that's
I was up
corresponding with them?
there, and
For
I'm
some
like,
reason you're
look,
going in and out.
Her mic's starting to go out.
because my internet's messing up.
Oh.
But yeah, so anyways, they took his wife to jail the day that I filed custody.
For what reason?
They charged her with battery on me. We fought, but she had no business being up there, and I did because I was up there to file my custody. But she came up there because she didn't believe I was in town and shit. And she came up there and was getting all up in my. I was okay. Check this out. Could you imagine being at a courthouse in the lawn outside at the court square where everybody could see you, and it's right at lunchtime? People driving by, and I'm out there fighting, and I only have on my bra because his wife ripped my shirt completely off of me. She
Oh
took.
my God.
She said, "You want him to see your boobs? You want him to see your body? Here he is. Here he is." And she was just going ballistic on me and ripping my clothes off of me. She ripped my headband off of me and everything. Like she was like literally fucking stripping me, like she's raping me and shit. They
And
took
the
her ass to
courts, like,
jail.
nobody did anything to help you? Like, isn't it cops there?
My ex just sat there watching us fight. He was loving every minute of the cat fight. But so finally, like there was this guy that come up and kind of was like trying to break it up and stuff. And yeah, they took her to jail. And because of the COVID and all that stuff, she still to this day hasn't plead or whatever. She hasn't made a plea on it. So she still got pending charges for battery on me. And like I said, he's got pending charges for contempt of court for not letting me have my weekly phone calls. And I even bought a phone here lately and sent it there and activated it, sent the card and everything. And I just sent him $50 the other day and a whole nother phone card, and I'm still not getting to talk to my daughter. So the
I
end of this
can't
month,
believe the
he'll probably go to
court
jail.
is not giving you back your kid like that. Why are the court harassing you like that?
Well, like I
You know,
said,
like it feels like the court is doing you wrong.
they gave us visits, but the COVID kept the COVID. I can't even go to court. Like we're doing it on Zoom over the phone. Like for the past like year, I've been going to court on the phone on an app. Like it's so bad. But I think the end of this month, I get to drive up there and actually physically go to court finally.
Yeah, but I can't even believe like it should be no question like after she attacked you like that.
Right. Well, it's
Yeah,
called parental
why would anybody
alienation.
want their child around that?
When you
Right?
keep a child from somebody, it's called parental alienation. And if a person continues to do it for a long time, like they're doing, I could actually end up with my little girl. Like I said, she's not really a little girl. She's 14 now, but still.
Yeah, I mean, I would be like, I don't even want my daughter around a woman who could end up attacking my daughter. You know, like maybe she would see me in her. You know what I mean? That's what I would say.
That's
How do
the
I
thing
know
about
she's
it.
not
That's
going to?
another reason why I filed custody because they kept fighting around my daughter, and both of them have domestic violence on each other. They both had went to jail like the summer before I filed and everything. They had both went to jail, and I'm like looking at all this shit on the internet on a certain website that I go to, and I can see all this stuff, and I'm thinking, oh my god, I got to do something. And like I said, I got lucky, and God blessed me with a house and everything because when I was down that I couldn't see her and stuff, I had no income at the time. I was living in the projects, couldn't get out of there. I mean, it was bad. My windows got shot at for a year straight, which is a whole nother story, and it wasn't safe. It wouldn't have been safe for my daughters to be out there. It was like a ghetto I was living at. But now everything is better. Everything is safe and everything. I got cameras and stuff, and
Yeah, I feel like you should get her away from that woman.
right. And I'm actually eligible to file custody again because it's been 2 years already. Because this is April all over again, and you can call it's called modify court order and stuff like that. I could actually file a modification right now if I wanted to, but the reason why I haven't done it already is because I still haven't got to really bond with my little girl again because, like I said, the COVID and the visits have been getting put on hold and shit all this time.
I get that, but I feel like, that would be used against you, like them saying, well, you didn't make effort. And no matter how much you say, well, I couldn't because the courts were closed, they still, at the end of the day, would say, yeah, but blah, 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 like they would use that. I think I would say, you know what? If you're like
Oh,
serious
because
about getting
our
that guy's
visits are
approval.
scheduled. No, they won't say that. Our visits are scheduled from the judge, and she sets up the places and times and everything. So no, they ain't gonna say nothing like that because we're doing it through the courts.
I
So in other
feel
words,
like
if I was to like say I was to drive up there tomorrow and say, "Can I please see her?" or whatever, that would be me going against the judge, kind of like going behind her back. You know what I mean?
yeah, I
So
guess because like I'm not in the same position as you. Like I'm in my head thinking like I would because I know you're trying to like follow all the guidelines, because you want to get your daughter back, But I'm thinking in my head, the initial thought of it, like I'd be like, fuck that. Who? Nobody's gonna tell me when I could,
yeah, see, I can't because see with him, you gotta understand they're violent, and I there's a no contact with me and his wife for her being charged with battery on me. There's a no contact for 2 years, and a year's already went by. So me and her can't be around each other for another year. And me and my ex, I had filed one on him, and it just ran out like I'm gonna say December. Mine and his just ran out. So we've been doing this for like 12 or 13 years now. When a no contact runs out, either I file one on them or they'll file one on me. Like it's been war. Like his wife totally does not want me in the picture at all. Like she is straight up. She says she's their mommy. Blah blah blah. It's like I'm just like dead to them and shit. But I'm letting them know, hey, I'm still here and I love my kids and I'm not giving up.
So when he's like having correspondence with, Cray Cray Debbie or Stephanie, right, online, right? And they
Yeah, I
say
think a
things
lot of that's
like,
kind
I
of
talked
simmered
to your
down now.
ex and this, that, and the other, right? When they say stuff like that, isn't that somebody harassing you on behalf of them electronically? And isn't that a violation of their, restraining order on him?
Well, right now, me and him don't have one on each other because it just ran its course. It ran out. So at the moment, there's nothing between me and him. There's one between me and his wife, but me and her aren't communicating any at all. And as far as I know, she hasn't been sticking her nose in the YouTube shit. I knew sooner or later he was going to find out that I'm on YouTube, and I was even telling Byron, I was like, look, sooner or later, my ex is going to find out I'm on YouTube. And he's probably going to try to use some of this shit against me or whatever. But a lot of videos I do, I say for entertainment purposes only and stuff like that.
Right.
So,
Izzy says she has to go. She's meeting a friend for lunch and she wishes she could stay and hear the rest of your story.
and I know I cuss and stuff like that on YouTube, but think about it. I'm not on here doing drugs.
I
I'm
don't think
not doing
cussing
no
is bad at
hardcore shit.
all.
Izzy must be somewhere like in England, maybe, because it's 10 to 7 here.
She's in Scotland.
It
I
says
think
I have to go.
swearing
SG
is,
meeting a friend
and
for lunch. Wish I could stay and hear the rest of this passion story. Oh, I'll tell you about it later, Izzy. Love you, girl. I
I
miss
don't
you. I
think
don't talk to you
swearing
that
is
much.
bad. Thank you for stopping in, Izzy. I appreciate it. She's so nice
Yeah,
when she
'cause I
actually.
can't see. Ever since I got on the panel, I don't. I'd have to go get another phone to look at the chat, and I hope to God Byron's not mad at me for my big mouth waking him up.
I don't
He'll
think
be all
you're
Bye,
right.
mad
Izzy.
at all. I think you're just, like I don't see you
Bye.
usually on a lot of chats and live streams. I feel glad that you're here.
I got to get off here too and get some sleep because I got to take my son shopping tomorrow because we got the stimmy checks and he's gonna want to spend his.
He's gonna
So
what?
the stimulus check, I got my son's and everything because I handle his money and stuff like that, and
Right.
because he's not very responsible. He likes to blow in money, and I've got his money, and I got
Oh,
to take him shopping tomorrow.
that's cool. I appreciate you stopping in. Thank you.
It was good
Yeah, I
talking to
love
you,
you
Miss
guys.
Nation.
Love you too.
Yeah, good
Anytime.
talking to you guys. All right.
And you're modded, right? So you're good, right?
Yeah, I'm Gucci.
Okay, Gucci.
All right,
Okay.
y'all.
Hi. Love you.
Have a good one.
Hi, Marker 59. Marker is starting work.
Good morning, Marker.
7 a.m. work time, huh? That's ungodly. Ungodly. I could never be to work for 7 a.m. I'd be like, out of the door.
That was fun.
I'm a night owl, you know? What's
I can
fun? I like
tell.
talking to fashion. Marcus says
She
night night. He
isn't she fun? She's fun talking to. She's fun when she's doing her live. She's just
yeah, that's
she's a good fun person.
she's like an honest person and stuff, you know? Real, like she's a real person.
Yeah, she's a good fun person. She's somebody who I wouldn't want to fight with. I don't know why so many people give her a hard time. She's a nice person.
I think because she takes it lightheartedly, and she's I think it's shitty when people reach out and they contact people's family members. That's all fucked up.
That's not YouTube friendly. That's stalking. That's crossing a line.
Yeah, that should be stalking right there. Shit, that's fucked up.
And the people that whoever were contacted, they should have known. Hey, no, I can't talk to you.
Right, exactly.
But that's their immaturity level. Play the game, and that's what they did, and they made it what it is. It was wrong.
Mrs. Bobby Smith, Marcus says sleepyhead. I can see. I probably am sleepyhead, right? But Mrs. Bobby, I was going to say Bobble Smith, but Bobby Smith said, "All right, everyone, have a wonderful day. Hope to see you all soon." See, they all slept last night, and we go to sleep now. No,
Have a good day.
You guys have good days. I feel bad, like like I'm supposed to like be up now, but I am. But I'm just like I'm not a night. Like I always had trouble sleeping that night, even when I was a kid. I had trouble with the morning and the alarm.
I never have trouble going to bed.
Well, it's not going to bed; it's waking up. She says, "Yes, I better go to enjoy your day." He's the one at work. He's the one at work. He's got to enjoy his day. It's just so early. Like even when I was a kid, if the alarm went off, it would make me so sick. Literally. What did you do for work?
All kinds of stuff.
Well, what was
Nothing.
your favorite? Eye marker.
Well, the dream was the dream was boxing. I wanted to go professional, and I got so far in an amateur level. Had some things going on with life. It was time to go ahead and just to walk away. It was a hard thing to do. I ended up doing it with regret every day, wondering like, well, how would my life change? And then afterwards, so much time goes by. I forget about the dreams. And I've started like businesses. Some of them did good, some of them failed. And you move on from you go on to something different, and so that's where I am now. I'm into like landscape and lawn mowing
Well, what
and
are you
stuff like
making
that.
money boxing? I'm saying like.
In amateur, you don't make no money in amateur. In the professional, racket, you don't make money until you become you gather a following. So you have to have a pretty big name to gather a following. You have to win like an Olympic title, a national title as an amateur. Win
Well,
all
so
your
that was the dream. You're saying, right? The dream.
Yeah,
But what was
dream.
the, thought of, like how to make money while trying to achieve that dream?
What was going? How was I doing that?
Yeah, unless like
Um,
somebody comes from like a rich family and say they want to be a race car driver, and they've got a rich family that can support that dream, chances of them being able to, continue to be broke while trying to achieve it
mhm.
are less apt to happen.
Well, that's the reality of what happened. It was a bad choice. It was something where I was just, basically a stubborn kid, set in my ways. I was going to do what I wanted to do. Um, I, at the time, I think I was as like a temporary worker in the factory, in the big three. Uh, and but I pretty much all I did was train. Would go to the gym 4 or 5 days a week during the week, train by myself, like running. Uh,
Now, were you ever married?
no,
Do you have any kids?
I got a son.
So, when you were doing your training to be a boxer, were you living like at home on your own?
Living at home. I was probably in my early 20s. By the time I think I was like
So that's like
23, I pretty much got out of it around then.
23, that we said.
Yeah, around
Is that
23.
when you had your kid?
I had a kid around, I think, 22.
So yeah, around when you had your kid, right? And you had to be more responsible, right?
Um, well, I wasn't responsible. I mean, I was living a life. I was making a lot of bad decisions, but I guess that's what life's about. I was,
Did your parents
and
have money?
um, not no, they weren't like, well. I mean, like what I would think what you mean by that question.
Like, like the same house that you grew up in. Is that like the consistent house, or did you move around all the time?
No, I was same house.
So they,
Um,
kept a consistent household. Were they still together?
well, I was raised by grandma and my grandmother and my grandfather. They were together, consistent household, normal family. Can't complain about nothing. Uh, what anything that happened to me in my life was due to my own uh, choices and the reactions or the results of my choices. Uh, I can't complain. I enjoy life. Um, it's
No, I feel like that's good. Like you grew up like in a stable household that obviously was encouraging to your, dreams, and they gave you the opportunity to attempt them, and then you made the decision that pretty early on, like you didn't hang on to it till, into your late years, saying, "Oh, I'm going to be a boxer," and they're like 43. You
I
recognize pretty early on that, hey, I gotta whatever change up.
well, I never quit working out. I always maintain working out. I changed my workouts a little bit and stuff, but when you're in a gym, you're doing sparring. You may be jumping rope more. You may be pushing yourself a little bit more because there's other people there. When I'm working by myself, I still train hard. I enjoyed it. I believe that from exercising, it helps against depression. I believe everyone's got a little bit of depression.
Yeah, I believe that too. Why don't you be a personal trainer?
Be- I've kind of done that too. I've trained people in boxing, and I train people as far as like calisthenics, stretching. What I found was I'm pretty hardcore, and a lot of people they can't keep up. And what can happen is that if you overtrain somebody, if they hurt themselves, they can sue you. I don't want to be sued for training somebody. A lot of people they they think that's what they want to do, but they don't really want to put the effort into training and to like what it takes to get results in their body to make a change. But
Well, I mean, just something that you might like that is the same as what you like to do. Like you like to work out. So
you've seen people do when they're in boxing they work out with the punch mitts?
yeah.
Okay, so like I would like hold the punch mitts and I'd be like, go ahead and like jab one. Like if you're jabbing, you would are you right? You're ambidextrous, so if you were going right-handed, you would be jabbing with your left hand. You would be hitting my
Yeah,
left
but
hand.
boxing is boxing. I meant when I said personal trainer, I meant like working out, like exercise.
Okay, so like lifting weights, doing some running,
Yeah,
like body
like a
shaping.
motivational kind of way to. Sometimes people just need somebody to motivate them to, train with them, kind of in a way, like you're running with them and you're motivating.
Um, you can, I guess. I mean, what I was doing, I was working out in a boxing gym and uh, trying. I had like women that were learning that have had no experience. I had like younger people that
Yeah, but
were
how long ago was that?
2015.
Well, I'm just saying, like boxing seems like it's kind of dying out because of this, pugilism, this UFC shit, and
I
you
wouldn't tell you. I wouldn't tell you to get involved in either one of them. Uh, you're making you should be in school working towards a degree so that degree gets you into a corporation and then you can go ahead and do your 30 years into a corporation if you can get that kind of deal. The boxing thing is you enjoy it. You're working at your pretty much your own pace. You're thinking that you're going to get a big payoff, but you never get no big payoff. It's
no,
the
you
only
don't get a big payoff. I'm talking more about you, for
mm-hmm,
you. You
right.
seem like a person who knows how to eat. From what you're saying, like knows how to eat healthy, and you take body maintenance as in staying physically fit seriously. You know, so at our age, uh, it's hard to get up and go running if you're somebody by yourself. It's like a motivation thing. And if you don't mind running, like say you would normally run 3 miles, right?
Right.
You could have three clients and they could only, they're new at running, so they can only run a mile. But you're still running your 3 miles, but you're getting three clients that are paying for to run each mile. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's
But not in the training sense, more in the companion sense as, at our age group.
it's a wild. It's almost like you would think that it would be a really nice life, but it's really hard. It becomes people canceling, people not dedicated to what they want. They try it out for a couple of weeks and they quit. It, well, I'm talking that the teaching that I'm getting at is that most of these people won't ever get into the ring and have a real amateur fight.
Well, you're talking about in the ring. I'm not talking about in the ring. That's not, like Remember
But
how when we were younger, the boxing was on pay-per-view, and it was, you
HBO.
know, yeah, and people made a big deal of it, but they don't anymore. Even though I still like boxing, and I think it should still be the way it was, but
Hey Tracy,
people are
I
different.
I used to ask the women, because there's always like really good looking women that on the nights of the fights that go to the fight. And I'd be like, what brings you here? And they'd be like, looking at the guys that are boxing. If you see what they're doing in the ring, just imagine what they're like in bed. And I was like, wow.
Right, with certain people get turned on by a certain kind of person, like me with the broken noses. There's things people like, and you
Um,
know,
see,
characteristics.
um, well, for me, I like to keep my nose straight, not being broken nose, and that means I don't get hit. That's the thing about boxing. It's you think that you're going to go into war and you're going to walk forward. That's not a good idea. You're actually, it's a man dance, and you're
Yeah, you
trying
want
not
to
to get
tire out
hit.
your partner.
You're trying not to get hit. It's almost like a sword fight, jousting.
Yeah, you want to tire out your partner.
Or get a different angle on him where you when you punch him, he don't see the punch coming. He's not expecting that punch, and
Like an uppercut.
no, like a liver shot. The liver shot's the best shot in boxing. It's a left hook that goes down to the liver, and then what happens is when the guy gets hit, initially he don't feel it, but then in about a second or two it kicks in, and you go, and then you can't move. And then what happens is that best thing to do is to drop down on a knee and get your 8 count, and so that way you don't keep on getting beat. Because once I know I hit you with the liver shot, man, I'm coming up with a left hook, and then after that, it's like I said, it's best to just to drop down to a knee, because you want to go ahead and take that advantage of that 8 second count, get your win, and then try to maintain, come back into the boxing match. But
Yeah, but you got to be close enough to give the guy the liver shot.
Oh, I'll get there.
Which means by that point, you've tired him out enough that he's like leaning against you, like almost so exhausted that you can plant that liver shot.
Well,
But if you've been dancing
for
all
me,
around, and that's what you want to do, you want him dancing all around,
no,
let him
I
be
don't
tired.
do that.
Let him be tired, get tired.
For me, what all I do is I'm not going to avoid you. I'm going to cut the ring off. When you go left, I'm already going left. When you go right, I'm going to block off with a something going to preventing you from going right. And then what happens is you're going to be right there. You're going to have to fight me. But what I'm going to do is when you throw your shot, I might step back so that I got that little bit of room, slip your shot, and then come in with my shots. And then I'm either looking for a position or an angle. And by moving around, I might not even take a shot. I might move into a different position. And then you say, well, what the hell is he doing? And then bam, a left hook comes and you didn't expect it. And you're like, wow. And then what happens is that then I know that you're not expecting this thing. Do it again, left hook, right hand. It follows. And what happens is sometimes, depending on how good a shape you are, different people, you might be knocking people out. I was I trained, so I was pretty strong and I was in good shape. I did pretty good.
What
I had
were
a
you, like
few.
bantam weight or
I was at
what were
139, 139,
you?
139 pounds.
Bantam weight.
It's I think it's called junior welterweight, but it might be called something like that.
Yeah, well, if you're junior, it might be welcome, but if you're like an adult, that would be bantamweight because you would be that's the lowest weight group, right?
Oh no, they go down to 106 pounds, 112
No, I'm
pounds.
saying is that the name for that though, like that weight range?
Is the bantamweight the name of the lowest weight
Well, like,
range?
for that weight that you were.
I think the weight. I thought mine was junior welterweight, and that bantam was like down to like 112, 106 or something. But I may be wrong.
It could be, but I don't know. Like 106 is pretty thin for a guy.
No, they get down to 106. Sometimes some guys aren't very tall, and they get down to 106, and you think to yourself, a guy at 106 pounds, he can't be nothing. And then what happens is you've underestimated your opponent. This guy's in shape, and he's fast, and then he puts a wampum on you, and then you're like, holy shit, he's fast as hell. And do you know who Manny Pacquiao is?
No.
Manny Pacquiao was only like 120 pounds. And then from there, he
He's
started.
120 pounds and 5'7", right?
He's
That,
he's probably about 5'5", 5'6".
okay, 5'7", 5'5", 5'6". If he was
Yeah.
around that and he's 120 pounds, that would be, okay. But if he was 106 pounds and he was 5'6", he'd be thin. Too thin. Like 106, he'd have to be 5'1", 5'2" for the 106 to be, even for like a girl to be average and look good,
You're gonna look thin. Definitely. It's
I could see a jockey weighing 90 pounds or 106, up to 106, but a boxer, you'd have to be boxing a dwarf because your fucking arm's reach would be not that long. If you were 106 pounds, you couldn't be more than 5'2" to carry
at
the
a,
weight of looking like not a bone.
at 139 pounds. I boxed a guy. I
No,
think he was.
106. You said 106.
No, I boxed at 139, but I said the bantamweight might be 106. I boxed a guy. I think he was 6'2" at 139 pounds.
Right, where he'd still be spindly. You know what I mean? Like caught, but spindly. You know what I mean? Like he's
Oh
caught,
no,
fast moving.
this dude was he was 6'2", and I was looking at him. I was like, how the hell did you get down to 139? And what they do is they'll go ahead in the last week they'll go ahead in the sauna, and they'll drain all the water weight out of them, and they won't drink no water. And then by the time the fight happens, they go weigh in, they make weight, go replenish themselves with water, and go eat. It's a little bit unhealthy of a way to cut weight, but wrestlers are known to do it. I guess some boxers are known to do it too. I
Isn't that
never did
funny?
it.
I said, well, you're the captain of the wrestling team, and you were like, no, but you liked boxing, so it's kind of right.
Wrestling was the kids in school were like brown nosers, ass kissers. I wasn't that type of person. I went to school. I liked school, but I wasn't.
No, I
I
mean, but
wasn't.
you like that physical contact kind of sport. What I'm saying.
No, nope. I played like a junior level of football in the football league. Um, but I never played any type of sports in school. Actually, what I did is I weightlifted.
Yeah,
Yep.
in school they had weightlifting. Yeah, they did. Right, they did.
Yeah. They had like a gym, a weightlifting gym, and
Did
I
you
used to
graduate?
go. Did I what?
Graduate?
Graduate? Yes, I did.
That's cool. What high school? Somewhere in Detroit.
North of Detroit.
Cool.
It's
I didn't graduate. It pisses me. And people will go, "Oh, we could get your GED," and I'm like, ugh, you know,
If you didn't graduate, you didn't need to. You're pretty smart for somebody, you know.
thank you. I appreciate that.
You
I
don't.
feel it's different now. I want to leak. I like learning. I can't get enough learning. But in school, I don't know if the teachers weren't, you know, good enough as teachers,
Did they get
cared enough,
across to you? That's the
huh?
thing about a teacher is that sometimes they can't get across to every student that they have, and that's the challenge of it is that they have to get across to so many kids.
I found that a lot of the teachers back in high school, it seemed they didn't take, their some of the classes were okay, but the English and I remember like the math, those teachers just seemed to be like, just turn to this page and read it and, blah, blah, blah. They didn't really care, you know? And my mother, like I said, she would sign my report cards, but she didn't like look at it, you know? You gotta encourage people too.
Did you feel she didn't encourage you, or
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I feel like, you should look at your kids' shit, their stuff, and take notice and take part of, play a role, you know? Because people remember that, believe it or not. Like you think you wouldn't, but you do.
okay? A lot of people are walking around with the same thing, and it's called pain. Pain from being brought into this world. Nobody has to be brought into this world, but they all got brought into this world somehow.
Yeah, and I don't think it's so much pain, but I think we're supposed to like learn from it, like maybe be a better parent, you know?
There,
Learn like whatever somebody else did that you feel you were lacking in, then do opposite.
have you ever watched the movie Roots?
Yes.
Did you watch the one when down in the village, the father says, I've asked God to help me give my child a name. Can you help me out?" And to wise man, and the guy goes, "It's not my problem. It's your child. You name him whatever, you know."
Yeah.
And so in life, basically, it's we all have our own problems. A lot of our own problems are created by ourselves. Unfortunately, a lot of us in life are lost, or we don't have that guide. That it's almost like in boxing how you have a manager. Well,
Yeah,
you don't always have a manager in life. Sometimes you go in life and you're going in blind. You don't see the future. You're just going in at it, and you going into what happens is that you end up getting hurt, or who knows, maybe not. But
encouragement, it's building like confidence in your child and, just being encouraging to
okay,
people, even
so
strangers.
not everyone knows how to become a good parent. Not everyone knows how to become a good pack leader. Not everyone, people are who they are. Maybe they try. Maybe they could wish that they could try better next time. But uh, you
I
know,
think people know right from wrong, just like you said, right?
yeah. But sometimes, it. Then after a while, it's just me saying it, and the people are like, "I'm going to do what I want anyways." I've got. I could name the five most valuable things that you have, and tell you what fucks the whole five things up. It's
What I have or what?
everybody on the planet has. I could ask everybody, what is the most valuable thing you have?
Are you asking me?
You're what?
Are you asking me?
What is, yeah, the question is what is the most valuable thing you have? Everyone has the same answer. Go
Which
ahead and
is,
think your life.
yeah, but your life is what you make it.
It doesn't matter. If I walked up to you and said your life is over, it's over. Your life is the most valuable thing you have. After that, what's the next most valuable thing you have?
I think the most valuable thing that we have is like the opportunity to like learn and stuff, and that, you know, if somebody could do mean things and live with themselves, then that's who they are.
Let me explain. I can explain. You said the opportunity to learn. That's called knowledge and everything that fits in the knowledge, even in memory. Without memory, you would forget everything. You need the memory to build. Memory builds more information. The brain stores the information, retrieves the messages, and sometimes when you ask me a trivia question, I can retrieve that information. Sometimes I can't. After knowledge, you say to yourself, well, how about if I said the most valuable thing I have is uh, my son? I would say your son's very valuable. You only have one. Well, you can have others. You can, or you could say, what about if I had a husband? And then I would tell you this all falls into knowledge. After that, you would say, what was the next most valuable thing that we have? The next most valuable thing is health. You say, what do you mean? Well, if you have a toothache, you can go to the dentist. You can go to the aspirin cabinet and get you some aspirin, maybe some Oragel and Ambisol, put it on there. It might help you, maybe not. But you know that from knowledge. Then after that, after your health, what's the most valuable thing? Well, it's
I
between
think it depends on how people look at things and how they value things.
It's true. You probably won't. You probably, when you hear me and you say this right now, you probably not agreeing. You're probably like, that's just an opinion. But after that, everyone's doing this. They're surviving and they want freedom. And to do that, you have to have a business where that earns you cash to pay for your bills, to survive and be free. And then if you can maintain that, you might be successful in life. What fucks it up is something called feeling. Feeling says, I don't want to get out of bed today. I don't want to get out of bed this morning. I don't feel like going to school. I feel like getting high. I feel like, so feeling fucks up a lot of things that what you should be doing that you end up not doing after all.
Yeah, but that's like, what is it? Free choice, or you know what I mean? Like free will, free will.
Okay, but in life you're making decisions, so you might as well keep making good decisions. So once you start making bad
Exactly. That's what I'm
decisions,
saying. It's free will. Like feelings and choices are what's considered free will, and you're
okay,
supposed to make good choices, and response. And everybody can make a bad choice and screw up, but when it comes around again, you're kind of expected to make the comparison and learn.
also what works for me might not work for you.
Right. But I'm saying you're still supposed to, say somebody say, okay, well, they do this thing, and they say, okay, well, I'm never going to do that again. If you know it's bad for you or whatever, then you just don't repeat it.
But there's so many people that do.
Exactly. And then what happens then is that when, like with the whole George Floyd thing, oh, that cop didn't have any regard for human life. That's what they were arguing, right? But it's like, okay, yeah, but what about holding a gun to a pregnant woman's stomach? That's somebody not having any regard for human life. And they said, well, what he did in the past is irrelevant. Well, kind of not, because if somebody's a repeat offender, it means that, they're going to jail, they're coming back out, they're repeating it, and they're going back. I mean, they're not learning. So, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying?
Somebody didn't get across to George.
Right.
And what happened was George was making bad decisions, got an addiction, couldn't kick it. I guess
Well,
he was
with or
taking.
without the addiction, he was refusing to get from behind the wheel of the, he's trying to pass off a counterfeit bill, even if he was straight. He was, resisting arrest. The other cops were just standing around. I mean, just fucking, go peacefully. You got caught. Go peacefully.
What I hate to see is that for $20, and what happened was somebody lost a life. But it's I wasn't there, I wasn't involved, and that's what happened. And that's what happens all over the world.
Yeah, it does happen all over the world, but people can't say, oh, well, what he did in the past is irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. It's very relevant. I'm sure it's very relevant to that woman who pleaded for the life of her unborn baby. When he was holding the gun to her stomach.
Hey, do you remember the story about the girl? Her name was Jennifer. I believe it was Woodward, and she had a baby and put the baby in a trash can. Then the guy went and got the baby out of the trash can and dropped it off at Sinai. It was on Tom's and Nitty's. Nitty did it too.
Yeah, what about her? Did they ever hear anything more?
I always wondered, and one thing I'll say that Tom is correct about is that the news people they'll put one ad, they'll put the news on about the baby, what happened, but they never had like a follow-up story. Is the baby alive? Did somebody adopt it? Did the baby die? So I never heard anything. I was just
right, exactly. Have you ever typed in her name to see if she's like if she like doing time or anything?
I did look it up on the some of the news channels and the local news stations, and nothing came up. This says that she had like a $50,000 bond, and I don't think nobody helped her out. So she was probably at the time she looked like she was high as shit. So she probably got strung out. I don't know what happened to her, but I remembered that.
Has anybody seen Becky?
Excuse me?
Has anybody seen Becky?
Sharon said, I thought I seen Becky, but it was the girl I told you about, Sunshine. And so I don't think nobody has seen Becky. And I was going to tell you, a lot of people don't know about that station here. Even though that there's like, a few people that you might hear talking on the chats, most people that live here never ever heard of it.
What's weird though is like Jamie, we don't hear about Jamie. We don't hear about Becky. He doesn't go back. He doesn't, interview. And everybody speculates why he doesn't go back, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, maybe he doesn't go back because he doesn't have to go back. Maybe they're not there. Maybe they were sex trafficked.
Oh no, they're there. These are girls that probably, due to their addiction, have become accustomed to this lifestyle on the street.
I get what you're saying. I'm just saying, like,
I, I bet you a lot of these girls, before they were working on the street, were working on Backpage. And Backpage, I believe, got broken up in 2014 or 16. So I bet
I
I
hear
guarantee.
ya. I'm just saying, like, it's odd to me that somebody would continue to do, videos of the same girls, and then all of a sudden, they're freaking gone. And I mean, Detroit is like one of the largest sex trafficking places.
One time I heard somebody say, people from all around the world come to Detroit, smoke crack, and want to fuck. And I was like, really? And then I think I might have heard like maybe one more time before that. Uh, but that was kind of wild. I kind of wondered why. Uh, there was a time in Detroit when the economy was when the plants were doing really good. The economy was way better. Even though you could say, hey man, it could even be better. That was the best it had ever had been probably for most people here. After that, in like 2006 or 2008, when the housing crisis happened, a lot of people ended up packing up, losing their houses, and shipping out somewhere else. I guess I don't know where they went. After
Yeah, but
that,
people like dump bodies in Detroit, like, light them on fire, the cars, and
uh, it's a definitely, hey. There's a saying: once you cross 8 Mile, you're in a different world. You know how like the Eminem movie, all
yeah,
that. Okay,
yeah.
so it's basically when you're going south, you cross 8 Mile, and then 8 Mile is really not that bad actually. 8 Mile, 7 Mile. But when you start going to the east side, that's when it gets a little bit more rougher. Most people is what they do is they go down to Woodward, uh, into by where the Renaissance Center is. It's called the GM Building now. They go down there. They go down to Belle Isle. A lot of people will go to restaurants. A lot of people are going to hockey games. They got the basketball down there now. Uh, what else do people do? Oh, one thing that is famous here that a lot of people miss out on is the Motown museums and like Aretha Franklin.
Yeah, but
Uh,
what about those areas where they're abandoned like that, and there's all those abandoned buildings and all this shit?
you don't want to go there. Wait, would you want to go into one of those buildings and
No,
maybe
what
have
I'm saying to you is
like a
there's like
rat jump at
people
you?
have bodies dumped there.
There could be. You could find anything out there in the D. That's what they call it, the D. The reason why they call it the D really isn't because it's called Detroit. They call it the D because it's a dump.
Yeah, it's like a body dump.
Well, and I know a lot of people, if they heard me say that, they'd be like, wow, man, that don't sound like you got pride in your. No, that's just the way it is, the way that these people have made it. And, you know, we've gone through mayors, we've gone through all kinds of things. We have a river, a beautiful river that looks at Canada. We don't take advantage of it. There's nothing, there's like a little river walk, and that's it. You could put beaches down there. You could put all kinds of nice restaurants, all kinds
It
of things.
went bankrupt, right? The city at one
Yeah,
point was bankrupt.
yeah. There's not even grocery stores down in downtown Detroit. To get to a grocery store, you have to go out of Detroit. Um, Actually,
Crazy.
let me take that back. Where where Maddie and Gerald and Frank are, it's called Mexican Village, and there is that little area is a lot of immigrants from Mexico come and they settle there, and they have their own little grocery stores. So there are their grocery stores, but there's not like a Myers or a Kroger there. And the reason why is because people would steal stuff so much that they would lose business. And I don't know if they was come on, but that's the reason why. And then what happened was is that there people complain. Look, you don't have a in the city of Detroit, you do not have a major grocery store for people to go to. And so they started changing it up and they started building. I think they got like a Myers going on down there now.
Well, sometimes I'll go into like, stores that are in different neighborhoods, but then there's the same stores like chains, in other neighborhoods. And things like, shampoo and deodorant and stuff like that can be, right on the shelves and you just pick it right up. But other stores like in different neighborhoods, those things are all like behind glass, plastic, and you gotta like go around basically telling the person who's working, oh, I want this, but they're the same stores in different neighborhoods. And I'm like, all right, fucking snap out of it. Like, why the fuck are they stealing in that neighborhood and not in this neighborhood? I mean, fucking snap out of it. People just don't, some people don't get it. They think, oh, well, we're supposed to, like, we just go steal and then fucking hack it. It's like, no. Everybody else fucking pays for shit. You pay, too. And I know that sounds mean, but I've done it. I've been a fucking single mother and not, and I'm not putting anybody down who does live in like, housing or subsidized or anything. But since I didn't, I know it can be done. So I don't, these excuses of people who say, well, blah, blah, blah. No, no excuse. Like, just don't have, another kid. If you're not married to somebody and you've got one kid, and then you meet somebody else, and you guys aren't married, and you don't have something yet that is going to assure that they're going to pay child support, and they just, go off and, do whatever and hustle, don't have another kid. Because if, two people who are working and they can't afford, more than 2 kids or 3 kids, that I'm just saying, like, think correctly.
A
Make
lot
good
of people.
choices.
Sometimes. Have you ever heard a person's hormones levels? Sometimes, as their brain is developing, it stops developing when they have like a traumatic experience, maybe such as drugs, a sexual experience, uh, maybe like a molestation or something happened to them. So what? Some people they quit developing. I don't believe that there are dumb people. I don't even believe that there are useless people. I believe that there's you can find something in anybody. Uh, I was saying that um, I don't know. I rather look for the good things than because there's so much negative. You
There is,
could
but I'm tired of hearing people blame it on this color or that color or this political party or that political party. It's
is it
like,
affecting you though? But because
yeah,
like
it is.
how?
Because, okay, I mean, I've been working my whole life and, paying into,
Oh,
system.
okay.
And
I know what you're gonna say. That's the system screwing you, and those
that's what I'm
doctors
saying. It's the
telling
system.
you,
That's
oh,
what I'm saying. Like, people,
find a different
regular average
job.
people are blaming it on colors and they're blaming it on, the Democrats, the Republicans, but it's not. It's the government or whoever's running those programs dropping the ball.
Can you find like a lawyer that will
No,
not?
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. The bottom line is this: I paid into that. I have cancer,
You should
and
get
the
it.
answer of them saying, no, negative, you can't have it, is absolutely not.
You should have never been denied, but they play a game, and they play a game with all people. And you're not the only one that's been denied. There's a
I
lot of
know
people
that,
that.
and some people will get attorneys and they'll go that route, but there's a reason for that. Like, there's got to be some kind of fucking reason. Like, where do they get off saying, we can supplement that particular Social Security attorney or whatever the heck he is, disability attorney? I'm not supplementing his income. I'm getting the money that I put into the system when I need it. And if I never needed it, then they got to keep it, and lucky for them. But since I need it, then hey, I'm not having to get an attorney to fight my battle. The answer is absolutely not. They can deny it 70 times, and 70 times I'll fight them back and say absolutely not.
I can understand how you can say that I have a gripe, and because they can go ahead and they can give somebody money for heroin, but they can't help me out in my GoFundMe page.
Well, no, not that. We were talking about the government, right? But if you
Well,
were, yeah,
but I see on both aspects. I see on the government, you should have been qualified already. You should have never been denied. And then I see, as in the YouTube community, there's these people. They know who you are. They know your situation.
yeah,
And, I think I say to myself, well, there's a choice, and you can't tell people what to do with their money. But
right. But to have somebody make an effort to sabotage it by telling people especially when it's coming from a channel that takes donations.
that just goes to add to like the quality of the people today.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I don't know. They could do whatever the fuck they want, but I still think that when I sit there looking at people going, oh, and your mission is what do they call it? Your ministry. Your ministry is so good, and what you're doing is so good. And she'll be like, oh, I guess I was raised by my mother to not lie. And I'm thinking to myself, man, the people in the room, they were there when she marched into that live stream and said, SG, the one with the car. She has Munchausen syndrome. She doesn't really have cancer. She's running a racket. And I'm demanding mine and everybody else's money back. Now, I don't mind if she was just to say, you know what, that was wrong for me to do, and I apologize privately or publicly, however, the way it is. But to watch multiple people who were witnesses to it sit there and be fine with themselves as human beings, it disgusts me sometimes. Sometimes I don't say anything. Sometimes I get disgusted and do. Like the night when you said, hey, what's anybody think about Survivor Girls channel? You were being nice and kind and saying something nice. And it was just so weird. They were all like, Jules, Jules, with kissy faces. And I'm thinking to myself, these people knew me a year before they even knew that person. And they can't even say, yeah, she's nice, or even be kind or anything. It's like so weird.
Was
Weird.
was the Jersey from Jules girl lady? Was she from Michigan?
No,
No. Okay.
no. And, I feel like even the one who goes by FDS, okay? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Well, like I've known her since Chosen One, and like she said to me, "You don't know this, but you saved my life one night." I was feeling real down. She said, and you were very, like you. were just there, like as a person kind of thing. And now here I am, like fighting for my life. You like that was before I had cancer. Like I've known her a while. Now here I am in a fight for my life, and this girl acts like I never existed. The only reason why she's at Jules' channel is because I shared the link with her and said this is a great channel. And I think to myself, wow, like if you somebody goes to heaven, like we were talking about earlier, and they say, hey, well, isn't it weird how you say you were admittedly saying she saved your life one night without even knowing it? How do you feel about how you turned your back on her when you know she just was fighting for her life, kind of, needed a friend as well? How do people live with themselves?
Oh, they do, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I've noticed that usually in life you see one woman hanging out with a group of men, and that particular situation works. When you have a group of women, it gets a little bit too catty, and they start fighting, and that's when the cat fights start. And men usually don't want to take sides when
There was no cat fight. She would blatantly use me for the first month of her channel. She reached out to me and was like, oh, I saw that you got blocked from Tom's channel. What he was saying was so wrong, and but we're starting a channel, and blah blah blah. And I like shared her link out, and I was like, oh, thinking, cool, a place where I could talk to my old friends from Tom's channel and shit. And then within, like in a month, and I said to her, oh, can you go? This guy's, saying he's gonna cut my head off and shit. I go, just, take a look at this and tell me what you think. And next thing, she's in there talking to him and shit, like, hey, and tell me how he seems more credible and sane than me. You know who I'm talking about?
yeah, I'm following.
But do you know who I'm talking about? What guy?
This Astro guy, the guy that drives the Astro.
No. Mm-mm.
Oh, no. Then who?
Well, who was threatening to cut my head off?
Oh, that guy.
Yeah.
The Russians. The Russians.
Yeah. How does he seem more sane than me?
So he was around back then too.
For 3 years, he's been affected.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
This can't. How can you keep on coming on to YouTube? I would run.
Well, look, it's all like kind of come out in the end, right?
I know there's some good. You're searching for the diamond in the rough. Some good people. Most people.
No, what I'm saying is, it's like, now it's, well, like Baba's is braver than me. So, where people would tell me, just ignore it, just blah, blah, blah. Don't, you know what I mean? But Baba's brought it to light, and, people see, and you guys all saw.
And I did see, and I will also say that she never seen any of your videos to get your side of it, know a little bit about the situation, and she still was like, hey, I'm still bringing the guy on anyways. It's my show.
No, I'm saying that eventually people saw what was going on with them, the Russians and all that.
Well, apparently it worked for a while because she kept him on there for a while until he put the phone number out. When he put the phone number
right,
out,
I'm not necessarily talking about Baba's. I'm just saying he got progressively worse.
Well, he's establishing a past, a history of what's going on. relationships aren't working, and that's his situation.
Yeah, he just got progressively worse. He needs to get like actual help, you know?
Uh, uh, that's the community. Some people,
Not
you
community,
know,
that's real life. I mean, he's, like, he could automatic, he could go somewhere and see like a Russian community and say they're all spies and shoot the whole lot of them, you know?
where the place is called. It's called jail. There's no mental place where you can go to get help no more. They don't. They shut those all down, and they throw everybody in jail.
Yeah, it's incredible to me that people could say they're cutting people's heads off and doing things like that. And, right there on YouTube. They need to have
Well,
safety measures.
how about the guy last night when he was getting mad? He goes, "Oh, he started making threats. I couldn't remember exactly what he said, but he was making some kind of threats, and he was angry, and whether he was gonna act out. He said something, and
What room? Oh, that
it's not a
Ben.
yeah, it's not a professional. Um, and wait, my understanding, I only thought he was 21. If he's older than 21, wow, but
He's
to each
older
their
than
own.
21, but he's still like, angry about high school basketball.
Well, maybe he's stuck on 21 mentally. I don't know. I mean,
He's like, like, all right, how you had to give up your dream of, boxing?
right?
Well, he's angry that he had to give up his dream too, and
But I
but
see that.
he doesn't handle it as well as you. We all had a dream, but it didn't work out, and we moved on, and you know, we're not like
That's
still verbally bitching about it. We might tell people about it, but we're not like saying that's why my whole life is ruined. You know, I'm not saying you are. I'm saying that somebody who
oh,
like dwells on one thing can really end up, you know, obsessing about something so much they don't pay attention to the rest of their life.
who all I can say is maybe wish for the best for everybody who knows what they're going through, and maybe the
Yeah,
anger.
but people gotta be careful about people who are, you heard how he was angry at us guys, like, automatically, right?
Oh, well, here's the thing. Without being a doctor, was he playing? Was he acting, or was he having a mental condition? I don't know.
No, the last
And
time or the first time, but the last time that I ever, you know, he's been in my channel before, but he hasn't like, always been up on the live stream. But the only other time I let him up on live stream, he was bitching about the basketball thing then too. And I was like, you're very angry. That was a long time ago. But here he was, still bitching about it.
there's a lot of people that are very angry on YouTube.
Yeah, there is, because they're fucking psychotic. You know what I'm saying? It's revealing all these people who are blaming other people in their life that they didn't even know and hating on them. Like, oh, fucking, let me tell you the story about fucking my fucking basketball fucking 20 years ago fucking high school team.
I could dunk.
Right?
I used to dunk.
Yeah.
The-
But my mother died and then fucking. And,
and what happened was depression set in, letdowns. And then didn't he say that he start? Oh, he did. He did say that he had a history with addiction, and that he was shooting cocaine.
But yeah, okay. So
Did you remember that? Because he said, "Let me up on the panel. This is my forte. I've got knowledge in addiction." Do you remember all that?
yeah, okay. But what I'm saying is, let go of the anger, buddy. We've all got issues. We all fucking had rough lives. Probably most of our parents are dead, or someone we, loved one has passed away. And, you know, simmer the fuck
Do
down.
do you think men act like little baby boys and women act like angry bees?
No, I think everybody's different, but, usually people who don't haven't lived on their own and don't have responsibilities, or don't even try to get responsibility and feel a sense of entitlement, that's a dead giveaway. If somebody isn't ever been self-sufficient, then chances are you're going to be dealing with somebody who feels a sense of entitlement. At our age, people should be self-sufficient. So unless you're looking to take care of somebody and you're codependent and that makes you feel good, then I don't think anybody who is a responsible adult who has, they're self-sufficient, they pay their own bills, should ever like say, "Oh, okay, yeah, you've never worked in your life, yeah, definitely come live with me," because you're just going to be irritated.
Uh,
Eventually, you'll be like, "Get the fuck up off your ass and get a job." What the fuck?
do you like living alone?
Yeah, because I
Freedom?
realized that when like how Miss Passion said, "But I don't want to wake up Byron," like, and I thought to myself, I know me, and I'd be like, I wouldn't be able to adjust to not being able to.
You don't want to tiptoe around your own place.
Yeah, and that's good. She's good. She's better there because I wouldn't unless I really, liked him. I guess, but I mean, I really gotta like him because other than that, I'm fine on my own. That's the thing. Like, I don't need anybody. So, do I want what I like to have somebody else? Yeah, but if it's hard work, just fuck it. Forget it. Too lazy for that shit. I'm a
Every
lazy
situ
girl.
every situation's different. Like I said, sometimes it's work. Some, like you said, no, it shouldn't be. Uh,
Yeah, it shouldn't be hard work. You should just know. That's how I feel. Kind of know.
I, how would you feel about dating somebody from taking somebody's advice, dating somebody from a different country, uh, as somebody has kind of, given the advice of?
I certainly wouldn't sit there and say American women suck, Chinese women or Asian women or immigrant women are better, and then hit on every American woman that you're talking to, and then make them feel like eventually they're going to be like, "Shut the fuck up. You already said you don't like American women. You already said you want kids. We're all discluded. Simmer down and just talk normal." You know what I mean? It's like the hitting on, like Baba said, he reminds me of the type that would, dance next to me and stick his dick in my thigh.
While he's
I could
dancing?
see that. Huh?
While he's dancing?
Yeah, like work his way over there and stick his dick in her thigh. Like maybe grind up to her. Hey, you want to dance? And you're like, get the fuck out of here, buddy.
He's
I'm,
he's an
no, he's
interesting
nice though.
personality.
He's a nice person, trust. but I could see, you know.
He's a social person. You may not agree with his views. I respect him.
He's always been nice to me.
Yep, and he's always been nice to Miss Passion as well. Even though you guys may get in sometimes a little bit of a fight, he always sticks up for you guys. Even with his case with Debbie, even though she like shits on him, he always talks kindly about her and calls her his queen.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta have a loyalty, though. You know what I mean?
He said some stuff that I've heard though that makes me think to myself like, how are you going to make it work with one woman?
I don't think he's really looking to make it work with anybody. He's looking
He talk,
to.
but he talks about marriage more than anybody.
Yeah, he does, but he talks about also saying, like tit for tat, and if somebody's gonna cheat, I cheat first. So I don't know, like he'd have to go with an immigrant that couldn't speak English, because if they heard that shit, they'd be saying, "Fuck you." They'd say, "Oh, you tit for tat, tit for tat." Like some foreign lady. She doesn't know what
He
it means.
he would never get away with that with an American woman. That's for sure.
No, they'd be
I
like,
think
"What the fuck?"
maybe he resents that and is a little bit angry that he can't have his cake and eat it too.
No, somebody's like fucking probably, I would say maybe he's mad at whoever he has a kid with, and he probably pays child support to her, and he's angry about it. Maybe she left him for somebody.
He said that both of them left for guys with boats.
Yeah, I know, right? That's ridiculous. Nobody's gonna be like hanging around on the marina.
Yeah,
You know
they
what I
do.
mean?
I swear, if you got a boat, hey, what are you doing? Feel like going out in the boat?
That's if somebody loves somebody. They're not leaving for the fucking boat. That's what somebody says to make themselves feel better. Must be that they have a boat. Yeah, it wasn't that you fucking cheated on her and hung with hookers. I mean, I'm not talking about Terry. I'm just saying, like, for instance, if there was, you know, if that
They've
was ever the case.
they've got this song in because they have the Detroit Boat Show and they play this song. It's "You Deserve a Brand New Boat." If you hear it, you'd be like, "Wow, that's a cool song. Maybe I should buy a little boat."
Maybe one of those, like, I don't know. Maybe some my dog could go in with me.
Like what you said, a pontoon or not like a houseboat.
Well, if, like, somebody was rich. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't be buying one of those. That doesn't even look like it would, like, you couldn't go fast in that and shit, you know? You just keep it at the dock, floating, and you're like, that's not even really a boat. That's the fun of, like, boats, is, like, going fast. The water splashing up on you. Just
Hitting the
going
waves
fast.
and kind of like bouncing off the waves.
I don't really like that. Hitting the wakes like that, I don't like that. That's hard. Water's hard. When you
Yep,
come down on it,
yep.
yeah, I don't like that shit, but I do like boats and I do like water, but it certainly doesn't determine if I date somebody. Fuck that, they could drown you. Like, I don't know why she fell off the boat.
You know, of all the Great Lakes, most boat wrecks were in Lake Superior.
Hey Ben, look, he's here. He's angry at us again. He's angry at us again. He's only kidding.
Ben?
Yeah, Ben.
Oh, good morning, Ben.
Where is Lake Superior located?
The what?
Where is that located?
Superior. The bear. What did you say?
Superior, Lake Superior.
Oh, Lake Superior. It's above the Upper Peninsula. Lake Superior is the like the deepest lake. Lake Michigan's over towards Chicago, Wisconsin, the west side of
Which one's
Michigan.
the most polluted? Lake Erie.
Lake Erie, yeah. Second deepest is Lake Ontario, and then you got Lake Huron. Lake Huron's right there by the thumb. Goes up to the bridge.
Which one's the most polluted though?
Lake Erie by Cleveland.
Yeah, right near Ohio, Cleveland, Ohio. Yep, that's what I heard. Got like garbage floating on the fucking shore and stuff. That's pretty sad. I heard Ohio is not good, and I heard Gary, Indiana is bad.
Gary, Indiana's bad. Dayton, Ohio's rough.
You ever watch that guy who does, worst places to live in America, worst cities, and all that shit?
They got a guy here. His name's Charlie Boy. I think Charlie Boy 313 or something.
Yeah. What about him?
He drives around and he takes pictures of all the neighborhoods.
I don't know how cities can get away with leaving fucking buildings like that. You know? I mean, people who own properties, they gotta keep their frickin' stuff, nice. Like you can't have an abandoned car on your lawn and this and that. And yet these cities can allow these boarded up buildings and shit. We're required to keep the streets nice, but they aren't. The cities?
The city was so big at one time, and then as the people left, then the structure, the people, they didn't have the money to keep it going, to maintain it.
Well, they called it white flight, remember?
Yep, and that's what happened. Everyone with money ended up leaving. The only reason that you're there is because you have to be there, or
Oh, me?
financial. No, no, not you. I mean the people that are in
People
Detroit.
down in Detroit?
Yeah. It's most of them not by choice, unless they've lived there their whole life and they don't feel like moving.
Right, right, right. But I mean, that whole white flight thing is because of the riot in like the 70s.
In 1968, I think the riot happened and it changed
Yeah,
it.
like some big fire, and they were setting the fucking shit on fire and everything. Right?
I think what happened was the German shepherds ended up attacking some guy, and then they went ahead and they started uh, protesting, and then it became a battle of the police and the people.
Mm, it was somebody was running an after hours club,
I
and they
used
were getting noisy.
I used to go to an after hours club.
Yeah, but they were running it like, I mean, they were being noisy. They were being like blatant about it. And so, the cops showed up and then everybody started pouring out onto the street. And then somebody shot a gun and nobody knows where the first shot came from. And it went through somebody's freaking window, like a tenant, somebody who lived there. And then the whole neighborhood just became, everybody was fighting and it went on for days and shit like that, burning shit down, all kinds of shit.
A lot of nice decent houses. Some of them, older fashioned houses, maybe smaller on the smaller side, but there's a lot of bigger ones down there too. A lot of almost, I would say, almost like mansions, especially in like Palmer Woods. I think Aretha Franklin sold what her, she passed away, but they took one of her houses that was an abandoned. She lost it to the bank, and they sold it. The bank sold it for like $750, and then some guy bought it, and he was like, even though I paid $750, he goes, just knowing it was Aretha Franklin's house, I'm gonna refix it up, and it should be worth something. But
Yeah, but it's like the mansions in the nice neighborhoods were just streets away from, where the all the burning of the buildings was and everything. And I mean, what the fuck? You're gonna burn your fucking houses. You're gonna burn this. You're gonna burn that. Then it's crazy. People can't
I
go
was
around burning shit when they get caught doing something wrong and start feeling like, okay, well, this gang mentality. We start surrounding the cops and refusing to, face the fact we got caught at an after hours bar. No matter who it is, get caught, you got caught.
back then. It was probably not as much of as like being politically correct, and people got if they could get away with something, they got away with it. So they did whatever they wanted to do. Uh,
Still that way. Seen Portland lately?
no, I haven't.
They destroyed it. It's fucking all over the street. BLM, broken windows, all the freaking, storefronts smashed and shit. People whose that was their life, their business, ruined. And I'm not saying every color wouldn't have suffered from that. I'm just saying, like, what the fuck? Can't, fucking bad shit.
Bad leadership. If you're having a rally, you tell people we're not going to get violent at any cost.
Fucking rally. I mean, the guy
Or
was breaking
protest.
the law. I mean, that's why I'll keep going. Say his name, Tony Timpa, because these people are like, say his name, Aaron Pope, say his name, this one, that, George Floyd, say his name. They were criminals. Criminals.
One time I
Show
was
me an innocent person. They go unarmed. He was unarmed. I'm sorry, but they're not innocent though. They're not. As I'm not saying that they're not. They're breaking the law. I mean, Aaron Pope's family called the cops on him. He dies of a drug overdose, and once again, say his name. Say his name. Like, the guy's a fucking career criminal for beating up cops all the time. He's in jail. Fucking what the fuck? They should say how much did he contribute to society. Let me see his tax record. Oh, nothing? No filing taxes? Well, then I do believe. Thank you for the relief of the burden. And I'm not trying to be mean, but people can't feel entitled like that, whether they're whatever color. You don't just come along going, I'm going to destroy your shit if you don't do this. And that's the only thing that bothers me right now about that trial. Like, I want to see him prosecuted, Derek Chauvin, or whatever,
Hmm.
But I also want to know, like, are they, are they like gathering outside of the courthouse or anything? Have you seen anything like that?
I don't pay attention to that kind of stuff. I can't control nothing about it, so it's for me. I can follow along, but since I don't choose to get involved with it, there's not much I can do.
Yeah, but were they rioting in your town at all? Like, did they ever do a march through your, you know?
No, no.
Well, you don't go downtown either, right?
Oh, you're talking about in Detroit. In
Yeah.
Detroit, they might have did. In my town, no, not in my town.
You don't live in Detroit?
No, I live north of Detroit, not too far north. Do you know how? Well, her name's Debbie.
Yeah, yeah, cray cray, right?
Yeah. So, anyways, she's north of me, and I would be like in between.
Right. But you, like you say, but stay away from this particular area, right?
If you can.
Well, I'm not trying to be like mean or anything, but why? Why would you say you stay away from there? What's the issue
You're not familiar with the area. Anything could happen to you. Why would you want to put yourself in an area at risk when you could go to a different area and not have to really worry about
well, I
nothing at
wouldn't be
all?
familiar with that area either. So what's the difference between the two areas?
Uh, you have to find out. I don't know. It could be just an opinion too. I mean, you may think that it's. We could probably take you down there, and you could probably be like, "This ain't nothing," and maybe it's not because I kind of to me it's really not. It is what it is. When I say uh, um, it's being a rough area, it, it could that could happen, but it's got a reputation. But I mean, if you're going to go to somewhere where there's a lake at or something, people are on their boats. That's a totally different. Uh, you, you've jumped. You've jumped like big areas, a big difference in the areas. So
I get it, what you're saying, but what we're dancing around is like, what is the thing? Like, there's got to be like more of a resolution than just violence. Like, people can't just go around like threatening, okay, we're going to burn your house down, we're going to do this, we're going to do that.
that's
You know what
where
I'm saying?
back to the leadership. When these people are that are the leaders of the protests, they the people they know who they are. So are they making calls to go ahead and light everything on fire? I don't know. I hope not.
And I'm pretty sure I heard, you know, light it on fire, fire, burn it down. I don't
Uh,
know. You didn't watch any of the protests on YouTube, any of the live videos?
um, I I seen on Nitty's channel in Detroit. I guess by him somewhere they had they had a march or they had a protest there.
Recent or?
Yeah, it was last summer, I could think.
Oh, so not recent. I think. So during the BLM time, right?
Yeah, that was BLM
Yeah,
last summer.
yeah. Well, that's where it was started, in Detroit.
BLM was started in Detroit.
Yeah, wasn't it?
Well, you just taught me something. It tells you right there that I don't pay attention to it. I don't know.
Pretty sure. Pretty sure. So how was it? What was going on? How was the protest?
People were on their cars and they were holding signs and all in a line.
Jumping on people's cars?
They were riding on top of the car. They were riding, in the back of the truck, or everyone had like flags on their back of their trucks.
Oh, fucked up, man. So, united we stand, divided we fall, and we should all unite together instead of be divided. It's a shame. It's a shame. But like you said, nothing we could do, right?
Not. There's not much you can do by yourself. You have to get with a group, or organize the group with a leader, and then a following. Establish a plan, execute the plan, make a change if you can. If not, you're going to get stuck with the same situation, and then there's pretty much nothing you can do.
I guess. I was just surprised tonight.
It goes back to, though, you can all you are, though, is responsible for yourself, and you conduct yourself in a professional manner. You might not have as much to worry about, but depends on what they're stopping you for.
Hear that motorcycle?
Yeah.
That's fucking loud.
Is the sun
Noise
up already?
pollution. I'm sorry.
Is it sunny there?
Is it what?
Is it sunny today?
No, it looks overcast. Kind of. I don't know.
It looks like it's rain here today.
I'm not even looking out the window. I care less about the weather anymore. Better when it's raining if you're fucking gonna sleep, right?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Once you're sleeping, you're not going to care what the weather is.
Right? Raining is good. It's relaxing. It's good for the flowers. You know? It's alright. It's alright. I guess I just get a little, maybe I get a little passionate about, things. Try to make a change. But when, I have this talk, like you don't go, oh yeah, she's real passionate about Tony Tempa. Who's he secular? You know what I mean?
He didn't he say he was familiar with the case?
Yeah, he's like, yeah, oh, he was shot by a black cop. He's from Australia, and the cop was from. That's not even like remotely similar at all to the case. But they were like, oh, okay, and breezed over it. Like, wait a minute, I'm still here. Why didn't you just ask me, like, what it was about? Instead, I'm still sitting there going, no, he's wrong, and still know, like, oh, he's wrong? Oh, okay, so tell us about it then in the right way. it was like I was like, oh my god, that's what they're accepting as the story, as Tony Chippa. They're accepting that. When I'm there going, no, that's incorrect information. And then I was like, I felt like, wow, then that's how it can be done. Like, there's a lot of people just shouting about the same thing. Then someone can say, yeah, but look, it's just one voice, like a small voice. And you gotta walk away, give up, and be like, "Ugh, I guess you guys can all think that he's the guy who got shot by a black cop." Not you, I'm just saying.
That means that none of them actually even know what's going on, and because if
Yeah,
when she said that, they should have all said, "Well, hey, sec, that's not true." So that means that
right.
none of them knew what the truth was, anyways. So
About anything. About anything they're yelling about. Right? Like now
yeah.
anything that they're yelling about is questionable. Like maybe you don't even have your information right. Like you might just be screaming about some fact that you don't even know what the fuck you're saying. You know? Fucking how you gonna sit there and fucking give a wrong story, motherfucker?
you know how like right now you and I, this is like a phone conversation, and you and I are in a conversation, but
Right.
on a live, there's not too many conversations going down on a live. It's more of a chat where you're like, okay, next, blah blah blah, and I'd rather be in a conversation than in a chat.
I would too, and I like to listen, and I sit back and I'll listen, and sometimes, you know, I sometimes maybe I don't know what a word is, and I'll ask. I don't mind asking. I'm not too, uh, for that, but I do know like what the hell I'm talking about sometimes, and you know, get some. Everybody's got to give their opinions, and when you say, yeah, but I'm a Democrat and I have the same opinion of you in that matter, so then you might want to say to yourself, oh, so maybe there is a point. So maybe it's not about who's a Democrat, who's a Republican. Maybe we should all just talk about as a person and what you think about situations, not like a label on it and blame everybody in a blanket statement. Like, arguing about, oh, police can't be all considered bad. Why not? You consider every Democrat bad, right? It's like contradictory. They're arguing about shit they're doing themselves. Because I just saw somebody on the, like it kind of pissed me off because I go, okay, just I got to do something, so go ahead and talk. And they start talking about a coyote throwing, Mexicans, Mexican children over the wall. And I'm like, you know,
I I understand the gripe of they're coming here illegally, uh, and what it does to the country. A lot of people are going to compete against them for jobs in the future. Uh, the way I look at it is that they should have annexed all that, and if they would have annexed, well, that might have caused the bigger problems too. But that problem's coming, and I guess maybe they didn't deal with it the correct way. The administration right now is it's like they have to be totally different than the last administration that was in there.
right. Because
So,
one administration is run by, well, what's best for money? And the other administration is like, well, what's best for the environment? And in the meantime, if there's already been like pipelines run for, fracking, then they've already done the damage to the environment by digging up all these areas, which, okay, I'm not saying that it's bad, but What the fuck? Be in there and make a difference. Like, it's so hard. Like, by the time 8 years goes by, you probably can't really make much of a difference. It's a constant. One party blames the other.
You don't think Biden's going to do 8 years, do you?
I don't know that Biden's going to do 8 years, but I, hope that there's better candidates for the next election.
I I don't even know if he'll be able to finish the first 4 years out. When he fell, that was kind of scary. He's at an age where who knows? I mean, it is what it is. I don't know.
Did you vote this year?
Yep.
Did you vote for Trump?
No, I didn't vote for Trump.
Did you vote for Biden?
I did vote for Biden.
I would have voted for Biden too, but I was in the hospital, and only because I don't think somebody who doesn't have any political background should be a president.
My feelings are he was the wrong candidate. It was it didn't go down the way it should have gone down, but that's the way it went down. I felt that there could have been a civil war, and the civil war would have been probably against poor people, minorities, and I didn't want to see that. Maybe it wouldn't happen. Maybe it would have been best that to vote for Trump and to keep things going like they were. But at the time I looked at the way he handled the coronavirus, and he was pretty much MIA at the very end, especially after the election. I think that the man could have, instead of going out there and speaking in front of the cameras all the time, if he would have kept his mouth shut, I think he probably could have got reelected. It seemed that there was a lot of people that were voted for him.
I think he had no people skills. Speak. He wasn't likable.
One thing I noticed about him for a person, he got up every day and it was his point to make it look like he was getting shit done. He was speaking, he was maybe bragging about things that he had accomplished, but that's what he was doing.
He was what did he say? He got calls from hundreds of governors. Oops, what happened to you? Where did you go? Oh, now I gotta drop the link, I think. Let me go out. Did you get kicked out? What happened to you? Did your phone die? We'll see if it doesn't come back in a couple minutes. Marathon conversation. His phone might have died. Anyway, people, good morning. More minutes to see what comes back. Do, 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 do. His phone probably died. That's what I'm thinking. We can always pick up where we left off another time. Tired. Oh, maybe he's back. Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
I think what happened was is my phone was like on black screen, and then it was on black screen for so long that it had some saver on it, and it clicked off, and I lost you.
Oh, okay. I think you were talking about him like making speeches, and he would just get all angry. He had no people skills. He was a businessman, and it's okay, to want to be good at being a businessman and close a deal, but not if you're the president. You there?
He had a lot of people believing that the economy though was the best ever. They were a lot of people made money. Some people say it doesn't
Rich
matter who
people.
the president is.
Rich people made money. He
People,
made
yeah.
money. Like he started a new space army. You hear about that?
Yeah, what's it called? SpaceX?
Yeah, some shit like that, like his own space army. I mean, what the fuck's that about? And then what? Like what's the gig with that now? You
So
know?
if you could uh take like a 12-hour flight to Mars, would you?
No.
You're comfortable here?
Why would I want to go to Mars?
I don't know. Some people like to go places.
No. But that's not what he was doing. He was making a space army. Something to control like the satellites and shit like that.
They're all doing something.
Like money, waste money. Oh, like a waste of money.
You know what's sad is that we have these nuclear bombs that will destroy the whole planet, and basically just to change the world is all you would have to take out is one person, the person in charge, and then everyone else pretty much falls in place.
Why do you think one person is in charge of the world?
Well, opposing forces, like uh, if you had Putin, if you had Xi, if you had Kim, you would.
You mean like a skull and crossbones kind of thing?
No, if instead of like dropping, if you were at war and you had to drop a nuclear bomb and destroy everything, it's just wouldn't it be easier to send in to assassin in and
No.
pick up.
I don't think they should even make nuclear bombs. That's fucking. I don't even think that war could resolve an issue that's, a world issue. A war
Well,
could only resolve, I don't know, like aggressive imperialism. We're
but
coming over here aggressively to handle this,
the,
but in actuality, we really don't care about like the destruction and everything that's going to go on, and we're really not, doesn't solve anything. What's it solve? Look at all that, how long those people have been over there, and after 9/11.
what's it solve? It solves uh, this is what they do is that they take the 18-year-olds and they all they all go die, and if they're not die, they end up coming back with PTSD. They take uh, pe- they, the military, the companies that build the weapons, are all making money. It's a terrible thing, war, uh, and they're making a lot of money off people dying.
Yeah, it's blood money. Blood money. They don't want a war to end. Sometimes they want to keep making money. So to me, it's I I don't believe in war. I don't believe in the draft. I don't believe in all that shit. I just don't. I think peace talks are exactly that. They're talks to get peace. Didn't like we get like didn't Trump uh you know back out of like that whole the whole like worldwide the environmental thing or whatever it is, the G something or the know what I'm talking about? Or is he not there anymore? I'm talking away to him. He's gone. Mr. Rourke. Takes a lot. Sitting away, talking. Funny shit. I don't know, some summit that I talk about the world, you know, whatever. I think it's in like can't think of it. They have like some meeting summit talking about the environment. She probably knows. Hi.
Hi. Hey,
I was talking away.
do you know who Greta Thunberg is?
Was she a filmmaker?
No, she's a teenager, a climate activist.
Oh no.
She's from Sweden.
Yeah, I never heard of her.
Oh wow, you should look her up. She's interesting.
Yeah, but aren't we like out of that? Isn't it called the G something? Like it's the summit, and they talk about the environment and all that.
She says that the planet's heating up, and it's heating up so rapidly that we're looking at irreversible changes.
Yeah, of course it is. All kinds of shit going on. It's messed up. Nothing's right. We should be going swimming. We should be able to go swimming. We should be able to go here. We should be able to go there and enjoy stuff. Yesterday in the town we were in, everybody was wearing masks outside. Seemed to be mandatory, so we wore the mask too. But I was like, wow, that's so messed up. People can't get fresh air, right?
I got I got fresh air. I mean, around me, a lot of people don't even wear masks.
No, I was just surprised. It's not mandatory where you are.
Oh, actually, in Michigan, Corona right now is going up.
Yeah, it's
But
increasing.
you'll see though when you see people that sometimes they're not wearing a mask when they're walking around on this like they got bike paths that they're not wearing a mask on the bike path.
I'm just saying, I don't even know that I believe all those numbers anyway. That there's seems like we should develop immunities to things if we just develop immunities. Body's made that way to develop resistance to certain things, and by going away and not having, the ability to build resistance to things, we're just kind of, I don't know, not enjoying life. It sucks. I was
And
surprised. He was walking around outside.
who? This is our first pandemic. This was the big one, and like all the prepper doomsday preppers. Oh, I could take my shotgun and go up in the woods. None of them did that. And actually, eh, who knew that we were going to run out of toilet paper?
I don't even know what that has to do with coronavirus either, right?
Uh, Maybe the doomsday preppers went out and bought all the toilet paper. I don't know. If you'd have to be alive to use the toilet paper, so why stock up on a bunch of toilet paper you don't know if you're going to use?
I thought the media announced they thought there was going to be a shortage on toilet paper, so everybody should go out and buy hand sanitizer or toilet paper. Hey, Lemon, yikes yourself.
Tracy, you can go 24 hours, can't you?
No, we're going to be on 24 hours.
24-hour woman. Woo.
Lemon Lion says, read a book. We read books. We read books. Just saying. What are you trying to say, Lemon? He watches a lot of YouTube videos. That's what he does YouTube videos. Sometimes I like to read the stuff about a subject and watch YouTube videos. I get all the opinions. I don't just listen to one person.
You can get a decent education from YouTube videos.
You can, yeah. But then you also got to read every, all you can find on whatever subject you're researching and come to the common denominator about it. What is it, like history is written by the victors, right? You know what they say? Like, look at Caligula. You ever heard of that? Caligula?
The emperor?
Caligula.
Was he an emperor?
Yeah. Remember? And they had that movie out about him, and it was like banned and all that shit. Like a sexual tyrant or something.
He like the emperors, they started games to take people away from what was going on, the important things. And the games were designed to, uh, like in the gladiator events, the Colosseum.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he wasn't like a tyrant as much as they portray him and all the things that are written about him. He actually, back then, people would eat these birds, these particular birds. So he, what's it called? Not an atrium. Is it an atrium or where the birds are, like inside? Is you know what I mean?
The birds were what?
Inside, it's a place where birds are inside, like in glass. It's like like birds. Like
Bird.
anyway, there were these birds. People would eat them. So he ends up wanting to save them, these birds, and his horse. He liked the animals and everything. And the crime rate was low and shit. And then so finally, when they do whatever they did, kill them off, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
First thing they do is they eat all the birds that he was like trying to save and his horse. And it's like, fucking, I don't know, but he's been written in history as like this tyrant. But history is written by the victors.
Would you have rather lived in those times or these times now?
Definitely not those times. Fuck that. That was fucking crazy. People all cheering to be like, "Yeah, tear him to shreds, lion."
They used to boil people, and then after they boiled them, they would fillet them. And after they fillet them, they would salt them and then eat them.
No, sir. Why would they eat people?
I don't know. Cannibal for some.
I heard
I
that's where
mean,
the term Roman candles came in, though, because they used to frickin' like impale people and
would you,
put something on them to keep them burning. And
uh,
they're Roman candles.
that would be so painful to have to be like sitting on top of a pointed pole and being impaled.
Like a tiki torch. I didn't sign up for this.
No, you would if you were smart, you would probably try to uh, have them kill you by some other way on the way to the spot, because once you get there, ooh,
I think you died when they impaled you. You know?
hope you did, because just imagine the agony. And then you could have been walled. Sometimes they would wall people and have them starve to death or
What? Put them in
dehydrate.
a wall?
Yeah, put them behind a wall. Like in 3 days, if you don't have no water, you'll dehydrate.
Banging on the wall?
You'd be
Hell.
blocked. You'd be blocked in.
Can't do any more live streams. I'm doing a live stream from behind the wall. I snuck a phone in.
Survivor girl, are you behind the wall?
She's talking still. We told you to sew her mouth shut.
Wall. We told you to wall her, but didn't give her her phone. Give her her
Yeah, right.
phone.
How'd she get that in there? Whatever.
Did you take your dog out?
He's sleeping. I'm not waking him up. But I'm going to. I'm going to get off here in like 5 minutes. I'm getting tired anyway. And you're right. I have been on a marathon, right?
You're a marathon woman.
Well, you're a marathon man.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. You kept up very well. Don't ever say you're a minute man.
You pulled on all nighter. Now it's time to do the walk of shame.
I haven't heard that in ages. The walk of shame. For a girl, yeah. Fucking carrying the shoes and shit. Or walking out with the high heels on and looking like they went out the night before. It was like daytime. I never did that.
Weren't you talking to me about having about being in the front window, doing it in the front window?
No, I never said that to you. You said, "Did you ever do it in front of a window?" And I
Oh,
said, "Why did two crackheads do it in front of doggy style?" Just because they both want to look out the window.
it was a joke that you said. I
Yeah,
remember some.
yeah, it was a joke that I said. And you said, "Why did you ever do it in front of a window?" And I was like, "Yeah, Macy."
I don't think Miss Passion thought your joke was funny. I don't know if she got it.
I never said the answer.
Well, because I said the answer. They were looking out the
Oh
window.
yeah, you ruined it.
Yeah, I did. And I knew what it is that since they're crackheads, they're paranoid looking out the window. But I don't think that she knew what that meant, though.
Oh, I thought everybody kind of knew they look out the window. I thought like people talk about it in this community. about
Um,
paranoia. You know what I mean?
no, I don't think she's around that type of stuff.
What we hear about it, it's on YouTube. It's on intervention.
That's
You know what I
probably,
mean?
yeah, that's probably what drew her in. She was interested in seeing what's going on.
No, but intervention. You know the show Intervention?
Oh, I've heard of it. I don't watch it.
Well, I mean, whatever. It used to be on. People
You
see
know,
that shit.
I
They
can't
show it.
keep up. I can't keep up with every case. I mean, I know there's a lot of other channels out there, and there's some of these people are putting out good shows.
No, it's not a YouTube show. It used to be on like A&E or something. It was like a real show when people used to watch TV.
Oh no, then I thought it was
No, it was a real show, Intervention. And it was like, people would go and, the family would write in and tell what their problem was, their loved ones. And then they would do an intervention. And
don't they
they
have a
would
show
show
called
that.
The Invisible People?
No, they weren't. Oh, what's that? Soft White Underbelly or whatever? Oh, he's off again. I'm going to go anyway. I'm ending it. I got to go to sleep. I get a heartburn. But check out, like, I don't know when, because we were like talking, blah, blah, blah. Good night. Bye.